Alright, you and I are about to dive into the story of Eugin. He looks a bit rough now, but trust me, his glow-up is going to be legendary. But honestly, right now, he is basically dead meat. It all starts with Eugin being a vampire, hunted down relentlessly by a group of fanatical holy knights. Despite his best efforts, a holy blade finally pierces through him. The corrupt leader, Dehit, screams out with twisted pride. "You filthy vampire, hiding for 6 months must have been fun, right? I bet you enjoyed slaughtering people while you scurried around like a dirty, pathetic animal. Playing games with us holy knights was actually pretty impressive, I will give you that. But your little show ends right here. Even the gods themselves will not forgive the horrific crimes you have committed. Be proud to die by my hand and help me earn the title of Vampire Slayer. Your lies to the church and your refusal to accept our judgment ends now. Just look at your pathetic state, it says everything we need to know." Suddenly, Dehit breaks into a creepy, sinister smile. Now pay attention to this part, because it gets absolutely disgusting. Dehit admits he only let Eugin live so he could milk more money from the church. "A rare vampire like you is hard to find. I had to toy with you first just to squeeze out every single cent I could. Plus, it is a great way to threaten those non-believers." Hearing this, Eugin loses it and charges. He realizes it now. This world is just survival of the fittest, ruled by the strength of those in power. Whether he likes it or not, Eugin has to run. A massive sword strike slashes toward him, way too fast to block. Dehit dashes past him, claiming a spectacular victory. God, his mindset is absolutely revolting. He mocks Eugin with pure contempt. "Your very existence is an insult to our holy church. You are a blasphemy to our name." Eugin fades away, full of regret, wishing for just one more chance. Suddenly, Eugin snaps awake. His body is perfectly fine, but he is drenched in sweat. What on earth is happening? Everything is a blur. He is confused. My neck was literally gone, but now my limbs are whole again? I was definitely dead. Was it a dream? No. This is the tent I lived in before the knights found me. This was 6 months ago, right at the moment just before the holy expedition started hunting me down like an animal. Let us pause here. It hits different when he realizes he actually traveled back in time. He clenches his fists. If he really has been given a second chance, he needs to act. He had been hiding in this deep, remote forest just to avoid the prying eyes of humans. As a weak, low-level vampire, he had to hold his breath and hide just to survive each day. Even though Eugin did not crave human blood, his instincts once took over in the past and caused a massive disaster. The next day, mercenaries swarmed the area. 5 days later, holy knights were scouring the entire village. Whether it took a month or a year, they were determined to hunt Eugin down at any cost. Paralyzed by fear, he hid in the forest, surviving on animal blood for 12 long years. He still has no idea why he was sent back in time to live this life over again. But one thing is certain, if he has been given this chance, he absolutely cannot repeat the same mistakes as before. If living in the shadows leads to death anyway, he would rather become strong enough that no one can touch him. Using the forbidden methods of a vampire, he is going to change his way of survival starting right now. Vampires can gain power by absorbing life force. The stronger the blood of the target, the more power they can steal. There it is. A massive, aggressive monster crawls out. It is the ruler of this forest, and its attack is too fierce for Eugin to handle. The beast thrashes wildly, knocking him to the ground. Eugin quickly gets up to assess the situation. With this weak body, all he can do right now is focus everything on dodging its lethal blows. But if he can just make one tiny scratch. He stands before the monster, determined to taste its powerful blood. In the past, Eugin's only goal was to erase his own existence as much as possible. But now that he knows that path is a dead end, there is no reason to hesitate. Right now, more than anything, he needs real power. His sword shatters against the creature's skin. The monster swings its tail, sending Eugin flying through the air across the clearing. Eugin takes a massive hit. As things turn desperate, a huge shadow looms over him. His eyes go wide with shock. Its giant mouth hangs open. Did he really underestimate the power of a doer this much? Doer is the term for creatures wandering in nature, not the monsters found in magic realms. Even in environments without mana, some doers possess magic stones, which are often more precious than actual gemstones. For these creatures, the magic stone is literally their life core and the source of their power. If he can just find its magic stone, Eugin might actually be able to turn this fight around. So, what do you and I take from this? The gap in power is huge, and Eugin might have bitten off more than he can chew. Facing a forest ruler this early could end him before he even makes a scratch. Alright, you and I are about to watch a life or death struggle like no other. The beast drags Ellen deep into the water as a mere snack. Total despair hits him. Maybe Eugin was too confident, thinking if he got one chance, he would get a second and third. He never truly valued himself. Suddenly, the monster's eyes widen in pure terror. That is exactly why I had to stay low. Eugin does something to make it suffer, leaving it gasping and struggling just to stay alive. His intense will to survive makes his entire body glow with an incredible power. He must fight. He must win. Because if he fails here, there will be no more chances left. Eugin reaches for its heart. One failure and it is all over. He stretches further, desperate to claim the prize. He opens his mouth as the red orb appears. Survival means stepping over the blood of your enemies. After that earth-shaking clash, the surface of the water finally goes still and quiet again. Now watch this part closely. This is where the real transformation begins. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashes from beneath the surface as the monster's mangled body floats up. He promised he would never run away again. The entire world around them turns a deep and haunting shade of crimson. Right now, he is claiming both the blood and the victory. Eugin stands calmly, staring at his new body. He looks back at the massive beast, thinking he only needed the blood of the forest lord. But wait, did it absorb the magic stone too? The power inside that stone is way stronger than he imagined. Its color and size are completely different. The energy from the stone manifests as a layer of black scales. With this, maybe Eugin can finally survive the sunlight. He first heard of this lord when he was captured. Back then, the swamp was small, so nobody even knew this monster existed. But after the heavy floods, its territory expanded and it attacked the mercenaries. In that chaos, Eugin drank its wounded blood. That was how he took down those men and made his escape. Knowing its power, Eugin is determined to drain its life again. He is stronger now, but not enough for Dehit. He has to avoid unwinnable fights, at least until he is absolutely sure of his own power. Dehit can find him anywhere. He seems to have a special ability to track monsters or wandering spirits. So instead of hiding, he must build enough power to fight back. Sunrise is almost here, so testing the magic stone must wait. He needs to get back home before the sun rises. Suddenly, an eerie voice calls out, claiming the fake master who ruined this lake is finally dead and gone. It thanks him for the kill, but says trespassing and spilling blood on this land is an unforgivable sin. This place belongs to me. I am Mirian, the guardian of this lake. The land itself will be furious, and you will be cursed to have your body torn into pieces. The spirit thinks this bald vampire cannot hear a thing. Only a few special beings can sense a soul. You and I both saw that coming, right? Our main character is definitely not just an ordinary vampire. Eugin repeats himself, asking again what it is. Mirian is absolutely stunned by this event. You can actually see me? You are from the Blood Clan, right? Did you hear me just now? Eugin knows exactly what it was thinking. Forget the bald vampire talk. The spirit bows, introducing itself as Mirian. I was the true owner here until 15 years ago when that crocodile stole my home and enslaved me. Well, maybe calling ourselves strategic allies sounds more dignified. He let me control the shore since dirty water scares away prey. But thanks to you, the lake will be pure again. I saw that bald old man get swallowed whole by the giant crocodile. But right when I thought he was dead, an explosion happened and this handsome guy appeared. A disguise? What a calculated move. Eugin does not care about Mirian. He only notices his tattoos are starting to fade. Why is this happening? The spirit suddenly switches to polite speech, asking about the meaning of his beautiful tattoos. Is it a warrior symbol? Who are the people you have killed? Eugin shakes his head. I have no idea. They have been on my skin for as long as I can remember. Eugin was simply born this way. Even in his earliest memories, those 10 tattoos were already on his flesh. Because he cannot remember his distant past, he has spent his life hiding, never daring to truly face himself. So what do you and I think? Is this the start of him finally breaking his curse? Alright, you and I are about to meet a vampire who is anything but typical. Stay alert while I am gone, Ein tells the spirit, though my Dion hates seeing him leave. Are you really leaving so soon? Lately, fewer humans can actually see spirits like me, and to be honest, I have been incredibly bored and lonely out here. It would be so nice to have a real conversation partner. But Ein quickly interrupts, reminding the spirit of its actual mission. Did you forget your job to turn this swamp back into a lake? The spirit clearly hates the idea, knowing how long it takes to purify that filth. I would much rather give a pale, handsome gentleman like you some fresh, clean water to drink instead of working. As a water spirit, I can create the most delicious water imaginable. Drink this pure stuff, and your handsome face will look even more stunning. Seeing the spirit start its magic, Ein just wants to escape. Hurry up and get lost, he commands, but the spirit desperately tries to hold him back. Wait, master, I can filter any water source in the world for you. Despite the begging, Ein is determined to leave the spirit behind. I do not need it. The spirit stubbornly follows him anyway, insisting that things would be much better if he just accepted the offer. But watch closely, because everything is about to change. Days later in Bawin village, the quiet moonlit night is shattered by a frantic messenger running through the streets. Chief, come quick, the red-eyed monster has arrived. The old man gasps in disbelief as the entire village gathers around something, looking completely shocked. What is this? Everyone shouts with excitement. Mom, look, it is a massive wild boar. Finally, we have actual meat to eat tonight. Look at all this, Chief. There is way more meat than usual today. Are we allowed to take all of it? A curious young man asks. Chief, what is the red-eyed monster planning? Usually, he only leaves us these gifts during the night of the full moon. The chief understands the question, but he has no clue why the mysterious figure decided to show up before his usual time. Everyone remembers that kind stranger. He is a mutant living at the far foot of the mountain, nicknamed the red-eyed monster by locals. For 10 years, he never harmed anyone. Instead, every single full moon, he brings fresh mountain meat to share with the villagers. Honestly, no one can figure out what he is actually planning. Ein has a simple request for the chief. Can I enter the village for a moment? Years ago, when he first showed up, everyone was terrified of him. But because he constantly brings them wild meat as if he were paying a tax, the villagers have completely lost their fear of him. This bizarre relationship has lasted for over 10 years now. Everyone welcomes Ein like an old friend they have not seen in a long time. Is there something you wanted to tell us? The chief asks, as Ein slowly begins to pull back his hood. I lived in isolation because of a sickness, but after all this time, I am finally cured. Since this village helped me, I want to return the favor. If the village ever faces any trouble, just let me know. But as he reveals his face, everyone stares in absolute shock. Who is this guy? I know what you are thinking. He is way too handsome to be a monster. The villagers are absolutely blinded by his glowing visuals as he offers his help anytime. The red-eyed monster? Good heavens. The chief cannot believe what he is seeing. Was that mutant living in the woods actually some kind of half-demon? Or maybe he is a noble. Even though he always hid behind a mask, he turns out to be incredibly handsome. Right then, the water spirit appears, confused. Ein, did you seriously just give away all that meat for free? What are you thinking? Aren't vampires supposed to be all about blood, slaughter, and death? Ein does not see it that way at all, so he decides to explain his logic to the spirit. In human society, building connections is vital, so I am just granting them a few favors. The spirit tries to stop him. You want to join them without eating them? You said yourself that you are leaving in a few days. So why do you even care about building relationships with these people? Removing his mask, he speaks of the future. I thought it was none of my business, but I simply cannot stand by and watch what happens next. When the mercenaries arrive, every single villager here is going to be slaughtered. The spirit gasps in horror. Wait, what? Ein thinks of a specific boy. Those men are coming to Bawin to kidnap a child and take him to the Lord's castle as a silent bribe. They will kill every villager to cover their tracks. If we do not prevent this, it will eventually bring the holy knights charging into this area. The spirit is skeptical. Is Ein telling the truth? If so, how on earth does he already know this? Is this really going to happen? The whole village will be wiped out? Even after staying with Ein for days, I still do not understand him. What is going on in his head? Ein will let time prove whether he is right or not. But first, he must gain the villagers' trust, so they see him as a harmless ally. The spirit asks a silly question. What do those mercenaries have to do with you building trust with the local villagers? Because the spirit was not looking where it was going, it smacks right into the back of his head. It screams out in pain. It glares at him. Why did you stop so suddenly? It turns out a squad of aggressive guards is charging straight toward them from up ahead. They start gossiping immediately. What is that thing? That guy looks suspicious, like he just left the village. What should we do with him? We were trying to sneak into the village quietly. That guy looks way too feminine and does not even have a weapon. Plus, he is all alone. If he screams, it will be a major problem for us. The leader swings his axe, determined not to give him any chance to call for help. Run away, Ein. The mercenary leaps into the air, getting into position to deliver a single, lethal finishing blow to the young man. In that moment, Ein's eyes turn blood red, proving why he is called a monster. One effortless strike later, and trust me, you and I just saw a legend in action. Alright, you and I are about to dive into why Eugin is so desperate to build trust here. He wiped them out to erase all suspicion. Every single mercenary had to be handled permanently. Under the cold twilight sky, A piercing scream echoes through the trees, shattering the silence. That thing is a vampire. Bayo swings his sword with fury. A vampire? Why should I be scared? This is actually great. Capturing him for the church would mean a massive reward for us. But fate had other plans. Suddenly, a surge of power stops his heavy blade in its tracks. Bayo trembles before Eugin's murderous gaze. Without a word, Eugin lands a brutal punch to his gut. He is still enjoying the fight, arrogant as ever. This guy is dangerous. Even dead, we need him. Eugin spins his blade while listening to the trash talk. That vampire head is mine. Bayo drops instantly. A lunatic charges with a sharp spear, screaming, "You devil!" His partner shouts a warning from behind. Don't just rush in like a blind idiot. The crazy guy shouts back, fueled by pure rage. Watch this part carefully. Eugin catches the spear with his bare hands, even while bleeding out. The lunatic breaks into a cold sweat. No way. You actually stopped my strike with your hands? Eugin's sharp, glowing red eyes are terrifying. As darkness falls, he slices the man open in a heartbeat, blood spraying everywhere. Then he crushes the man's face under his boot without showing even a hint of mercy. Surrounded by mercenaries groveling in pain, Eugin stands tall and makes a chilling announcement to the forest. The night belongs to me. His voice sends shivers down your spine, the perfect time to hide blood. They panic, warning each other to stay back. He is a monster. We have to attack together. Flames erupt, casting a warm glow in the dark. The pale, trembling mercenaries can barely even speak. This can't be happening. Bodies are scattered everywhere across the ground amidst the massive fire. How did this happen? Was it that red-eyed monster? Old man? Was this all you're doing? You and I both know he is lying. He tells them he just found the bodies while checking traps. It looks like an ambush on the road to Join Village. The culprit? Wolves. They scream in disbelief. Looking down, they see a black wolf with terrifying claws. A black wolf? Eugin speaks very calmly. Bullseye. I took them down while they were busy eating the corpses, just like you see here. I killed a few, but there were more than the mercenaries. The ones that escaped are still lurking. The leader is skeptical. These wolves are the fiercest around. How did you do it alone? Was it you? A shout rings out. Chief, there are clear claw marks here. Over here too, all torn apart. Eugin thinks to himself. Black wolves are fierce, but they wouldn't dare attack a group this large. The leader speaks up. Sorry, I doubted you for nothing. Eugin calmly replies, anyone would be confused. What about the bodies? We can't just leave them here. The village chief responds with a sigh. We can't leave them for wild beasts. We must bury them, Mightian whispers. Eugin, do you ever stop lying? The wolves smelled blood after the fight. Eugin finished them, then faked the bite marks himself. Sure, hiding the truth is smart, but why does he care so much about his public image? If he left now, he would avoid all this trouble. But he would still be a suspect. Eugin speaks up. I found this while checking their pockets for ID. A letter for the mercenaries. Want to read it? Mightian knows they have to. It has the seal of Lord Tion on it. The village chief takes the letter. What is this? He breaks into a sweat. Is this real? Philip. Is Philip in the village? The crowd gets curious. What does it say? Philip is here. What exactly is happening? Without warning, the chief screams at the top of his lungs to everyone. Philip is Lord Tion's illegitimate son. These mercenaries came to fetch him. Everyone starts whispering in shock. That kid is a noble? Komiya stares at the dark blood splattering through the air, totally speechless. It is unbelievable. He took down this entire group alone. At this rate, we will all be corpses. Stop hesitating and fight. Even if he is a monster, he has only 2 arms and legs. He is bloodied and trapped. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Stick with me, we're watching a vampire go beast mode. Komiya trembles as Eugin slashes down. Then, those glowing red eyes lock right onto him. A lightning-fast punch to the gut sends Komiya reeling, completely shattering his balance. He slams into a tree with a bone-crushing thud that echoes through the forest. After dropping the guy, Eugin immediately bolts into the woods. On the ground, the mercenary is barely crawling. Stop it. Stop right now. Were you waiting for us from the start? Why target us? We were just heading to the village over the mountain. But Eugin approaches, looking like a total god of death. Just curious what you're doing in my village. The man's eyes turn red with tears as he begs for his life. I didn't realize you were the blood king of this place. We're not here to hunt vampires, I swear. We're looking for a runaway illegitimate child from the TI family. Everyone thought he vanished, but he's been hiding here. We only came to find him. Eugin's voice stays calm. Nice lie. Now tell me the real reason you're here. You brought an entire army for one kid? Were you planning to slaughter everyone? Komiya screams in pure terror. No, that's not it. We weren't hired by the T family. The actual clients are the heirs of the Kamization and Bion houses. It's just political drama. We were just supposed to grab that illegitimate child and go. This many men was just a backup plan for accidents. Please, spare me. I'm begging you. Eugin grinds his teeth as the pieces fall into place. One of the masterminds is definitely that man. Bertilion, the high commander of the vampire hunter squad, used to torment me back when I was a knight. He can't give direct orders for a massacre, but his ambition drives these mercenaries to slaughter. But that incident is exactly how the Holy Knights finally tracked me down. With the whole village gone, they sent a massive force. The man stammers, saying they were just chasing easy money. If we knew a Blood King was here, we never would have come. Eugin just brushes off his coat and turns away. He gives one final, polite warning. Fine, but watch out for the wolves on your way out. The mercenary shakes. Wait for it, you thought he was safe? Wrong. Next second, Eugin decapitates him, and blood sprays everywhere. Ma-Dion jokes about the overkill, but Eugin is cold. I revealed my identity, so nobody can leave here alive. He glares into the dark. Those hungry wolves already smell the fresh blood. Back at the village, everyone is questioning the chief. Is that story actually true? Yes. The mercenaries are dead, and the guards are coming to take Philip back to the city. Everyone's stunned. Philip, that poor orphan who's been alone since last year? He only arrived 8 years ago, the chief continues. Since the escort was killed by beasts, what do we do? Jin steps up. Does Philip need to go to the capital? The chief nods frantically, but Eugin cuts him off mid-sentence. Mercenaries might be weak, but I've lived in these woods forever. I can get the boy to the city safely. The chief is shocked. You'd really escort him yourself? Eugin just gives a friendly, yet mysterious smile. As a knight, I can't just ignore someone in trouble. Mahdi stands aside and whispers that he's a total liar. Eugin, you're such a snake. Suddenly, Madion's jaw drops like he just saw something absolutely insane. The villagers are all staring with wide eyes. Everyone's mouth is hanging open. Like, what? Now look at this pivot, it's comedy gold. Eugin politely introduces himself as a high-ranking noble of the Eugin family. Who'd actually believe that? The whole crowd is losing their minds over the news. That red-eyed monster is a noble? Show some respect. Call him Lord. Mahdi whispers in his ear. Seriously, you're taking this lie way too far. Eugin just grins, loving their shocked reactions. These locals have never seen real nobility. News that the boy from the forest is actually a noble spreads, causing a total frenzy throughout the village. If I play the part well enough, they'll never be able to tell the difference anyway. They look at him with pure awe. Lord Eugin, were you really a legendary knight? Hiding for 10 years to recover? Or is this secret training? He just gives a vague answer about cutting ties with the human world to live in the forest. That explains everything. No wonder you've been helping the village with all that food. Only a superhuman knight could survive alone in these woods. The chief speaks up. We're just a poor village with no way to repay you. Jin says he just needs some rest. That's where we leave it. You'll want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are about to see how this master of lies plays the entire village. The chief smiles, offering his home for the night under the clear sky. Ein stares into the distance, his expression empty as the Blood King's hand grazes the cold stone wall. This is the power of the Forest Master. Those sharp, blood-red eyes carry a killing intent that'll chill you to the bone. That beastly hand continues to move along the wall, searching for something hidden and mysterious. He wraps himself in black cloth to ward off the sun, making the trip much less of a struggle. Still, Maon can't help but call him a stupid vampire for the lie. How can he lie so boldly, pretending to be a knight who can't even read? Jin just shrugs it off. Maybe the truth comes out one day, but he's leaving soon, so it doesn't really matter. Maon still has questions. What's the real goal? After living hidden for so long, why suddenly play friend to the villagers and take their requests? Suddenly, a voice calls out. The preparations are finished, and the team is ready to hit the road whenever he is. He whispers to Maon, see that? In just one night, I've already secured my position of power. People believe in authority more than arguments, use status, and 100 lies become a single truth. Only these simple villagers would fall for such a lie. The high nobles won't be nearly as easy to fool. Now watch closely, because this is how you turn a massive lie into reality. He'll build trust through good deeds. The chief smiles brightly, handing over a letter of recommendation so there's no misunderstanding about his noble character. He promises to take care of young Philip. By using raw strength to back up his claims, everyone will have no choice but to believe that every lie he told was the truth. Philip steps forward, looking a bit shy. I'm Philip, he says. It's an honor to finally meet you. To make the deception complete, Ein needs a higher status. Eugin speaks up, asking if the boy is indeed Philip. I'm Eugin, glad to meet you. He plans to use the boy as they stand under the vast, deep blue sky. The two of them make their weary way out of the village. Eugin asks curiously about the name of the next town. Philip confirms it from the signpost. Eugin is surprised, can a kid like him actually read? His mother taught him before she passed away. She didn't have a formal education, coming from a humble background. She said her lover taught her those words. Mayon whispers, teasing that this situation couldn't be more perfect. Why not have the kid teach you? Jin doesn't hesitate, asking Philip if he can help him learn to read. Philip is stunned. A knight who doesn't know his letters? Gin just lowers his voice, playing it cool. My family has fallen, and I've spent my life surviving by the blade, not words. Philip's curiosity grows. He wonders if Eugin's family really met a tragic end. Eugin stays silent, letting the boy believe the lie. Let them doubt, then let them trust. Once that trust is deep enough, it'll bury every lie. Mayon stands beside him, teasing him for his incredible acting skills. Quite the performance, isn't it? It's working for now, but lie too much and people will catch on. Philip seems completely convinced now. He apologizes, admitting he had his doubts about the mysterious man. The rumors called him a monster, while he claimed to be a noble. It was hard not to have bias. He'll judge by his own eyes. If he's from a warrior family, not knowing letters actually makes sense. To save him from embarrassment, Philip offers to teach him. He asks to hear more about Eugin. Pay attention here, a blade suddenly streaks right toward his face. Philip screams in terror as Ein's beastly instincts kick in, moving with blinding speed to block the lethal strike. The hunters laugh, mocking their own clumsy technique. Philip is pale, covered in a cold sweat. What's this? A robbery? The hunter just sneers, finding their terrified expressions absolutely hilarious. Keep it simple. Drop everything you have and empty those bags. Do it fast, or you're dead. Eugin doesn't say a word. He just swings, violently taking the man's head off in one clean motion. The head rolls away like candy. The rest of the hunters stand there, jaws dropping in pure shock. Philip stares at the severed head, paralyzed by the violence. The bandits scream for their leader in a panic. I did exactly what you asked, Eugin says coldly. Nice and quick. An enraged hunter swings his axe. The man is dead before he can blink. A few sharp slashes from Eugin send them to the afterlife. The last survivor stumbles back, desperate and pathetic, begging for his life. Ein's face is a mask of cruelty as he drives the blade deep into the man's chest while the forest goes silent. One hell of a start, right? Ein stands there among the corpses, watching. All right, you and I are about to see why some humans just love to kick people when they are down. He shoved the blade deeper into his teammate's chest. Does being weak mean you deserve to be bullied? Philip, if we could actually read, would we finally understand why people act this way? Philip gave a shaky reply. A few seconds later, deep red blood sprayed everywhere in a gruesome display that painted the ground. Eugin covered his mouth and whispered, You said you would see for yourself. Trust me, I will not let a single drop of blood touch you. The scene shifts to a bustling village. People are everywhere, and the air is filled with the sounds of merchants shouting to the crowd. Get your rare herbs from the north right here, only 20 coins a bunch. Nearby, a customer was already arguing loudly with a shopkeeper. The shop down the street sells these for half price. Don't talk nonsense, my goods are way higher quality than theirs. Watching the lively scene, Mai Di's voice trembled with excitement. This is amazing, everything here looks so strange and new to me. Philip suddenly spoke up. Master, if you plan on shopping here, please be careful. He added a quick warning to his master. I have been here with my former master, and these merchants are total scammers. Pay attention, because we are about to see how bad it gets. My master was always overcharged without any mercy. Someone nearby yelled, Hey, it is half price elsewhere. Give me my money back right now. Eugin looked around the market, thinking they needed to secure some gold before they could worry about being careful with their spending. He headed toward the counter the last customer left and told Philip to wait a moment. Philip quickly agreed and stood back. Jin put his items down and asked the owner to price some animal skins. The man turned around, surprised to find rare black wolf hides. It's rare to see this many at once. Where did you get them? Bata looked at the boy with a hint of suspicion. The boy was draped in a black cloak that covered him from head to toe, which made the merchant look even closer at him. Batu thought to himself, looking at those rags, he's probably not a merchant. Just some nameless wanderer, right? He smirked, thinking he had found a perfect target to rob blind. These are damaged. 18 silver coins is my best offer for the lot. Red eyes glared from beneath the hood, making Bata flinch. His eyes darted around, wondering why this guy's eyes were so red and scary. Wait, those glowing red eyes. Did you see that? It is about to change everything. Bato's voice shook as he backpedaled, saying Black Wolf is actually quite rare, so he could pay a bit more for them. Egan stayed silent. That cold red stare was making the merchant sweat bullets. If you're mad, just say something already, please. Batuni laughed nervously, guessing it was the boy's first time here. I'll raise the offer to 23 coins for you. The boy just grunted in response. Bato couldn't read him at all, wondering if he was still not satisfied with the price. He pushed it to 25 coins. Egan just made another small sound, making Batoni panic and raise the price yet again. Wait, not 25. Philip watched in shock while the boy stayed quiet. The terrified merchant jumped up to 28 coins. Egan let out a long, low sound, his red eyes radiating a dominant aura over the man. Terrified, Batu wondered if this guy was trying to drain his entire wallet. He groaned, 30 silver is my absolute limit. Philip's jaw hit the floor in disbelief. Egan simply agreed. Soon, night fell, and warm candlelight filled the room where they stayed. He looked at the paper, thinking the letters looked like crawling worms. He had learned some basics from Philip recently, but reading and writing fluently was still a long way off. Ancient script was lined up neatly on the old parchment paper. The water spirit's voice rang out, saying this was decent enough. A vampire should wear silk, but this is worth the money. Egan sounded relieved, saying the market was more generous than he expected. Since I was new, they even gave me a discount. My Dion laughed, calling him a merchant's favorite kind of victim. You really are easy to trick, aren't you, master? Thinking back to how the merchant kept raising his own price, the spirit's eyes sparkled with the thought of more money. You should have bargained harder for expensive silk. Why settle for less when you could have had the very best? The boy replied that he only needed something to block the sun. My Dion went on a long and dramatic rant. You need to enjoy life. Have you just been rotting away in the forest all this time, master? The spirit imagined a grand life where vampires live in magnificent castles under the moonlight, wearing the finest silk while servants wait on them. You need ambition to get ahead, but Egan quickly cut the spirit off mid-sentence. Sorry, but you live in a swamp. How do you know so much? My D explained that spirits from the surface visit. They come back to the spirit world and tell all sorts of useful stories about the world. You will live at least 200 years if you avoid silver and stakes. You should learn the ancient imperial languages and scripts. Can you even read? The spirit gave a short answer. Jin then asked what else it could do besides making water. Philip's face says it all. You and I definitely need to see what happens next. Stick with me as our main character turns and calmly says, I am just talking to myself. Philip apologizes, saying, please forgive me for looking so weak while I was just cleaning these rabbits. Memories of this morning flashback seeing Eugin kill those bandits right in front of him made Philip completely lose his lunch. Our main character just smiles. It was too much for the kid. Eugin replies, it is okay, blood is hard to handle. Back in reality, Philip adds, do not worry though, I still have energy, and the night is just beginning. He smiles, holding a pen and paper, happily saying, there is plenty of paper to teach you as much as you want. In the quiet night, both are focused on the page until Eugin suddenly asks, is writing always this easy to learn? Philip replies, that is because you are a literal genius, sir. It took me months to learn, but normal people take a full year. Eugin says he is overpraising him, then asks, Philip, do you think this is really going to be enough? If you want to move forward, just reading and writing won't be enough. You are about to become a high-ranking noble very soon. Philip's eyes drop as he hesitates. I don't know. My mother never gave me details and I never really thought about it. It still does not feel real. Philip blushes and adds, honestly, I didn't even expect Lord Tion to welcome me at all. A group appears from afar, and one man starts walking directly toward them. He smiles and calls out, hey there, we are looking for a spot to camp. Can we ask for some help? Watch closely, these guys have high-end armor and weapons. They aren't just random thugs, these are elite professionals looking for a fight. The man continues, I see you have a kid here. Mind telling me where you two are actually headed? Eugin puts his mask back on, thinking that lying poorly to a group of mercenaries would only cause more suspicion. He calmly says they are going to Lord Tion's castle. The man gets excited, saying, we are too. Can we travel together? We have wine, water, and even some lamb meat. Suddenly, a blonde young man steps forward from the back. Captain Bartesh, why are you doing all this? Let's just set up camp here, you don't mind, right? Red eyes glow behind the mask as Eugin turns serious. The captain quickly tries to calm things down. Sorry, Laban. He's new to the squad and doesn't know how to act yet. Just ignore him. I'm Bartesh, and who are you? Eugin replies, a knight. The answer leaves them skeptical. Laban shouts out, "Captain Bartesh, did you hear that? This guy claims he is a knight. Can you believe this? Look at him. How can he be a knight with no horse and no armor?" He gets close and asks, "Come on, you are not a real knight, right? What family are you even from? I have never heard of a family named Eugin." With a look of certainty, the man asks, "So, you are just a fake?" You and I can feel the rage building. Eugen's face darkens, his eyes looking like he is ready to erase this guy. Eugen thinks to himself, "I already told Philip I'm a knight. I can't change the story now. These mercenaries are definitely up to something." He stays silent, watching. It doesn't matter if I'm a knight, but if they keep pushing, things are going to get ugly. His glowing red eyes lock onto the entire group of mercenaries. He counts them. Not too many. He can kill them all. Eugen reaches for his hidden blade, but then a cold, angry voice rings out. "Laban!" A massive slap sends the young man spinning across the ground until he slams hard into a tree. Bartesh bows 90 degrees and says, "Sir Eugen, please forgive the absolute disrespect from this new recruit." Glancing at the fallen Laban, Eugen calmly tells them to just go ahead and set up their camp nearby. "Thank you for your mercy," the captain replies. Eugen knows he needs to officially become a real knight soon to avoid more trouble. He goes back to studying with Philip while Laban just stays there, face down in the dirt. A bit later, the man wakes up, still in total shock. Laban jumps up, stammering, "Why am I over here?" Bartesh, who is sitting nearby, just scoffs at the idiot. He frowns, asking, "Do you not value your life? How could you just charge at a high-level knight like that without thinking?" The captain sees the kid still doesn't get it, so he hits him again. "Idiot, you're only alive because of me. You almost got our entire squad killed." Laban rubs the lump on his head and grumbles, "What is so scary about that guy? He is just carrying some old short sword." Bartesh snaps back, "Are you seriously judging him only by his looks? You're blind," he adds. "Do you have any idea how much that knight's cloak is actually worth? That is a high-end cloak made from lichen hide. Even the cheapest silk lining on that thing costs over 10 silver coins." Laban is shocked. "Trust me, that is 3 months of your salary right there." Eugen keeps studying his letters, unaware of the captain's sharp eyes. "All right, you and I are about to see if this mysterious reader is as dangerous as he looks." Baddock glares at Laban. "That guy almost pulled his sword. We were all seconds away from death. Maybe only 2 of us would have survived." The kid asks how he knew. Batek starts remembering while you were talking nonsense. That knight already had his hand ready to strike. Baddock noticed the stance. Left foot pulled back slightly. He was perfectly balanced for a strike. "Just imagine a cold blade slashing across your throat, Laban." He motions to his neck. "If I had been even a second slower, your head would be rolling on the floor." Laban stammers, asking why he could not just block it. Batek frowns. "Do you really not know how terrifying knights are?" "Since he is an idiot," Batek explains. "Knights are born into old families, holding wooden swords before they can even walk. They dive into unknown dungeons, completely ignoring the fear of death. They crush monsters and kill their own kind on battlefields for glory. Only the bloodstained earn that title. The nobility notices them, and finally, they are knighted. And impersonating one? That is a major crime. Anyone who dares to fake being a knight has to be a total monster himself. They would need insane confidence in their skills. Most people who swing swords never even come close to that level. He looks barely 20, yet claims the title. That means his skill is already off the charts. Now pay attention, this is the part where everyone realizes just how much of a beast he actually is. Most likely. Those mysterious red eyes behind the mask are unforgettable. Plus, he is heading to Lord Tion's castle too. A new dungeon was found nearby. He likely plans to join the raid. Our paths will definitely cross again. Meanwhile, Eugen wonders, "Good thing I stayed sharp. Does the title of knight really carry that much weight? If this lie keeps working, great. But I definitely need to prepare some more tricks." He looks at the others. Except for the guy I knocked out, they are real mercenaries. Why hire trash over pros? Or even his own guards? It is weird. Suddenly, Eugen stands up and walks right toward them. Laban starts shaking. "Why is he coming over here?" Eugen pulls off his mask and speaks. "I heard you are all heading to the castle." His stunning face revealed under the moonlight, he asks if they should go together. Why not travel as one? He practically glows, blinding them for a second. Laban can only stutter out a yes. By morning, they reach the village, and you and I know that this journey is just getting started. It is lucky they believe I am a knight. Traveling with them will make gathering useful information much easier. The real problem starts now, but his thoughts are cut off as Maidi calls out excitedly, "Master Eugen!" Floating in the air, she adds that she overheard the mercenaries gossiping while they rested. He asks if there is any real intel. My D tells him Lord Tian is in terrible health. He could drop dead any minute, and they just found a brand new dungeon in the territory. Clearing a dungeon means big money, but the Tian family is broke and has 0 soldiers to spare. Eugin thinks about the dungeon, but My D wonders if Tian dies, what happens to that poor kid? He just shrugs. That is not my problem. She looks totally shocked. What should we do? My D worries his relatives will just bully him for the inheritance. Eugin glances at him. Tian probably summoned Philip to see his son one last time before he passes away. His face stays totally blank as he realizes their fates are about to change in ways they cannot imagine. Hooves hit the stone path. A loud shout rings out. We have arrived. Warm sunlight hits the city gates. Lord Tian's Rose City. The mercenaries and Eugin's group step into the massive courtyard. Eugin is genuinely surprised. It is bigger than I thought. My D tells him he needs to live somewhere like this. He grabs her, telling her to shut her mouth and just follow him. As they walk, a voice suddenly calls out, "State your purpose for being here." Baddock smiles. "We are mercenaries from the Elin Guild. And who might you be, noble sir?" The eldest son, Tamasa Tian, a blond man in fancy clothes, answers, "I am the heir. Is that our cargo?" Batek bows respectfully. "Yes, as you can see, we have delivered everything safely. And trust me, you're going to want to see how Eugin handles this arrogant noble next time. Don't move, stick with me." He answers politely, introducing himself as the noble knight Gian Eugin and the small child with him, but a sudden, thunderous crash from behind cuts his introduction short. Who is that? Kaiser. His eyes narrow as he realizes that voice sounds incredibly familiar, echoing from a past he can't forget. Leading a squad of cavalry, he complains that checking outsiders is strictly his responsibility, and he wonders how many times he has to repeat himself to his own brother. A rose badge pinned to his cloak, and those sharp red eyes, there's no way he could ever forget that particular voice or that cold stare. Now watch this, he's the man who first discovered our hero was hiding in the shadows, the man who tormented him relentlessly. This is Sir Bershin, the knight serving the second son of the powerful TI family in this region. Kaiser smirks, clearly annoyed. "Do I really need to report every single thing I do to you?" he asks with a mocking tone. "If people saw us, they might think you were the actual heir instead of me." His brother quickly denies having any such intention. Suddenly, someone arrives with a letter sent directly from the chief of Bojo, a wind village, grabbing everyone's immediate attention. Bershin reaches out to take the letter, but the messenger pulls it back unexpectedly, leaving the knight confused and visibly irritated. The letter is handed directly to Kazar instead, who stares at him with a strange look. "Oh, is this from that village chief?" He opens the letter and gasps. It says the mercenaries were wiped out by wolves, and the child you brought back is actually of royal blood. Philip, standing nervously in the back, bows his head politely and introduces himself to the high-ranking men standing before him. Kaiser smiles warmly, welcoming his new little brother, but in the background, Bershin's face turns dark with a look of pure hatred. Father is waiting. Someone take him to get washed and dressed in proper clothes immediately. He barks out the order angrily. The soldiers follow the command and drag a confused Philip away, leaving him wondering what kind of mess he just walked into. Suddenly, a voice rings out, stopping them in their tracks. Bershin turns his head, his anger growing at the sudden interruption. Elgin speaks up, wanting to discuss the reward first. He demands to speak directly with the lord of the territory. Bershin's face turns beet red as he screams no. Elgin just asks calmly if a short meeting is really too much. His father is in poor health and can't speak easily. He offers to pay the reward in pure gold instead. You and I can feel the tension exploding here, as his eyes turn a sharp red, reminding them of his hard work. The knight refuses to listen, his fury boiling over. "Don't make me repeat myself for a second time," he warns. Kaiser finally speaks up, asking what the harm is, which only makes Bershin turn and snap at his older brother. His brother just crosses his arms with a bright smile. "We need to introduce the new family member anyway, so what's the big deal?" He argues that their father is barely conscious for 1 hour a day, so a nameless wanderer like Elgin has no business meeting him. Kaiser mocks him, asking if he's the one managing their father's schedule now. Bershin gets right in his face, furiously accusing him of twisting his words for his own benefit. Kaiser remains completely calm despite the explosive rage. He simply turns away and addresses Elgin directly with a polite expression. "I apologize, Sir Elgin. It seems my brother is acting like he's already the heir, which is making things difficult for everyone here." He puts a hand on his shoulder with a sly grin, telling him to be very careful on his journey back home. Kaiser cheerfully leads Philip away, offering to show him around the territory personally. "Let's start with a tour of the grounds, shall we?" The boy nervously agrees. Watching from behind his mask, Elgin realizes they never had any intention of letting him meet the Lord. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out for the second son as a massive man approaches, carrying a struggling soldier over his shoulder. "I've been looking for you." Bershin stares in shock, asking what on earth he's doing with that man on his back. "These mercenaries were looting villages instead of training, so I caught them in the act and brought them back for punishment. How about we execute one as a warning to the rest?" he suggests with a cold look. Bershin panics, glancing toward Elgin. Even if they are just temporary hires for the dungeon, he needs to keep this mess quiet. "We'll deal with this later. There are too many eyes watching us here, so let's take this conversation inside right now." Ganzetic finds it strange, but follows anyway. Then, Bodek appears from the shadows and asks if that was really the famous Sir Ganzetic. "You know him?" our hero asks. Batek nods, mentioning the recent grand tournament hosted by the prestigious Everg family. He took third place and is known as a rising star with monster-like strength and an incredible technique that leaves all of his opponents in a state of total awe. Rumor has it that on the day of the tournament, he single-handedly wiped out over 1,000 opponents. Elgin wonders why a man of that caliber is in such a remote place. Batek thinks it is likely because of the legendary, newly discovered dungeon that just opened. Clearing a new dungeon first brings massive fame to any knight. Even in this frontier, the prestige of a successful raid is huge. And that's where we leave it. You and I just watched a man who'll do whatever it takes to reach the top. All right, let's dive into this insane power struggle together. Eugin suddenly calls him out, leaving him confused as he asks if their contract finally ends today. He hesitates for a second. It is over, but Eugin flashes a smirk and asks if they can start a brand new contract right now. Under a glowing full moon, the soldiers are training hard for the deadly dungeon battle ahead. From above, Kamer watches everything like a hawk, determined to be the one who clears the dungeon first. His brother is already gunning for the inheritance, even bringing in a powerhouse like Sir Ganzetic to help. If he clears the dungeon alone, the people's loyalty will shift to his side in a heartbeat. He is stuck in his thoughts when a sudden knock at the door breaks the silence. There is no time to hire help, and he's totally alone until a voice calls from outside. It is Eugin, the knight who saved Philip. Kamer wonders if he is the help he needs. The door swings open and Kamer welcomes the knight inside with a cautious smile. He acts friendly, promising that Philip is safe and tucked away under his personal protection. "When father wakes, he will reward you. Thanks for giving that letter to me instead of my brother. It helps." But then Eugin speaks up, making Kamer tilt his head in total confusion. "That is perfect," Eugin says, his red eyes glowing in the darkness. He only wants to deal with the true lord, but a third party is making things complicated. Kamer asks what he wants, wondering if he is here just to confirm his identity. Watch closely here, because Eugin just made an offer no one can refuse. Kamer bursts out laughing, finding Eugin far more interesting than the reports had led him to believe. Kamer looks down at the knight's worn-out clothes. He smirks, asking if Eugin just wants fame after killing a handful of random bandits. "Why should I agree?" Eugin simply crosses his legs, staying calm under the Lord's heavy pressure. "This isn't a bad deal for you," Eugin says, listing the massive benefits of having him along. If they win, he only wants 100 silver and half the loot. Kamer finds the offer suspicious, but he can't deny the price is right. It is way below market value, but Eugin just shrugs and asks if it is a deal. Eugin smirks, knowing that Kamer is the one who is truly desperate to win this race. Kamer realizes he is dealing with a knight who values honor over mountains of gold. He seems perfect for the job, but Eugin suddenly cuts his thoughts off with a sharp remark. "You and I both know who's actually desperate in this room." Kamer's eyes widen as he thinks of his rivals, his face twisting into a sinister grin. This knight is a perfect pawn, far smarter than the typical muscle-bound warriors he is used to. He stands and accepts the offer, extending his hand to officially welcome Eugin to the team. He offers a hand. Mana stones are a pain to process anyway. Eugin thinks of his old crew and offers to recommend a reliable trade guild for the loot. He knew Kamer would not be able to resist a deal this good. Meanwhile, Ganzetic is sharpening his blade while Boat wonders about the new guy joining the squad. Too late to start struggling now. The dungeon is no playground, and Ganzetic warns that the weak will be left behind to die. Boat sighs, asking what they should expect from this mystery knight his brother found. His brother has 0 high-ranking friends, so he isn't expecting much from some random wanderer. He tells Ganzetic to handle it himself instead of pushing the responsibility onto his shoulders. A voice interrupts their argument. Kamer apologizes for the wait and introduces the newest member of their dungeon clearing team. "Trust me, you and I are about to see things get wild." "All right, you and I are diving into the moment our hero faces a dangerous mercenary squad. Ganzetic steps up now, claiming they can't just let some mysterious nobody join without testing his true power first. Kama crosses his arms, vouching for the kid's absolute strength. He grins, introducing the new recruit while mentioning a crazy story he heard about a recent battle at the border. Apparently, on his way here, Knight Eugin single-handedly wiped out a whole bandit gang using nothing but a short sword. Ganzetic's blade suddenly glows as he wonders if that level of skill is actually enough to impress him. He hurls the knife straight at Eugin, whose eyes widen as he senses the lethal danger closing in. Eugin draws his blade in a flash. Sparks fly as he deflects the flaming projectile into the distance. The knife embeds itself in the wall, leaving a massive crack and literal smoke behind. Absolute power. Ganzetic sits back, chin in hand, before suddenly standing up and walking toward Eugin with a twisted grin. He mocks Eugin's perfect skin and lack of scars, assuming the kid must have been pampered since birth. Now pay attention, because Ganzetic is about to drop all the pleasantries and let his bloodlust do the talking. That night, everyone gathers at the arena, the flickering torchlight setting a grim stage. The locals are buzzing with excitement, wondering if Knight Ganzetic is actually serious about a duel right here and now. Remember, Ganzetic took third place in the grand tournament by ripping monsters apart with his bare hands. He is terrifying. The crowd is packed, wondering who would even dare to stand against a beast like that. Ignoring the noise, Eugin calmly pulls on his gloves, though the onlookers already feel pity for him. Ganzetic isn't just ready, he's hyped, slamming his sword down until sparks dance across the floor. His playful grin vanishes as he raises his sword, finally getting dead serious for this clash. Eugin barely reacts, simply flicking his blade against the stone to ignite his own fighting spirit against Ganzetic. The referee shouts for the fight to start. As the bell rings, Ganzetic lunges forward with such force that the very ground beneath him shatters into pieces. Metal screams against metal as they clash, sparks showering the arena while both men push their blades to the limit. They break apart, leaving trails of fire. Ganzetic just laughs and beckons him forward. Eugin charges ahead, unleashing a relentless assault to pin his opponent into the corner. The crowd goes wild, shouting that Eugin is actually overwhelming the legendary knight. But is he? Now, you and I can see what the crowd doesn't. Ganzetic is just testing the waters here. He parries every strike with a wide grin, completely unfazed by the pressure. He realizes Eugin's style is raw and unpredictable, with no clear school of training or recognizable habit. It's not refined technique, but something much more dangerous, pure wild instinct. As Eugin catches his breath, Ganzetic is absolutely hyped by what he sees. He laughs, calling out Eugin for having a fake title and no formal training. He points out the sloppy stance and lack of foundation, claiming Eugin is just relying on his insane physical talent. Eugin stays silent. He knows Ganzetic saw right through him after only a few blade clashes. Suddenly, Ganzetic leaps high, launching a heavy crushing strike right at him. He offers to keep the secret if Eugin can actually win, before following up with another heavy blow. The sheer power forces Eugin to desperately divert the blade to his side. Ganzetic seizes the chance, pinning Eugin's sword to the ground and leaving him wide open. He spins into a vicious strike aimed right at Eugin's head, but the kid barely blocks it. The impact is massive, sending Eugin crashing into the stone wall as Botu laughs in contempt. People think it's over, but his grip on that sword hasn't loosened one bit. Eugin explodes back into action, a high-speed counterattack nearly grazing Ganzetic's face in an instant. The intensity is insane. Even Ganzetic is impressed by the kid's speed. Eugin forces his opponent's blade down, pivoting his body to deliver one final, decisive strike. So what do you and I take from this? When two monsters clash, even steel shatters. Let's jump into the end of this duel. Their blades are shattered, so they switch to bare-knuckle fighting. Both grab hands to test their raw strength, throwing their useless swords aside. While grappling, Ganzetic looks at the hand gripping him and thinks, he is smaller, but his power and determination are unreal. Fine, I admit your physical strength is overwhelming. He flexes, then suddenly jerks his arm to pull Eugin off balance. My combat experience is on another level. Eugin falls helplessly as the entire audience watches the scene with their mouths hanging wide open. Ganzetic grins, readying a punch. In slow motion, Eugin manages to plant one hand on the ground. Ganzetic springs up, grabbing Eugin's other hand tightly. But Eugin doesn't stop, throwing a direct punch while pulling Ganzetic's arm to make the big man lose his footing. Ganzetic watches the fist flying at him, thinking his movements are raw and completely unrefined. Either he's a total genius at learning on the fly, or his natural survival instincts for danger are just insanely fast. Now pay attention, Ganzetic just smiles, wondering what kind of monster he's actually dealing with here. Eugin puts everything into one perfect strike. The impact sends Ganzetic flying, making the terrified crowd scatter out of the way. He slams into the back wall, shattering the stone into a million pieces. Ganzetic lies there, eyes rolled back and cheeks swollen. I lost. Eugin is officially declared the winner. Eugin exhales as the news sinks in. The mysterious knight Gian Eugin. People start swarming him in awe. Did you see that? That guy is a beast. Knight Gian? Never heard of him, but Laban screams proudly. That is our knight, you losers. Batek rolls his eyes. Since when did he become our knight? This guy changes his mind fast. Across the way, Ganzetic slowly regains consciousness. His eyes clear as he finally wakes up from the knockout. Ganzetic towers over him like a literal monster. Eugin is almost swallowed by that massive shadow, but before he can even react, his arm is suddenly snatched up. Let's hear it. Ganzetic cheers, raising Eugin's hand high. A big round of applause for tonight's champion. Just watch, the whole crowd goes wild for this incredible new champion. Gianna Kamager grit his teeth in anger. Later that night, a massive luxury feast is laid out for Eugin. Servants and the butler stand ready with friendly smiles. Ganzetic looks at the food, feeling completely awkward. The butler says, "This is Master Kamager's order before opening the dungeon. You need to eat and rest up, Sir Yin. How is the lighting?" "I have closed all the curtains because I heard that you are quite sensitive to the sunlight, sir. If you enjoy wine, I have several rare bottles I can introduce to you." Mayun sits on Eugen's head, laughing. A vampire who doesn't eat? You cannot exactly tell them that in this situation, can you? "Master, if I eat all this, will I get a stomachache?" Eugen just sighs. "I appreciate the gesture, but I'll handle my own meals. Everyone please leave." The butler tries to speak, but Eugen cuts him off with a sharp, dangerous glare. "Tell your master I prefer being left alone in silence." After that night, everyone's opinion of him flipped 180 degrees. Kamager even approaches Eugen for a chat. "Oh, isn't it our great night, Eugen? Did you sleep well?" Eugen just gives a short, cold reply. "Why did you refuse all the luxury I provided?" Batek smirks as Laban bows respectfully to Eugen. "Sir Eugen, did you just cough?" Eugen thinks to himself, "All right, I could get used to this respect." Suddenly, Ganzetic shoves Kamager aside and grabs Eugen's shoulder. "If it isn't my dear battle brother," Eugen just sighs. "Ganzetic, don't get too close." Ganzetic asks if he slept, complaining about his own sore face. He points at his bruised cheek. Eugen wonders if the guy is actually asking for a rematch. "Are you free today? The weather is perfect for another round." Laban excitedly asks to watch them. Eugen realizes Ganzetic doesn't care about titles, and even the doubters are starting to change their minds. Even though he got what he wanted, the crowd is making him anxious. "You want another beating?" Just then, Philip appears, covered in wounds. The group stares at him in complete shock. Philip asks if he's been well. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rips through the quiet moonlit night. "I'm sorry, master, please spare me." Boder's shadow looms on the wall as he swings a heavy club. "If you had just done your job cleanly, none of this would be happening right now." And that's where we leave it. Boder's absolutely furious that his target is still alive and well inside the castle walls. Bloodshot eyes filled with rage, he screams out, "My entire plan is ruined." Philip drops to his knees, begging, "I am sorry, master. Those mercenaries were the best. Trust me, this master is pure evil." Bert turns away, clicking his tongue. Just a bunch of useless trash eaten by black wolves. They couldn't even handle wolves and dared to take my gold? Then, he grabs the boy's chin. "Are your eyes just for show?" Bert points a knife closer. "If they are useless, you don't need them." He terrifies the boy with his blade. "I will gouge them out right now." Everyone nearby goes pale with fear as a blood-curdling scream rings out. After finishing his task, Bert wonders what to do next. He plots, knowing he cannot simply kill him inside the city walls. A dark thought suddenly strikes him. "Ah, I have it." He stares at the light streaming through the window right above where Philip is lying. Exactly. This is the only way left. It is also the most convenient way to handle him. Looking up, he returns to the present. He asks with arms crossed, "Did Lord Bert order you into the dungeon?" Leaning against the wall, he says, "I have a bad feeling about this." Philip sits there and answers, "I only came here to sacrifice myself." "Sacrificed in the dungeon, huh?" Philip goes silent as Egan speaks. "Do you remember those mercenaries who were ambushed by black wolves near the village? Those pathetic mercenaries were definitely sent by one of your older brothers to finish you off." Egan looks over. "Philip, they don't want you alive." Now, watch this closely. What he says next changes everything for the kid. "There is still a way out. Philip Tion, come and become my slave." He turns in shock. "You are 16 now and past your coming-of-age ceremony. You no longer need a guardian's permission. You have the right to choose your own path now. Do you want to hide until they kill you, or fight until your last breath? Dungeon day arrives. Everyone gathers in front of the massive gates. No one knows what monsters wait inside yet. Ganze briefs the group. Low tiers are goblins, mid tiers are spiders, and high tiers are unpredictable. Our goal is to clear the mid-tier area. If a high tier appears, retreat immediately. Understood? The team shouts back yes as he gives the order. First, scout for dungeon entrances. One soldier sighs in relief. Thank goodness it is just goblins. No blood, right? Another soldier whispers, I plan to fake an injury and hide after the low tiers are dead. The other is shocked. What? Is that even possible? The first dungeon run is brutal. No one watches your back. Who knows if we will die while busy picking up some scrap loot? He bumps into someone. If it gets dangerous, let's just bail. He starts to curse until Bert glares at him and asks if Philip is here. He instantly flips and bows politely. Huh? Lord Bert? Philip? What exactly do you mean by that, sir? He looks around. I asked where that bastard Philip went. I clearly arranged for him to be here. The man points. Are you talking about that boy? Far away. Philip is chatting happily with Eugin. Lord Eugin, here is some food. I hope you return safely. Eugin nods. Bert pushes a soldier aside, fuming. Get ready, because here is where the real drama starts. These clanless rats crawl in so fast, just like cowards. He shouts, Philip, why are you stalling? The boy is startled as Bert glares down coldly. Did you forget my orders? Put your backpack on and get back to your position right now. Philip jumps in fear and hides behind Eugin's back, making Bert even more furious. Is this brat completely deaf or something? Bert lunges forward and grabs Philip's arm to drag him away. I told you to get back to your position right now. But Eugin grips his arm, forcing him to let go. Get lost. Bert's face turns red with rage at the words. Eugin says, bringing someone who only knows kitchen knives into a dungeon? Are you insane? Bert brushes him off. I only want to train my brother. Bert growls, look at your own rank. You have zero right to touch him. He freezes as Eugin replies, you're the one who doesn't know your place. Eugin continues, before you drag him away, this boy became my slave yesterday. Everyone here saw it. Bert is stunned. Ganze glares at him. This is a blood bond. If you lay a single finger on him, you are declaring war on me. Eugin steps closer, drawing his blade. Hey, want to warm up a bit before we enter the dungeon? Bert screams, how dare you act so boldly? He shouts even louder, do you think adopting another clan's bastard is going to be easy? This move will completely ruin his future career. Just then, he hears the other soldiers whispering among themselves. Don't worry, this time they aren't just fake knights. We actually have real, powerful commanders leading us now. Did you see Eugin versus Ganze last week? Legendary. That's where we leave it wild, right? Alright, you and I are diving into a world where power is everything and some guys just never get it, do they? He thought they appeared out of nowhere to pat his back. If it is Master Eugin, I can safely trust him with my brother. He just smirks. 16 is old enough to be a man and choose his own path. Boder is fuming but can't say a word. Eugin stares. Philip is just prey. Once the weak become a target for the beasts, survival is almost impossible for them. Even if they hold their breath, the predators keep chasing. He grinds his teeth. If you cannot be strong, find a pack. Come, let me show you the study. Oh, can you even read? That is the basic survival method for the weak. A soldier arrives with a report. There is no sign of Duam, and it seems no monsters escaped the dungeon cave. We can open the dungeon gate now. Ganzedik walks excitedly beside Eugin. Good, let us get this started then. The gates swing open for the troops. Ganzedik looks back with a warning. Worry about your own survival in there. Behind them stands a squad heavily equipped in armor and weapons. Ganzedik leads the entire team as they march forward. Philip and Kama wave from behind. See you in 4 days. Master Eugin, stay safe. May the gods protect them all. Now, pay attention. The sun is setting and we are about to enter a total nightmare. Someone falls, blood spraying everywhere. The monsters lunged in to tear the soldiers apart. Their numbers and power are just overwhelming. Men are collapsing, some screaming out in pure terror. Please, somebody save me. Suddenly, a flash of light cuts a monster in half, saving the screaming soldier. The survivor gasps. Wait, am I actually alive? Ganzedik curses in a rage. You absolute idiots. His face is covered in monster blood. Keep the formation tight. He waves his hand, ordering the troops back to their positions. Everyone panics. Move! Ganzedik commands the archers to fire. The center archers guard the cave. Arrows fly out in perfect synchronization, piercing right into the thick of the monsters. But they just keep coming. Ganzedik shouts at the top of his lungs, "Do not let them break the formation." Under Ganzedik's lead, they slowly gain ground, leaving goblin corpses everywhere. One man looks down, terrified. I knew it. Let's pause. You and I can see this soldier is completely losing his mind. Hunting dungeons is pure madness, and now he is running away in total, absolute terror. He runs away in a blind panic, thinking only about getting back to the entrance as fast as possible. He is so focused on the exit, he does not see the goblins blocking his path. I have to get out. He trips, but a sword suddenly crushes the monsters. Ganzedik stands behind him, furious. You think the back path is safe, idiot? The young soldier is paralyzed. Ganzedik grabs his collar and screams, "Wake up! Hiding here is your only chance at survival." Ganzedik tosses him aside and bellows the order, "Draw your swords, hold your ground and do not move." The terrified soldier obeys. Up ahead, the rest of the unit is still locked in a brutal clash with the goblins. Watching the fierce battle, Ganzedik wipes away sweat. These mercenaries were hired in a rush and their skill is just pathetic. Bringing these guys here is a suicide mission. Before he can breathe, someone shouts that more monsters are swarming in. Another report comes in. "Sir Ganzedik, we are being surrounded from the rear as well." Ganzedik acts fast. "Damn it, switch to a double-sided formation now." Eugin steps forward, saying he will handle the rear. Ganzedik tries to stop him, saying it is too dangerous alone. But Eugin has already vanished into the shadows. In a heartbeat, Eugin is gone. Ganzedik looks down, realizing something as Eugin becomes a lightning-fast whirlwind of destruction. His mask falls to the ground. Ganzedik rushes after him, calling for Batek to follow and cover the rear. The group moves deeper into the cave. Ganzedik leads, thinking, how the hell did he get so far so fast? Suddenly, Ganzedik's eyes widen as he sees a blue light radiating from a flower in Eugin's hand. I cleared out all the monsters at the crossroads. By the way, is this thing I found in the corner valuable? Ganzedik is breathless. It is just common glowing grass, but Eugin's insane power leaves him absolutely stunned. How can he possess such terrifying skills? Eugin does not care. He is just looking at the withered flower. After the fight, the soldiers get treated. It is a chaotic scene. I am dying. Someone help. There is too much blood. A soldier reports that the remaining mana stones are collected. Eugin tells everyone to gather around him immediately. A few glowing mana stones are kept safe, carefully wrapped up inside a simple piece of cloth. We beat that whole crowd and only got this much? Eugin sighs in disappointment. Everyone, take a short rest. He stares at the stone, noting its strange blue glow. My D appears, saying it is tiny compared to high-level ones. So what do you and I think? Is he seeking bigger stones? The water spirit explains that when dungeon monsters roam the wild, they grow massive, but that doesn't mean their mana stones get any bigger. That giant swamp fish you absorbed before was just a rare, powerful exception, wasn't it? Alright, you and I are diving into a world where rare monsters like that only appear in territories as dangerous as Lord Mayon's. Elgin frowns, remembering the struggle. He realizes that absorbing that red mana stone from the Swamp King was a stroke of absolute luck. The spirit groans, saying this better be worth the trouble of sucking up to nobles. Then it wonders if any high-level monsters are even around here. Suddenly, a massive boom echoes through the air, making Elgin freeze in his tracks. Ganzedik snaps back, cursing that their break is over. He barks orders for the exhausted team to pull themselves together and get back in formation immediately. Listen up, you useless weaklings. Lord Elgin and I are taking point. The rest of you follow close behind. Anyone who tries to run will pay the price later. Elgin thinks to himself, it is my first dungeon dive and they want me leading. Ganzedik still hasn't caught on. He suggests to Elgin that these regular mercenaries won't be much help in a real fight anyway. Lord Elgin, we should tighten the formation. The monsters ahead are going to be on a completely different level than the ones we just fought. He's hyped up, explaining that those goblins were just scouts for the real monsters who have ruled this dungeon for a long time. Pay attention here, because we are entering the mid-tier area, and the high-level monsters are definitely waiting for us at the center. Ganzedik's words send a wave of panic through the soldiers, but Elgin stays serious, listening intently to every single detail shared. He remembers that after absorbing the red stone from the Swamp Lord, he gained an incredibly meaningful and powerful new ability. Elgin clenches his fist, curious if absorbing another stone like that would grant him even more diverse and insane powers to use. After a moment of silence, he speaks up. I hear over 50 sets of footsteps approaching us right now. They are about 100 meters away, and 3 massive heavyweights are bringing up the rear. Ganzedik just grins, absolutely loving the intel Elgin shared. Gans asks if he wants to handle this himself. Elgin doesn't say a word. He just opens his eyes wide. Elgin unleashes a devastating strike that levels the ground, aiming directly at a giant goblin to kick off the entire battle. Ganzedik and the army charge forward to seize the advantage. He shouts for the soldiers to stay close and provide protection. The soldiers shout back in agreement. Up front, Elgin is already soloing two massive, towering goblins with zero hesitation. He slices a monster's arm clean off. The soldiers behind him yell out, "Lord, we are coming to support you." Elgin doesn't stop. He leaps up to eye level with a goblin and puts everything into a crushing blow to its face. Blood sprays everywhere as the goblin screams in agony, clutching its leaking wound. Elgin seizes the opening, jumping up to sever its fingers. He lunges forward with everything he has, stabbing downward as blood gushes out of the giant goblin like a waterfall. You feel that too, right? He licks his lips, covered in blood, looking more like a demon than a hero. The soldiers below are absolutely stunned. This wasn't the image of a noble knight they had always admired in their hearts. Once again, Elgin swings his hand, crushing the goblin's skull until its head collapses inward. He rips the entire thing off. Elite swordsmanship, a straight path, and an unshakable spirit. He looks like a perfect, terrifying warrior. But as the goblin's head is torn away, the blood-soaked scene makes Elgin look like a monster. This isn't the ideal knight they imagined. Elgin stands there, satisfied, admiring his own handiwork in the middle of the carnage. He looks like a terrifying wild beast. 3 giant goblins are dead, and the exhausted soldiers finally catch their breath after the fight. Ganzedik surveys the area. An old soldier groans in pain, gritting his teeth while bodies of goblins and men litter the ground. Ganzedik grows quiet. He realizes that everyone's strength is completely drained after such a brutal and horrific encounter. There is no way their bodies are this tired already. Ganzedik begins to realize what is actually happening to his men. It is the horror of what they just witnessed. Their spirits are broken by the sheer brutality of Elgin's kill. That gruesome image of Elgin ripping the goblin's head off flashes through their minds. Ganzedik thinks it is time to call it a day. He looks up at the resting Elgin and asks if they have hit their target. Maybe they should just head back now. Elgin looks disappointed. He says his energy is still full, and he doesn't know when he will get another chance like this. It would be a waste to stop now. Anyone who wants to leave can go. Ganzedik immediately cheers up at that. Then we will stick with you, he says. Elgin jumps down from above and makes a final suggestion to Ganzedik. Ganzedik, take the regular soldiers and leave the dungeon first. Only my mercenaries and I will continue on the path ahead. A voice rings out as Laban runs over, begging to be allowed to go with them. Ganzedik is confused. Did the Lord actually notice how tired the regular soldiers were and show them some genuine kindness? Behind them, the mercenaries sigh in relief. Trust me, you and I need to see exactly where Elgin's dark path leads next. Alright, you and I are about to see a cold hero with a hidden heart of gold. This guy makes us rethink what a true knight looks like as the team goes deeper into the cave. Laban huddles close to his torch, cowering. Damn it, he didn't want this, and he's scared to death. He tries to stay calm by remembering how the master handled those goblins alone, trusting him to flip the situation, but then his foot hits something hard. Egan looks down at his feet to see what happened. He lifts his foot from a squashed spider leaking green slime, only to realize the entire ceiling is covered in them as thousands begin dropping down. These things are terrifying, with massive claws and giant red eyes that take up more than half of their heads. Their outer shells look absolutely disgusting and splotchy. These cave monsters hunt in packs and use powerful acid to liquefy their prey, making Laban scream in pure, uncontrollable terror as they crawl closer. Bach says there are too many and calls for a retreat, but Ellen just repeats it in doubt. Retreat? No way. He rushes forward, slicing through a swarm of spiders to clear the path, arrogant as always about his power. Bach orders backup, but Laban is busy struggling while the master has already charged deep into the fray. Bach joins the fight as well, and the 3 of them start clearing the venomous swarm with incredible speed. Laban falls, trapped by the spiders. One opens its venomous fangs, and he cowers back in complete and utter fear. He screams silently, thinking he's dead, but then a blur of motion arrives just in the nick of time. Laban peeks through his fingers, begging for help as Egan continues his relentless, tireless assault on the swarm. Panting, Laban looks around to see mountains of spider corpses piled up after escaping the literal jaws of death. Eugin finishes another one. Laban crawls up, wondering if his master is actually some kind of monster himself. He's invincible, but Laban has had enough and just wants to go home right this second. He looks to Bach for help, but the captain is silent, making Laban even more nervous than before. The captain's legs are shaking. His face is pale. Something truly horrific is lurking at the center of this place. They rarely meet high-level monsters like this, so the expedition team wasn't prepared for what they just found. Botch realizes this massive size can only mean one thing: a top-tier cave spider lord is here. Now pay attention, because this is where the real nightmare shows its hideous, fanged face to the team. Its mouth splits open to reveal a long tongue as it prepares a rage-filled attack on the intruders. Botch screams to run, knowing they can't help against a high-level lord of the cave on their own. He begs to wait for reinforcements, but Eugin just gives them a sharp, warning glare to stay back. "Step back, this is my prey," Botch bows, terrified, while the others can only wonder what just happened. It's a total loss of control as every nerve in his body screams at him to run away. He and Lan flee immediately. Behind them, Eugin faces the beast alone as his water spirit starts laughing at the kids who ran. Those kids' instincts just gave up when they saw the massive power gap between them and the master. Eugin asks if it's stronger than the Swamp Lord, and the spirit confirms this thing is even tougher. That means a bigger magic stone for him, while the giant spider screams, totally unaware of its coming fate. You and I both know the main character isn't scared, he just tells it to struggle harder. The harder the treasure box is to open, the more he expects to find inside, while nearby, a tiny spider gets its legs sliced. It flies off as Jin coldly flicks his finger, looking at the dead monster he just finished off. The actual battle was so one-sided, the author didn't even bother to draw the whole thing. Jin recalls the camouflage skill he got from the Lord's magic stone, which enhances his skin to protect his physical body. By recreating a human form, he can finally walk under the sun without having to worry about any sunlight issues. No more hiding in the shadows. Suddenly, a girl's voice calls out to the master. "Master, why the mask before?" Girls surround him, shocked that he was hiding such a handsome face all this time. Hiding looks like that is basically a crime. They just can't stop gossiping about him. They beg the knight for stories about the dungeon, crowding closer to catch every single word he says. They're amazed he took down a giant spider alone, while Eugin just stands there like a frozen statue. And that's where we leave it. Our hero might be a monster slayer, but he's totally helpless against fans. Alright, stick with me. You and I are about to meet a hero whose looks are so god-tier, people think he is an elf. Eugin is annoyed. An elf? While others dream of being nobility, he just finds the whole conversation a massive pain. Behind them, Gonzadik suddenly stops playing around. He shouts out loud, making everyone jump as they turn to look his way. He claims he saw it in the dungeon, how Eugen's eyes glowed like searchlights in the dark. He had sharp hearing, insane speed, and that spear throw was just monstrous. "I knew you were no ordinary person," Ganzetic says, getting hyped. He grabs Laban by the neck while raising a beer toward the ladies, shouting about how Eugen must have elven blood after all. Ganzetic stares hard. With looks like that, standing out is unavoidable. How on earth did you manage to stay hidden for so long? Eugen is irritated, the man is too sharp for his own good. He leans on his hand, lazily replying that he never tried to hide. His sheer beauty makes everyone at the table freeze up for a second. It is almost overwhelming. Even Laban turns bright red from embarrassment. The ladies are breathless, but Ganzetic just smirks and tells him not to get cocky. Eugen sighs. If people are suspicious, he will just blame it on an elf ancestor. It is easier than explaining the truth. Earlier, after defeating the spider boss, Ein had claimed victory and taken the magic stone for himself. Swallowing the stone gave him power, but it also made the tattoo in his eye vanish. This was completely unexpected. Now watch closely, this is where strange memories he has never seen before start flooding into his mind. He sees himself in a foreign land, looking just as he does now, as a soft hand reaches out to take his. The sound of bells rings through the air as everyone watches him. Who was that woman in his memory? A terrifying thought crosses his mind. Are these even his memories? Eugen closes his eyes, trying to make sense of it. The past is a total blank, the only thing I have left. Then a voice suddenly cries out, "Lord Ein, please, you have to save me." The scream snaps him back to reality. He looks over to see Ganzetic shouting the exact same words, "Save me." Ganzetic is choking Laban out. "You useless brat, I heard everything. You think the Lord is just a burden?" Laban frantically tries to peel Ganzetic's arms off his neck while babbling an explanation to save his own skin. "I only said that because Lord Eugen is not human. A normal person would have run away ages ago. Ganzetic is not letting him off. So you are calling him a monster now? Fine, I will show you what hell feels like." Eugen remains lost in thought. The only thing he remembers is his name, but he is starting to get a feeling. I know what you are thinking. If he keeps erasing these tattoos, the whole truth will finally come out. Not a fake identity like a knight or an elf, but who he really is. His eyes tremble at the thought. Later, Everyone gathers around a hospital bed. Ganzedik and Ein are both there, showing their respect. Ganzedik bows deeply. "It is an honor, Lord Tian. I am Ko-Gemma, the third son of the Ganzedik family." Ein follows suit and bows. "I am Gian, the eldest son of Eugin. The Lord praises them for their hard work." He orders an attendant to bring a tray forward. "Give this to him," he says, pointing to a scroll. "I heard Eugin needed identity papers. This might not be much, but it will serve as the perfect proof of your status." Gian of the Eugin family. Eugin takes the paper carefully and offers his thanks while the old man coughs violently. Ka-Mazer rushes to his side. Tian opens his tired eyes and whispers that his son's ambition won't let him die in peace. Ka-Mazer tries to soothe him. "Don't worry, father. I will take over this land you worked so hard to build." He places his hand over Tian's. The old man looks at his dear son and speaks one last time. "This land is just a pile of black dust. Remember, a true leader guides the people, not just the dirt they stand on." Philip and the others listen to his final words in silence. Then, Tian's hand falls limp. He is gone. The people weep for their fallen leader. Eugin realizes that even though he didn't know Tian, the man was clearly loved. But not everyone feels the same way about death. Some have very different emotions hidden inside. Peter stands outside, biting his lip in pure rage. Above him, dark clouds roll in like a warning of something terrible. Ganzedik prepares to leave. He apologizes for heading out right in the middle of the funeral. Ka-Mazer is understanding. "It is fine. I know you have your own schedule." Ganzedik looks at Eugin with curiosity. "Ein has made his own choice. I am going back into the dungeon. It would be a waste to leave it now." Ganzedik laughs. "What a shame. Count Everg would have really liked you." He reaches out a hand toward Eugin. And that's where we leave it, two powerful warriors hoping they won't be enemies next time they meet. Trust me, it's going to be epic. Alright, stick with me as Ein locks hands with Ganzedik, sealing a bond that goes way beyond just words. They lock eyes like true brothers in arms, while Laban waves off, wishing the master a safe and honorable journey ahead. Ein gives the order for Batek to pack up. Philip is baffled, wondering why they aren't staying behind as planned. Batek ignores him, asking how Ganzedik usually travels. Philip remembers the horses, and Batek nods in agreement. A knight needs a horse, after all. They plan to find a mount while offloading their massive monster loot at the guild. Hearing this, Philip gets hyped, promising to be the most dedicated servant to ever support his master on this trip. Ein's expression suddenly turns dark. He coldly tells Philip he has absolutely no work for him in the near future. Cut to Philip at a grueling construction site, struggling with heavy crates while a foreman screams at his face. "Hey, kid, are you going to take this job seriously or what? You and I are arriving at the kingdom's massive trade hub, KL Ma Sun, where a ship just docked with an insane haul." The crowd is stunned. Did one night really clear a whole monster den? Laban just laughs, confirming it is all Elgin's loot. Everyone's jaws are on the floor. Isn't that the rising star who slaughtered the hounds at Tion? The young knight who literally snapped their necks with his bare hands? Laban warns a greedy merchant to back off, while Philip stares at the sky, drenched in sweat from his hard labor. Philip sighs, thinking this story is getting long. Inside, Bill Mo introduces himself as the head of a top-tier trade group. He promises to take full responsibility for processing every single piece of this legendary and valuable monster loot. Ein keeps a sharp eye on Bill Mo, analyzing every word the merchant says with intense focus. He was skeptical at first, but this massive corporation is exactly what an outsider like him needs to thrive here. The merchant keeps talking, promising to drive the processing costs of the raw materials down to the absolute lowest rates. "If you sign exclusively with me, I guarantee suddenly, slow, heavy footsteps echo right outside the meeting room door. The door flies open as a man demands to know which one of them is the famous Knight Elgin. Ein just leans back, totally unfazed. Batek whispers that things are about to get messy, but Ein just shrugs it off. This guy is just a secretary for a powerful vice president. Ein cuts him off, demanding the short version of the story. Simply put, this guy has way more influence than Bill Mo. He is a major player in this trade city. He probably wants to hijack your loot for pennies. You need to be extremely careful with how you handle him." Ein's gaze turns lethal. Bill Mo stammers, trying to tell the newcomer that he was already in the middle of a deal. The secretary sneers, telling Bill Mo not to pick a fight he can't win. No official contract has been signed yet. "Knight Elgin, your reputation has traveled fast. Stories about you are spreading through every alleyway in the kingdom. They call you a hero to inflate your prices, but we both know that is just a cheap trick from a rookie. Our vice president specifically wants to sign a contract with you, so do not waste this rare opportunity." Now, let's see if you and I can handle what's coming next, because this guy is about to learn a lesson. Suddenly, the secretary freezes. Ein's aura is suffocating. He starts sweating, wondering where this terrifying pressure is coming from. He stammers an apology, introducing himself as Yo. He claims this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance for a knight like Eugin. Ein's voice is ice cold as he asks, "A chance? Exactly what kind of chance are we talking about here?" Yo gulps, promising better terms for the loot, while Ein's piercing eyes bore right through his soul. He tries to explain that the vice president will handle it personally, but Ein's expression turns absolutely demonic. The secretary begins to crumble under the sheer weight of Ein's presence, frantically apologizing for any perceived disrespect. Ein repeats the word disrespect with a chilling tone, and Yo literally turns tail and sprints out the door. Bill Mo starts sobbing, genuinely moved that Ein would reject a powerful vice president just to stick with him. He swears his eternal loyalty, promising to do anything Ein asks. Even Ein is a little taken aback by the intensity. Really? Now that is the kind of attitude I like. Bill Mo's eyes light up, asking when they can get started. Ein stands up and coldly tells him to get out immediately. Bill Mo is left standing there, completely speechless. Back at the headquarters, the vice president asks if the offer was rejected. Yo bows in shame, admitting Eugin is dangerous. She stares out the window, unfazed by the failure, and tells her secretary to stand up and move on. "Trust me, you and I are about to see how a merchant queen handles a knight who refuses to play ball. For us, merchants, money and goods aren't just assets, they are pure power. All right, you and I are about to dive into a story about a knight so poor he can barely afford a horse. Enter Sir Eugin. A gift no broke knight could refuse." Philip's jaw dropped. "Wait, am I staying here to sell all this loot?" Eugen's voice turned cold. "You heard me correctly. Keep selling every monster material I bring back to the guild." He hesitated. "But why? Why do I have to stay behind again this time? Am I too weak to follow Sir Jin? If that's the case, I will start training my sword skills right now." Suddenly, he interrupted, asking what a slave's duty actually is. Philip bowed his head and slowly replied that it is to support the combat and daily life of their knight. Jin nodded calmly. "Exactly. You understand it perfectly. Your job is to support me as a slave by selling battle loot to make money. That is the mission I, a knight, give to my servant. Discuss the details with Bill Mo. He will teach you everything you need to know about the world of business." Philip looked down sadly, thinking that without Sir Eugin, he would be dead. He felt ashamed for whining about such a small thing. Eugin continued, "Once we earn enough gold, I will consider teaching you the ways of the sword. Sooner or later, you must support me in battle as a slave." Philip's cheeks turned red, deeply moved by those words. He smiled gently and placed a hand over his heart. Philip spoke softly. "I shall obey the commands of Sir Eugin." Jin and Botch walked through town together. He held up an empty pouch. Does money always disappear this fast? Even with minimal spending, there was not a cent left. My Dion cried while clutching the empty bag. "Your thin wallet makes my heart ache." "Sir, will we be able to make some more money soon?" "Wait, pay attention here, because everything's about to change when Eugin spots this incredible suit of armor right in front of him." Botch spoke up. "Wow, that is Teeter armor, the ultimate dream for every knight alive." Eugin looked surprised. "A dream? You mean it is expensive?" He explained it is a treasure that even wealthy knights pass down through generations rather than ever throwing it away. Suddenly, Laban appeared. He came running, shouting that a massive giant orc horde was appearing near Mon City. Monsters from the eastern forest are now entering the city outskirts. The mages are trying to stop them. Botch added that maybe they should join the suppression this time. He wondered why they were both staring at Laban. Well, unlike hunting in private lairs, killing these monsters comes with absolutely zero processing fees. This is Mayon, a commercial city overflowing with money and gold. And yeah, you and I both know what that means. It is the best place to sell loot for high prices, $1 million opportunity. Gin's face went dark as he turned. "Let's go. There is no reason to hesitate for a single second." "Wait." Botch's eyes widened. "You are out of breath." The man bowed repeatedly while gasping for air. Laban wondered why they were so exhausted. The man said the vice president sent him to gift a warhorse. Its black fur was like velvet, with muscles like a god. "This is a purebred horse with a royal pedigree." His gaze became sharp. "The vice president gave this to me?" The man backed away in pure terror. "We do not want anything from you." His face was angry as he glared. Sweat poured down the man's face. "This is just a small token of gratitude." He quickly jumped onto the horse. "Give him my thanks." My Dion flew after him to collect the money. "Master," Laban pointed. "He already left. What now?" "The captain is too fast. We cannot catch up," Botch yelled angrily. "Run after him right now." You idiot. Laban took the order. Yes. The messenger watched them all disappear. Right now, danger is brewing in the eastern forest. The goblins suddenly stopped and looked back as a horse charged through the woods. Eugin moved fast, using his blade to strike down every single monster. My Dion laughed excitedly. Look at that massive horde. I wonder if the heroes ahead have already killed them all. His eyes were full of confidence. Good. I have no intention of sharing my loot with anyone. The deep forest was filled with a thick cloud of dust. The horse continued to charge forward without stopping. Sunlight filtered through the leaves in the sky. Jin finally slowed down when he saw the light ahead. A chaotic battle was happening right before him. Mika was surrounded. If you cannot kill me, do not take another step. The giant goblins with glowing red eyes lunged forward with a mindless, savage fury. And that is where we leave it, Mika's horse bolts, leaving him alone against the horde. You saw that coming, right? Stick with me, you and I are about to see a knight of justice make an entrance that shakes the ground. Mika is shaking in pure terror, surrounded by a pack of goblins. He is crying out, literally begging these monsters for his life. Out of nowhere, a weapon flies in as Gian Eugin rushes the scene. His eyes are sharp, cold, and ready for a bloodbath. His blade cuts through those massive goblins like butter. Mika can only sit there, frozen, watching the absolute carnage unfold. Ein rides through the field of goblin corpses with total ease. Mika smiles nervously. Thank you so much. But wait, who exactly are you? Eugin does not say a word. He just swings his blade, decapitating a goblin trying to sneak up on Mika. The poor guy stumbles back, trembling. My name? Does it even matter right now? If you die here, a name is worthless. Look, an endless wave of monsters is still closing in on us. You have a point. If I actually survive this living hell, then I will ask you again. As we headed toward the great merchant city of Ma Sun, hundreds of goblins swarmed us like angry ants. Now watch this, because in that life or death moment, the knight unleashed a storm of cold steel. I did my part too, obviously. Finally, we won and saved the city of Ma Sun. Suddenly, someone asks, who was that knight anyway? Mika just smiles. You are dying to know, right? He points a finger. His name is Gian Eugin. Immediately, the crowd starts losing their minds. Wait, isn't that the knight who cleared the Tian dungeon? I heard he ripped the spine out of a monster. That legendary knight saved our city. Gian Eugin is the true hero of the people of Ma. Everyone starts chanting his name. Gian Eugin. Gian Eugin. Palin watches the celebration through a window. The whole city is buzzing about this knight. But the higher his fame goes, the harder he is to control. Luis S. Payne, the mayor, asks his beautiful niece Feller if it is okay to leave things like this. Of course, everything is under control. In fact, I want him to become even more famous. The greater the fame, the more a knight fears losing it. By the way, about his disciple. Palin asks if she means the kid bringing all that monster loot to them. She nods. Yes. According to my research, that kid is a secret, illegitimate child of the Tian family. Oh, is that so? Feller continues her explanation. Trust me, you and I need to see how she plays this. If Eugin is funding that kid, we can control both and link ourselves to the future head of the Tian family. A potential future master of the Tian house. Palin praises her. You really are my brilliant niece. I see the plan. Funding a secret heir, huh? I should send Eugin a gift too. As the mayor, I must reward the hero who cleaned up the mess in my city. I will let you present the gift. Use this chance well. Feller bows and thanks her uncle. Night falls over the magnificent castle. A slender hand lifts a teacup. A thirsty man will always find the river. A merchant's job is simple. Dig a well and wait. Feller smiles with a dark scheme. Footsteps approach. No resistance, no suspicion. Finally, the door begins to open slowly. Eugin appears. Feller thinks, I will wait until they drink every drop I sell. Her expression turns sinister. She speaks in a silk-smooth voice. Welcome, our hero in that sturdy armor. Eugin enters. I am here to show my gratitude. You are Feller, the vice director of Paling, right? Yes, that is me. Please have a seat. Gian Eugin, you look so different in person compared to the rumors of you snapping necks. That armor from the mayor fits you perfectly. It was custom made in the finest forge in Ma. It is made of special steel and monster bone. Not even dragon teeth can pierce it. What do you think? He calmly replies, It is fine. I will feel safer in the next dungeon. Thanks for the food, too. My mercenaries are in high spirits now. I hope we get good results very soon. I did not ask for these gifts, but I appreciate the gesture. Feller just smiles. Suddenly, Eugin stands up. About my proposal, but he cuts her off. I am busy. I must go. He coldly says he will stop by after the TI dungeon. It is just a small matter, and that is where you and I leave him choosing to walk away and focus on his own path. Wild, right? Alright, you and I are diving into a tense standoff. Egan turns to leave, but Jeller snaps at him to stop, her gaze sharp and angry. Wait, Jeller shouts, we still have things to discuss. Egan glares back, his voice low and dangerous. What do you want? Jeller scoffs, saying his act of ignorance has to have a limit. The armor, the noble horse, the luxury stay and food for his mercenaries, none of that was cheap. The loot he sold to the guild doesn't even cover half the cost. Bill Moe and the others watch this drama unfold silently. She continues, reminding him that everything in this world comes with a price tag attached. Did he miss that lesson in school? If not, she calls him a shameless knight with zero sense of honor. Does he really want the people of Ma Sun to find out the truth about their hero? Egan looks at her with ice in his eyes. She smiles, asking if he plans to just run after taking so much. Give me a reason to let you go, Jeller demands. Egan is quiet for a moment, his lips twitching as he prepares to speak. Suddenly, a cold smirk plays on his face. Funny, he says, you start barking orders the moment we meet. You chose to give me gifts I never even asked for, and now you demand a return? A tiny, insignificant merchant like you actually has the guts to threaten me? His words cut deep. He tells her she better get one thing straight before this goes any further. I signed a contract with the Palin Guild through Bill Moe. Egan reminds her coldly. If you buy my goods fairly, I leave you alone. I do not care what the commoners whisper about me. Now pay attention, because the main character is about to flip the script. Go ahead, talk all you want, then you will see the real price. As I see it, the Palin Guild is teaming up with the city to harass the knight who just saved your lives. Keep living like this and see what happens. Next time danger hits, no knight will bother protecting this place. I am done here. Egan turns his back on them. Baytek adds a parting shot, saying it is a shame. If they had played fair, they could have been great partners. Bill Moe looks at his boss nervously, but Jeller suddenly changes her tune. Wait, Sir Egan, please stay a moment. I have been completely out of line. She bows deeply, apologizing for letting her greed cloud her judgment. She admits she was out of line and only wanted to gain the upper hand in their new partnership. To make up for it, she wants a fresh start. They will keep the old contract but add massive new benefits for him. She promises he will never have to worry about resources again. She used to think knights were soft, just idiots chasing fame for a bit of gold. Most of them are. You and I can see it in her eyes. This man is different. He is way too dangerous to play with. Her merchant instincts scream not to lose him. Egan finally looks up and says he will hear her out. His expression is dark. This better be the offer of a lifetime, he warns. Jeller bows thankfully. Nearby, others are already eyeing the luxury gear, impressed by the high quality. A true knight needs top-tier armor and a horse. This country really is the most beautiful place, right? Baytek agrees. The contract looks solid. Egan looks down and asks for his honest opinion. The Palin Guild is massive, with hundreds of branches across the empire. We cannot afford to ignore an ally like this. They deal with top-tier nobility, including high-status families like the current Tai clan. The offer to arrange unlimited access to dungeons and hidden mazes through all of their imperial branches is an absolutely massive breakthrough for our future growth. This deal is better than being knighted by a king. It is a brilliant move by Egan. Egan just shrugs, saying he only agreed to end the noise. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. You think fancy armor makes you a knight? Look at that baby face. Can he even hold a sword? Hey, what did that rotten potato face just say? Cam-Air waves, arriving right on time. Egan is surprised. Oh, Cam-Air? Or should I call you the new Lord of Tian now? Call me whatever you want. You have changed so much, Cam-Air replies. Egan asks how things are going. Not great. My brother is not giving up. He has hired a brand new group of mercenaries. Something is suspicious about them. Remember the thugs his brother hired before to catch Philip? The ones the wolves ripped apart? They were nothing but scum. This new crew feels just as bad. Trust me, you and I are in for trouble. Alright, stick with me, this dungeon run is about to get insane. Kamau announces that Eugin will take charge, but someone suddenly cuts him off mid-sentence. Lord Tian cuts in, asking if he gets to be captain if the kid dies in there. Kamau is speechless at his audacity. Kay adds that this is definitely not a picnic, and they need to be realistic about their chances of survival. Life is cheap in dungeons, so they must prepare for every possible situation. He tells Eugin to handle things properly and be ready. Kay looks smugly confident. Eugin turns around with a sharp look and says, that is actually a pretty great idea. If I die, that bald guy becomes the captain. Now stop talking, because we have a backup plan and need to move out immediately. Suddenly, Maidion points and shouts about that man over there. Eugin coldly replies that he already knew. This is clearly a plot by B to use these mercenaries to get rid of him inside the dungeon. Pay attention here, things are about to get interesting. Elgin's sharp blade begins to tear through the enemies one by one with terrifying speed. Before anyone can even scream, the entire cave is filled with nothing but cold, lifeless bodies. His hands never stop moving for a second. The tip of his sword is ruthless. KL realizes his reputation as a monster was not an exaggeration at all. He stands at the front lines taking on 100 enemies alone while we mercenaries just stand here doing nothing. It feels like there is a massive, invincible shield protecting us from everything. KL grinds his teeth in rage at Eugen's power. He is waiting for one chance to slide his poisoned blade across that annoying face. Just one opening is all he needs. Eugen suddenly shouts a warning. The area ahead is full of mid-tier monsters, and from this point on, I can no longer guarantee that any of you will make it out alive. Follow me only if you are confident enough in your skills. Kay and Laban agree to follow, but Batet suddenly stops the group from moving forward anymore. Wait, we stop here. It looks like Ngai Ellen is planning something entirely different from what we expected. They head deep into the darkness. Eugen thinks how boring this is without Ganzetic by his side to keep things lively. Images of him fill his mind. Even after observing him for a short time, I could tell Ganzetic was a truly brilliant commander. He knew exactly how to raise morale and would always choose the most dangerous positions to lead the charge himself. If he was here, even leading this group of useless trash, he probably could have wiped out this entire dungeon without breaking a sweat. Walking slowly, he wonders how Ganzetic would have handled a messy situation like this one. You and I saw this coming, he is done playing nice. If you want to die so badly, I will be happy to help. They are all completely shocked. Where did this fire even come from? My Dion just stands there with a confident smirk, power radiating from the palm of his hand. Run, it is magic. They are being burned alive. That guy even knows how to use magic. I cannot see a thing. Kay tries to calm them down, telling everyone to relight the torches as total darkness swallows the cave. Why were you so careless? I cannot see anything. Eugen strikes from the shadows. What was that sound? We are under attack right now. Screams of pain fill the air. Wait, stop. You are hitting your own teammates in the dark. Glowing red strings wrap them up. My legs. Screams fill the night. Kay grinds his teeth in pure terror. He never expected this. Without any light to see by, the situation has turned into the perfect hunting ground for a monster like him to go wild. The old man desperately strikes the stones together, begging for a spark to catch. But suddenly, KL freezes in place as a chilling sound echoes from right behind his back. He turns around slowly, trembling. Why did he not hear a single footstep? Eugen leans in close and whispers, "Need some light? It looks like you are struggling, so let me help you out." Human eyes are so useless in the dark. Tell me, how does it feel? Can you see things a bit better now? Who is the hunter and who is the prey here? KL is paralyzed, only able to stutter in pure terror. His voice is a low growl, showing off a mouth full of fangs like a true monster. Outside the mansion, lightning strikes during a heavy rainstorm as someone tries their best to run through the mud as fast as they can. Kama shouts in a panic, but the young master just stands there, staring out the window. Eugen slowly turns his gaze toward the back, where BT stands looking just as confused as everyone else. Is that news really true? What is all this chaos about? He frowns at the person in front. Why not just ask the person involved? He throws a massive, bruised man onto the floor. BT's eyes go wide in shock. Juggets. He holds his face with trembling hands, confessing in a shaky voice that they were actually planning to murder Eugen the whole time. He claims it was Tian's order. Tian panics and tries to deny it all. This bastard has gone completely insane. He is just talking nonsense. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see the fallout. Kamau screams at his brother in total disbelief, but BT just tells him to wake up and see reality. You and I are jumping right into a mess. Do you really believe the ramblings of a madman? Do gits. Stop talking nonsense and speak clearly. Eugen stands behind him, using those glowing red eyes to force the truth out. What was I planning to do? How could I dare touch my master? A useless person like me deserves death. Kamer sees him dash past and screams out, "Wait, what are you doing?" But it is too late. Dugit smashes through the glass window with his own body and plunges outside. He grips the window ledge tightly, screaming out for its. Seconds later, his body is impaled on the statue's sword below, causing everyone to panic. Boshin immediately speaks up. "See that, brother?" He clearly lost his mind after seeing people shredded like paper by monsters. Trusting those meaningless words is just beyond weird. Do you not agree? Kamer frowns and gives a warning. I think you being this happy about his death is actually more suspicious. Boshin is speechless after his brother hits the nail on the head. Suddenly, he turns his attention to someone else. You too, Gian Eugin. Do you have no knightly pride? How dare you slander me with such vague and ridiculous words? Eugin questions him darkly. Boshin, speak on your honor as a knight. Are you truly innocent? Even though he is terrified, he still manages to spit out 2 words. Of course, he shouts. Now pay attention, because he is about to stake his honor as a knight in the name of truth. He points his blade forward in a provocation. I challenge you to prove your innocence through a duel. Hearing this, he just grits his teeth, unsure how to react. The scene shifts outside as chatter fills the late afternoon air. The second young master is holding a duel in the front yard. Good grief, what kind of trouble is he causing this time? I heard he hired an assassin. An assassin? He is always a troublemaker, but this is really going too far. Who is he trying to kill? They gossip while watching Eugin and Boshin face off. Apparently, he wants to kill the Lord's hired knight, Sir Gian Eugin. He solemnly raises his sword. Kamer stands on the sidelines, unable to hide his growing anxiety. He closes his eyes, thinking the disagreement is so sharp that only force can determine the truth now. Truth will be guided by the divine will of the gods. Eugen's cold face appears as he focuses on his next move. Victory belongs to the winner. Boshin swings his sword down with a piercing scream, charging forward while gripping his weapon hilt as tight as possible. Eugin simply holds his sword out. Suddenly, the blades collide with a sharp, metallic screeching sound. Boshin quickly pulls up with a powerful strike. He uses all his strength to attack, yet he still cannot overpower him. Suddenly, something makes Eugin lose his concentration. He remembers Boshin reporting that he found the vampire and to tell the master immediately. You saw that too, right? He snaps back and realizes he was hunted by this guy for 10 whole years. Those words make him freeze in pure terror. Taking advantage of the moment, Eugin slashes down, violently pushing Boshin back. He grits his teeth, glancing down at his weapon. After a desperate swing, his sword is sent flying high into the afternoon sky. The sword plunges into the dirt as Boshin hits the ground with a thud. Eugen's eyes glow red, his voice thick with deadly intent. Now, take this. Terrified, he can only stare wide-eyed at the impending doom coming straight for him. Meanwhile, Kamer reflects that Boshin's swordsmanship is not bad at all, yet even someone watching can see Eugin standing completely still after his brother hits the dirt. In that exact moment, Kamer realizes that Gian Eugin is far stronger than his own brother. Kamer feels the overwhelming pressure radiating from Eugin and confirms he is many times stronger. Without hesitation, Boshin's arm is severed and goes flying. Kamer rushes over, screaming for him to stop. Eugin just glances over and coldly tells him to move out of the way. The duel is not over yet. Lord Kamer holds out his arm to intervene. I cannot stand by and watch my brother die by your hands, Eugin. Boshin is injured and no longer has the ability to prove his claims. Victory belongs to Sir Gian Eugin. Boshin screams frantically. He can still fight. Let me send him to the afterlife myself. He bellows in a rage. Boshin. Looking down at his brother, he advises him to stop. Enough. It is over. Just accept your guilt and repent in prison. He snaps back irritably. Shut up. What crime have I committed? Kamer pulls him back. Boshin. He grips his sword and screams Gian Eugin's name. Boiling with rage, he charges. If only you did not exist. If you had never entered my life, I would not be suffering like this. A split second later, a flash of light streaks past his face. Eugin looks down at Boshin in confusion, wondering, what is happening? Why is my body not listening to my commands anymore? His legs remain steady, but Boshin has collapsed right at his feet. His brother stares with wide eyes, listening to the final words in silence. You should have taken the last chance your brother offered you. Eugin withdraws his blade, leaving a trail of blood while calling out Boshin's name. The bystanders can only watch in stunned silence. When it is over, he turns and leaves, leaving a heavy atmosphere behind. And that is where we leave it. Kamer can only watch them go, mourning his foolish brother. Makes you think, does it not? All right, you and I are heading to a harbor where seagulls are circling high above. Eugin walks down the hall as a voice whispers, asking if he feels any regret. He just coldly replies, regret what? Ma Dion flies ahead, questioning why he threw away his first created demon after using it as a scapegoat. Eugin just shrugs. That weakling could not even handle becoming my demon. Keeping him around would have eventually exposed my secret identity as a vampire. He was better off as a tool to lure out a duel. You really think I would spare someone who dared defy me? Ma Dion sighs at how cold vampires are. But wait, aren't vampires supposed to have a whole army of loyal slaves? Slaves are a status symbol for your kind, after all. He flatly refuses, making the spirit groan about his total lack of pride. Reaching for the door, Eugin thinks to himself that making demons out of weaklings is just a waste of his precious time. He needs someone actually worthy. But just as he opens the door, a panicked voice suddenly shouts out to him. Mentioning Ganzadik, Eugin watches them talk in confusion. Apparently, things are chaotic over there. But when exactly did he enter that place? It has been 2 weeks already. Bill Mo turns to call for him while Vo freezes up before quickly running over. "Hello there, sir. Word is you successfully cleared another dungeon this time." Eugin simply gives them a quiet, calm nod. "Glad to see you again. But tell me, what happened to Ganzadik?" Vo Diem hesitates for a second, clearly struggling to find words. She explains that 2 weeks ago, Ganzadik joined a mission to clear a massive labyrinth within the Everglue family territory. The sound of horses echoed back then, but he ended up disappearing inside that dangerous place all by himself. Now watch closely, they searched everywhere up to the mid-level zones, but found 0 traces. Ganzadik is likely trapped deep in monster territory. Without wasting a second, Eugin gallops his horse through the desolate forest. Finally, he arrives and throws the large doors wide open. As he steps inside, a figure standing on the upper floor looks down and offers a formal, polite greeting. "Welcome, Eugin. Your reputation precedes you, and you are much younger than I imagined." Eugin responds with a respectful, formal bow. "It is an honor to meet you, Lord Jevin." But as Eugin thanks him for the welcome, Jevin suddenly cuts him off. "We need to discuss this in detail." Jevin Everglue, the eldest son, invites him inside. They both head into the room. Jevin speaks first. "It seems like Ganzadik was just a bit too ambitious for his own good. We planned to promote him if this raid succeeded, but surprisingly, he entered the high-level floors alone." Eugin tilts his head, confused. "On his own? What do you mean?" Jevin keeps a perfectly straight face while confirming the story. "Unfortunately, that high-level area is a place our family has not reached in 100 years. It is the Dungeon Lord territory." Eugin is surprised. Juggets, sitting nearby, lazily explains that the Dungeon Lord is a being that rules the entire dungeon. Resting his chin on his hand with a smirk, he says Ganzadik's hunger for glory has caused a lot of trouble. Jevin stands up and walks toward both of them. "Allow me to introduce our domain's guardian knight, Sir Juggets. He was leading the troops right alongside Ganzadik during the raid." "Nice to meet you. I heard the news that you actually managed to defeat Ganzadik in a duel recently. You know, we actually have something interesting in common. I am the Everglue champion, which means I also crushed Ganzadik once. So we share a connection. I know what you are thinking, this guy is asking for trouble." Eugen's expression is the exact opposite of his joy. "Does that even matter now?" Jevin quickly steps in to calm the atmosphere. "I just meant Ganzadik was a talent we hate to lose. For everything that happened, I sincerely offer my apologies to you." He points toward Eugen and asks hesitantly, "I heard that you and Ganzadik share an incredibly deep and unbreakable bond of friendship?" An image of Ganzadik winking flashes by. "Eugen and I are practically soulmates, you know?" Eugen replies dejectedly while thinking to himself. "Sure, something like that. That total idiot." Jevin sits back down. "Since you are best friends, you will help us, right? Listen carefully. For a century, our family has failed to conquer those floors. Because of that, we have a rule. If someone is not found within 1 month, we stop the search and declare them dead. Do you understand? Ganzadik has been gone for 3 weeks. If he is not found within 7 days, his eyes widen as Jevin says hope is lost." Eugen stands up abruptly, feeling the pressure. "I will leave immediately then." Seeing this, Jevin quickly raises his hand. "Wait a moment. I understand your urgency, but a dungeon is not a place you can just wander into carelessly." He holds up 3 fingers. "Give us 3 days. In that time, Sir Juggets and I will prepare an elite army." Eugen listens silently. "Take 3 days to rest. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next." "All right, you and I are diving back in." He added that they just hired a mage, and he'll send that person to support you. "That sounds pretty useful." Mai Dion rubbed his chin, looking intrigued while the new mage waited outside for Eugen. "Honestly, that pointy-headed guy is just a total waste of space." Mai Dion snapped at Eugen, who finally looked up. "That guy looks scrawny, but trust me, he's actually dangerous. You wouldn't believe it. I seriously want to dump a bucket of water on him just to snap him out of it." Eugen stayed silent, deep in thought. Something about this situation was definitely smelling fishy to him. He remembered Ganzadik's parting words about the future. "I am about to be promoted by Count Everglue Fong. Since I'm doing so well, why don't you join me and enjoy all those great benefits?" Back in the present, Eugen realized Ganzadik was so desperate for that promotion. He'd risk anything in the dungeon. But why the sudden change? Ganzadik isn't the type to just rush into monster fights without a very good reason. Watch this part closely. A villager suddenly screams out, pointing at something in the distance while Eugin is still lost in his thoughts. Even in a rush, a guy like that would have prepared an elite team for a safe march. Then, a name shouted by the crowd snaps him back to reality. The Messiah is coming. On a stage nearby stands a strange old man. When the red shadow covers the moon, the goddess of victory will strike in her rage, destroying the entire world. People start panicking and shoving. Eugin, the disaster has started. Earthquakes near the dungeon are killing off all the forest animals. And get this, a top-tier knight just vanished inside that dungeon recently. My Dion pointed ahead, confused. Wait, isn't he talking about that pointy-headed guy? The old man on the platform screamed to pour bull's blood before the door and offer up the remaining meat as a sacrifice. Only then will the Messiah save this blood-stained land. The crowd started murmuring in total shock. Good grief, what do we do? Is this some kind of weird cult? My Dion asked Eugin, looking stunned. What kind of crazy talk is that? Eugin muttered. The vibe in this village is getting incredibly dark. A young man walked up, shoving a flyer into Eugen's hand while yelling about the gods being angry and needing faith. Eugin read the paper. Dead animals, earthquakes near the dungeon. Maybe part of it collapsed, letting monsters crawl out. But if that's the case, then why did Ganzedik? Eugin suddenly spun around. My Dion, we're heading to the dungeon right now. The familiar was confused, but someone behind them heard everything and smirked. 3 days is too long. We'll find him ourselves. Let's go and wipe them all out. A mysterious figure walked past with a massive grin. Well, I didn't expect to run into a vampire here. Eugin froze, his secret exposed. He turned to see a person with a scarf covering half their face. You saw that too, right? This stranger claims holy knights wiped out all vampires, yet here Eugin stands. Bold of you to walk around in broad daylight. Eugin grabbed the stranger's collar and dragged them into the shadows. In the background, the villagers are still chanting about the Messiah coming and needing to believe. Eugin slammed the person against the wall. His eyes glowed a lethal red in the darkness as he cornered them. Start talking. Who are you and how did you know? Answer me now, or I'll snap your neck. The person struggled as she was lifted off the ground. Wait, just let me go so I can actually speak. Covered in sweat, she gasped out her identity. The moment she said she was from the Pai Jim Ra, the killing intent in Eugen's eyes vanished. My Dion tilted its head. That name sounds familiar. Then it suddenly opened its mouth and screamed out in shock. Wait, Master, stop. If you kill her now, we're totally screwed. My Dion yelled, making Eugin look over in confusion. She's a mage. My Dion flailed its arms around while shouting at the top of its lungs. The Pai Jim Ra cult is a line of mages that served vampires for generations. Eugen's grip tightened. They served who? After one last scream, the girl fainted. My Dion went quiet for a second before realizing she was totally out cold. Later, the girl sat in a room, clutching her throat and coughing. Why attack me before asking questions? Who would talk after that? Eugin looked away, feeling awkward. My bad. My Dion, however, was just annoyed by her attitude. Talk about a sharp tongue. She covered her mouth and coughed, finally ready to introduce herself properly. I am Shino Awamaji, from the Pai Jim Ra cult. We serve vampires and can recognize your kind instantly. It's an honor to meet one of the Nightkin. I was actually looking for you, Master Eugin, on young Master Jevon's orders. Eugin realized she was the mage Jevon had mentioned earlier. Shino Aomaji then asked a very hesitant question. So, you and Ganzedik are supposed to be best friends, right? And trust me, Eugen's silence spoke louder than words. Alright, you and I are going to find this guy and shut his mouth for good. She bows her head slightly, glancing away from his gaze. I was part of the dungeon raid team back then, right when he disappeared into thin air. My Dion is shocked and asks for more details about the situation. Suzino Aji lowers her head, her eyes casting a dark shadow. Yes, at that time, I was just looking for some monster loot. If you join the Count Everglue campaign, keep in mind this dungeon is famous for being dangerous, though it has been explored for 100 years. People were moving quite comfortably, though there were still casualties. Suddenly, the ground split open. Soldiers started screaming for everyone to stop because of the earthquake. Then a massive explosion happened, and the entire dungeon began to shake violently. The ground beneath me collapsed. Just as I was about to fall, a hand reached out and grabbed Shinoa Maji's arm. Lord Ganzedik was guarding the rear and saved me, falling into the abyss in my place. I was lucky enough to wake up and escape. The soldiers started complaining. How could anyone be brave enough to open such a dangerous door? Everyone believes Ganzedik opened the top floor door and caused the earthquake. He saved my life, so I had to at least inform Lord Elgin. Elgin was his closest friend, though no one could have guessed that he was actually a vampire. He looks up and thinks that Jevon's words are far from the truth. Did Jevon lie, or is someone else spreading fake information? But wait, pay attention here, because Shanoa saw something in the darkness that she can't explain. At the bottom of the abyss where Ganzedik fell, there was a drawing of a giant eye. Elgin found it strange and asked again, "Lord Elgin, do you still have that paper from the cultists?" His face turns dark as he remembers the eye symbol on that flyer. The drawing was exactly like what I saw. Deep inside a cave, a group of people were shouting at the top of their lungs, "Worship him! The Messiah is coming! Offer your flesh and your heart with total devotion to welcome him. He will lead us to salvation." A hooded cultist hides his face, showing only a sinister and cruel smile. He is about to wake up. The followers reported that food supplies are ready and the mercenaries and knights have all gathered together. "We are ready to set out right now." "Lord Elgin, how do you feel? Are you excited to finally face the dungeon?" He mocks them, hoping he won't have to carry any corpses back. He laughs out loud as if he's completely satisfied with the situation. Lord Ganzedik was certainly trusted by many. Elgin stays silent, thinking that even though he wants to enter the maze earlier, since he knows Ganzedik's disappearance wasn't a normal accident, he needs to monitor this guy's every move very closely. "You waited 3 weeks, so surely you can wait 3 more days?" Ganzedik suddenly appears as the group moves forward. "Greetings, Lord Elgin. We are the Holy Knights from the Everg Monastery. It is an honor to walk alongside a true knight of faith like yourself. We are deeply moved by your determination to risk your life for others. In the name of God, let us fight together." You and I both see the irony here, calling a vampire a true knight of faith. Elgin just stands there stunned. His teammate laughs. Holy knights usually only follow God's orders, so it is rare for them to acknowledge a regular knight. Maybe Lord Elgin could even become a holy knight later on. He looks annoyed. "A vampire, holy knight?" Dujz smirks with a mysterious and unfriendly look hidden deep in his eyes. Elgin glares at him with glowing red eyes. The doors swing open as if inviting them in. "Let's go outside and talk." He agrees. Warnings echo all around. "Everyone rest here. Stay sharp, grab some water, and return to your positions immediately." My Dion looks around with sparkling eyes. "Master, this place is actually quite magical." Elgin observes the area and realizes it is totally different from any dungeon he has seen. It was man-made to support life. Monsters are spread out reasonably. If the worst happens, one could easily hide in this maze and survive for quite some time. Dujz speaks up. "This is a perfect hiding spot for evil, don't you think? You've done well keeping everyone alive so far." Elgin wonders how much further it is to the exact spot where Ganzedik went missing. The man sneers and tells him not to be so impatient. "I thought you said you trusted Ganzedik?" Elgin glares at Dujz with eyes sharp enough to pierce his throat. Dujz just continues to speak arrogantly. "Right now, the person you should trust most is me. Our Everglue family knows every single trap in this maze." He asks why people still die then. The man giggles, calling them small sacrifices to ensure a safe return. "And that's where we leave it. You and I just heard something absolutely chilling. Stay tuned." All right, you and I are about to watch these holy knights struggle to navigate this shifting maze when the ground suddenly starts acting strange and unpredictable. Earthquake. Dugit screams out a warning. Everyone stay sharp, because the very structure of the maze is starting to shift. Ein gives him a murderous look, but the guy just points at a collapsing wall and claims this is exactly the spot. As the walls transform, he starts talking about some secret plan and a shortcut that leads straight to the floor above. Someone screams about the earthquake through the chaos, but Duitz just stands in the middle of the cave with an arrogant, fearless look. Eugen looks at him, totally confused. Wait, what shortcut is he talking about? He flashes a wide, creepy grin as the tremor starts to close the path. Just before it shuts, he reveals exactly where Sir Yin is standing. Now watch this. The entire system starts making these absolutely terrifying and bone-chilling mechanical sounds. Elin is suddenly caught in violent cyclones that make the air feel thick. People are confused, but he stays silent and thinks. This is no natural earthquake. I have fallen right into a trap that guy must have spotted a long time ago. But what is he really after? Shino Aomaji screams as they witness something that makes their eyes go wide in total and utter shock. This is absolutely unbelievable. Eugen freezes, staring at a bloody and battered body that has been tied up to a wooden stake. Ganzedik, he snaps, immediately launching himself into the air and flying straight toward where the broken body is hanging. Ein sees the pale, tattered body on the wooden stake and feels a surge of pain. He quickly checks for any breath. Okay, I know what you are thinking. He is still alive. We just need to heal him quickly before things get even worse. I have had a feeling for a while now that something truly sinister is lurking deep beneath our feet. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind knocks them off balance. Shino looks up in pure shock. Where is this wind coming from? A dark red energy orb appears in midair, glowing brightly as a pair of eyes light up through the chaotic darkness. Right then, a massive dragon unleashes a disgusting blast of bloody energy and fire. The smell is overwhelming as its tail thrashes underground, making the entire world shake with power. These two are forced to witness the absolute fury of the beast right before their eyes. She screams, her face turning pale. That is Minoto! Ein tells Shino to stay back and protect Ganzetic. So what do you and I do now? Watch him charge forward at an insane speed to face the monster head-on. Alright, you and I are about to watch a vampire pull off the most insane dodge ever against raw speed. Eugen's sharp gaze never leaves the Minotaur, tracking every twitch of its massive, sensitive frame. The beast erupts in a hellish blast of fire, sending our main character sliding back across the stone. Suddenly, everyone's airborne. Eugen and Shino are tossed into the sky by that chaotic speed while the Minotaur draws a terrifying blade full of glowing energy. That massive frame holding such a heavy weapon is pure nightmare fuel. Yin barely manages to cling to the wall and screams. Shino screams out in terror, but those glowing red eyes are locked onto Eugen like a heat-seeking missile. The Minotaur slams its sword down, and the entire ground shatters under the weight of that earth-shaking strike. Even Ganzetic's platform is pulverized. Watching his friend fall, Eugen grinds his teeth in a fit of absolute rage. He launches off the wall with everything he has, desperately reaching out his hand to grab hold of Ganzetic. You can see the pure desperation in his eyes. He needs to end this fight right now. But wait, a barrier slams him back. Stick with me, because things just got complicated. He screams out in pure frustration. Shino frantically explains that this is a high-tier elite Minotaur, one of the most powerful monsters in existence. She's being blunt, even a vampire will die here. Instantly, Eugen's fangs drop and his killing intent explodes. He points his blade right at her throat before pulling it back, his eyes burning with pure fury. You have some nerve. Shino trembles, apologizing but insisting she can't watch him commit suicide against a beast like that. Fighting a Minotaur head-on means the chance of winning is almost zero. She tells him to stay calm for Ganzetic's sake. But why was a Minotaur even here from the start? Is this maze really that massive? She honestly thought they'd only be facing regular Cyclops in this area. A door swings open, blinding them with light as a mocking voice laughs at the mage's earth magic. He claims she survived only because of Dugitz, calling her a weirdo who just makes illusions. His eyes are sharp, his mouth curled into a nasty smirk as Dugitz lets out a loud, mocking laugh. He keeps taunting her, claiming she didn't actually want to save Ganzetic at all. What a total snake, acting so superior. Shino tries to explain, but Eugen has heard enough. He lunges forward and grabs Dugitz by the collar. So it was you. Now watch closely, because we finally found the one behind all this misery. He just laughs, saying he was just helping friends reunite. He calls Eugen rude, acting like he's the victim here. Dugitz grabs Eugen's shaking arm, but the vampire freezes, noticing something strange out of the corner of his eye. Eugen jerks his hand away as Shino's eyes go wide. She spotted it too. That purple glow on his hand, Eugen demands to know if that power even belongs to him. Shino realizes it's a power transfer spell, usually meant to share energy between humans safely, but something is wrong here. But for non-humans, this kind of magic is strictly forbidden and dangerous for everyone involved. Dugitz scoffs at the forbidden label, calling it a pathetic excuse for others to hoard all the power. He rambles about being the chosen ones who will survive this dying world through the will of God. Eugen cuts him off. He realizes Dugitz cheated to win and is acting like a hero. Time for a lesson. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson aura erupts from Eugen's body, lighting up the entire room. Two massive waves of energy collide with a force that shakes everything. Shino is paralyzed. How can a normal vampire possess this much raw power? Dugitz just smirks. He isn't worried. He lunges forward, slamming his palm directly into Eugen's chest with blinding speed. The mark on his hand glows. He shouts that he has no intention of backing down now. Both Eugen and Shino are blasted into the air. He mocks them, claiming he understands every trap in here. With glowing eyes and a twisted smile, he tells them both to sink into the darkness. Eugen screams as a massive magic circle opens up beneath Shino's feet. Things are looking grim, but Eugen forces his body to move, flying straight back at Dugitz with his sword gripped tight. His eyes are sharp and he shows absolutely no fear. His sharp blade flashes through the air, slicing a thin red line across Dugitz's cheek. Blood drips down, but in that same instant, Eugen's blade shatters into a million useless pieces. And that's where we leave it. Dugitz admits this vampire's power is totally beyond his predictions, and victory isn't guaranteed. Trust me, using Ganzetic as bait instead of killing him was a genius move. The final sacrifice is almost ready as the magic circles begin to shatter. I am so sorry, but the formation cannot hold any longer. Sino Aji rushes forward in a panic. Wait, where are you going? Her face is completely pale as the situation spirals out of control. She scrambles to escape, thinking, what is this mess? I should have just minded my own business and walked away. Why did I even get involved? Suddenly, she freezes as a dark figure appears, carrying a wounded Ganzetic in his arms. He asks if she can save him, but Sino stammers. I am sorry, but healing magic really is not my specialty. Eugin's voice is ice cold. That is not the answer I was looking for. She trembles, too terrified to say another word. A glowing red vortex suddenly erupts beneath them. I will try my best, Mayon shouts out in a desperate rush. Master, I have checked everywhere, and there is absolutely no way out. Eugin replies grimly that none of these walls can be broken. It adds that this place is like an isolated chamber at the very end of a maze. Mayon looks serious. Master, I have something to report. Even though this room is overflowing with water energy, as a water spirit, I cannot control a single drop of it. It stares at a puddle while Eugin carefully scans the room. Suddenly, he notices hundreds of glowing eyes staring back from the dark walls. Are these the creepy eyes Sino saw underground? Now, pay attention, because things are about to get really weird. He asks Mayon why the spirit cannot control any of the energy here. The spirit explains that it can only control the blood of the dead. This means the owner of all this blood is still alive. A dangerous presence suddenly rises from the water as a massive black monster emerges from the depths. Eugin stands his ground, staring the beast down without showing a single hint of fear. Sino is shocked as she continues healing Ganzetic. Eugin shouts to Mayon, find any opening we can use to escape this place immediately. Yes, master. The spirit obeys. Right now, standing directly in front of them is a massive and terrifying demon king. His expression darkens as he glances back at the paralyzed Ganzetic. He realizes he has to take down this monster first. Clearing his mind, he charges forward with incredible speed. The Demon King raises its massive hand as chaos erupts everywhere, but Eugin shows absolutely zero mercy in his relentless and brutal assault. Gritting his teeth, he leaps high and glides across the crimson water. His blade strikes out, aiming directly for the Demon King's body. Eugin freezes in shock as his blade shatters into pieces. The Demon King opens its massive maw, a terrifying light building inside. The beast's arm slams Eugin away, his blood mixing with the red water. You and I both know this looks bad, right? He stops himself and glares back with sharp, determined eyes. Gritting his teeth, he gathers his strength and launches himself back into the air. Moving like a blur, he flows through the water, skillfully dodging and constantly changing his direction to confuse the beast. The massive Demon King continues its mindless, merciless rampage while Eugin looks down at his broken blade. It could not leave a scratch, but suddenly, a mysterious power begins flowing from his armor. Strange red energy streaks crawl across the blade, wrapping around it like a living thing. His face is grim as he takes his stance, deciding he will just make do with this for now. He keeps his eyes locked on the Demon King, his legs coiling before he suddenly bolts from his position. With a sharp gaze, he maneuvers expertly to find an opening, but his body suddenly seizes up in an intense wave of pain. This Demon King is a monster that cannot be easily defeated. It continues its relentless, merciless assault on the struggling Eugin. He is sent flying into the stone wall as a sinister purple aura begins to envelop the Demon King's entire massive frame. Sino, still desperately focusing her energy on Ganzetic, looks up with a terrified expression and screams out his name. Ganzetic, please wake up. Your friend is in danger. Eugin struggles to stand, his face covered in blood as the situation grows dire. This high-level monster is insanely strong, even for a Demon King. Its eyes glow with a primal, terrifying rage. It stares him down, and then, without warning, the Demon King reaches out its massive arm to finish the job. He freezes, unable to predict what this monster will do next while its eyes continue to glow. Suddenly, a flaming arrow streaks through the red mist at lightning speed. Eugin throws himself in front of Sino Aji to take the full force of the attack. She watches in absolute, wide-eyed horror. Eugin's face is hidden in shadows as he struggles to look up, gasping for air while his strength fades away. His body trembles with a familiar sense of helplessness he has felt for decades. Meanwhile, the massive hand comes crashing down once more. Even now, his gaze is totally fearless. But he wonders why. Why does this pain feel even worse than what happened on that day? His body slowly sinks into the dark water, blood streaming down his face with no sign of stopping as his vision blurs. He sees the terrified Cieno and the unconscious Ganzedik before him. He wonders why Ganzedik still shows no signs of waking up to help him. Suddenly, those eyes slowly open. Ganzedik stares at Eugin, and trust me, you and I are ready for the comeback. All right, you and I are about to witness one of the most brutal awakenings in this entire story. I warned you. Eugin the Vampire Lord is pierced through by the ancient monster's overwhelming power. Romani is paralyzed with fear. Even for a vampire, there is zero chance of winning this fight. They are cornered, with absolutely nowhere left to run. The beast before them unhinges its jaw, charging a devastating blast in its throat. Is this really where it all ends? Romani shuts his eyes tight, finally letting those tears of helplessness fall. Master, please forgive your useless disciple for leaving first. But suddenly, a voice breaks the silence. Lord Eugin. Romani's eyes snap open in shock as he looks down. Ganzedik has somehow woken up, coughing out a mouthful of blood. His breath is ragged. Damn it, I have dragged you into this. Romani urges him to move. We are next. We have to run. But Ganzedik forces himself up and refuses to budge. I can't. He grinds his teeth in self-hatred. That bastard Litz used me as bait to lure Lord Eugin out. Eugin was the target from the start. I only got in his way because I kept pretending to be his friend. Ganzedik coughs again, feeling his own weakness. In this final moment, he remembers everything they went through together. Their bond could have been just a brief encounter, but back then, something changed for him forever. The moment Eugin stood in front of Ganzedik, his sheer strength and unbreakable spirit left him completely mesmerized. That is when he decided he would not let this chance go. He wanted to become strong enough to walk beside Eugin. The monster raises its hand, condensing raw energy, but Ganzedik just looks on calmly. Well, I guess this is it. Romani panics, trying to stop him, but before he can speak, Ganzedik grabs him and throws him to safety. Please forgive me, Lord Eugin. Suddenly, a rain of sharp needles explodes outward. Eugin remains motionless, not reacting at all. The needles close in on Ganzedik. He just smiles. If there is a next life, I will be the knight serving my friend. Now watch closely, this is the exact second something inside Eugin finally snaps as he sees his friend fall. His eyes are wide, fixed on the scene with a soulless, hollow stare. His entire body has gone completely numb. Ganzedik's death is the ultimate trigger. Eugin's jaw tightens as his fangs grow long, sharp, and cold as ice. A terrifying surge of power explodes from him, leveling everything nearby. The sheer pressure makes Romani tremble in pure fear. Eugin slowly rises, his hand casually crushing the massive needles that had pierced through his own body. Blood spills out, but is instantly devoured by swirling energy. Dark red power wraps around him like a living suit of armor. His pupils are dyed deep crimson. In a flash, he vanishes from where he stood. He rockets toward the monster at insane speed, swinging his hand in one clean arc. The beast's giant arm is severed instantly. The monster looks stunned. Eugin lands on a stone pillar, the blood below swirling like a violent red tide. It is like Eugin has completely transformed into something else entirely. Red eyes, no focus, just pure, unadulterated madness. Romani watches in horror. What is happening to Lord Eugin's body? The monster raises its remaining axe, but Eugin does not even flinch. He charges straight ahead with terrifying cold eyes. Okay, you and I can see it now, the blood itself is moving with him. This is beyond any normal vampire. Romani lets out a small laugh. Master, I think I am witnessing a legendary moment in history right now. Eugin reaches out, merging blood and energy into a single point. A sphere of crushing pressure forms in his palm. He strikes. The dark red force condenses into a spear, tearing through the monster's body from front to back. A giant eye on the beast's body snaps open. Suddenly, the blood beneath their feet begins to vibrate violently. Romani realizes the pool is draining. That dark blood is flying back to the monster, wrapping around its wounds. He moves closer to watch. Even for a high-tier monster, this recovery speed is insane. It is like a healing spell. Romani's eyes widen. As the blood vanishes, that fatal wound from earlier is completely gone in the blink of an eye. Watching it regenerate, he starts to realize something terrible about this place. Is this maze using blood as fuel to heal the monster? Eugin does not care, he just lunges forward again without hesitation. He spins through the air, delivering a brutal kick straight into the monster's eye. Thick red liquid sprays everywhere. Romani is stunned, blood is coming from the eye. After the strike, Eugin lands, ready to launch his next assault. In an instant, he is back in the air, crushing that same eye just as it tried to retreat. He does not stop. Eugin circles the beast, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes, giving it zero time to recover. So what do you and I make of this? This maze wasn't built for monsters, it was built to keep humans trapped. Alright, let's watch this world get swallowed by darkness. Eugin can feel it, this entire maze is the very god they worship and sacrifice to. A monster struggling every second. Prayers echo through the halls as the god's rage threatens to wipe this land off the map. Only a savior can stop this. Everyone is bowing and begging for mercy, while Ein unleashes a relentless, merciless assault without a second thought. The doors are slowly closing. Oh, savior, please come to us, show us mercy, and bring rain to this dying land. Luget just smirks with pure evil. Yes, let the god's fury grow even more insane and out of control. I was the one who woke you up. Now it is your turn to listen to my prayers. After a barrage of attacks, the blood on the ground suddenly vanishes. Even Romani is stunned, every single drop of blood has been sucked dry. That metal sphere in the air suddenly moves, crackling with purple light and lightning. A massive eye opens in the very center. Along with that, all the smaller eyes around the sphere begin to glow with a terrifying light. Huge wings sprout from the monster's back while another massive eye opens on its chest. An ominous power radiates from its body, turning the very air around them heavy. With a powerful beat of its wings, the massive creature rockets toward the ceiling. Romani screams for it to stop, but the beast doesn't hesitate. Watch this, it smashes straight through the ceiling and escapes the dungeon, heading for the surface. Romani's face goes pale. A high-level monster escaping from the dungeon? That is something he has never heard of before. What can they do now? He suddenly remembers there is a village full of innocent civilians right nearby. Mi-Yan flies over, excited that Eugin found an exit, but then she stops dead in pure shock, her mouth hanging open. Everything is being destroyed. Giant rocks keep falling from above as Mi-Yan desperately tries to dodge the debris. It is collapsing! She warns them to get out immediately, but as she gets closer, Eugin's sheer power leaves her absolutely speechless. He stands frozen in front of Eugin, where Genzetic's body is still pinned up, pierced through by sharp, jagged spikes. Mi-Yan calls out to Eugin, but he does not answer. A second later, he slowly walks toward the fallen man. Romani watches in confusion. Is a vampire actually feeling grief over the death of a mere ordinary human? Eugin's gaze is fixed on the person before him as he reaches out to touch the blood on Genzetic's face. Romani still can't believe his eyes, hiding his true identity while pretending to be a simple knight. I have never seen a vampire form a bond with a human. You and I are witnessing something totally unprecedented right now. Eugin tilts his head, baring his sharp fangs as he leans toward Genzetic's cold neck. He bites down without hesitation. Meanwhile, a fierce monster lands on the surface, igniting the ground with brilliant, glowing sparks. A pair of fierce red eyes open on the beast's chest beneath a blood-red moon, while the people below continue their lives, totally unaware. A voice rings out, asking a crucial question. Gian Eugin, have you ever heard of the legendary original vampires before? CNO explains that the originals are the highest ranking and most noble figures among the entire vampire race. I did not see it at first, but looking at you after your awakening, I realize you carry that ancient bloodline. He looks nervous and serious. There is one more thing I want to tell you. CNO stares at Eugin and reveals that original vampires can actually bring the dead back to life as their own subordinates. He looks at the silent Genzetic and asks if Eugin knows how to create these thralls. Eugin just thinks to himself, of course I know. Bite the neck and inject my blood through my fangs into their body. However, doing that has a cost, which he finally voices a moment later. I tried it once before, but his mind could not handle it, so I just used him as a disposable tool. For normal people, that is true. But for a powerful knight like Genzetic, it might be different. This is a story I heard from my master a long time ago. If a person with an incredibly strong will receives the blood of an original, their ego won't collapse and they will keep their human powers. I think it is worth the risk. He looks at Genzetic, worried about what comes next. The issue is his pride. He might see being forced into life as a vampire as a total humiliation. If that happens, he will likely attack us. Eugin just keeps staring at Genzetic, ignoring everything else. Master, what do you think? Master Gian Eugin? Genzetic is critically injured, his head hanging low as Eugin gets lost in thought. I never revealed my true identity, so I can't tell what he thinks of vampires. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving into a story where memories of friendship collide with a cold, silent departure. Eugin approaches Genzetic, jaws open wide to bite his neck. Only one way to get the truth out of him. Both of them flush bright red. Suddenly, Gin's eyes widen as if he just made a shocking discovery. Fangs sink deep into Ganzadik's flesh. The blood flow is too intense, and those teeth are locked in tight. Eugin panics as his insides convulse violently. The sacred rite of succession has officially been triggered. Under the blood rite, a subordinate soul and all their power belong entirely to the monarch. No turning back now. Finally, the long ritual ends. From the shadows, Eugin and Ganze begin to radiate an blinding, otherworldly glow. Ganze looks up as multiple streams of light erupt from his body, glowing brighter with every passing second. A massive pillar of light spirals upward, piercing the sky and illuminating the entire mountain range like day. Fire everywhere. People scramble in total chaos, screaming for everyone to move or die. Two men look up in terror. Is this magic? Everyone flees, desperate to escape the nightmare unfolding before them. Watch closely, the dungeon is collapsing. A massive dragon suddenly emerges, starting a brutal slaughter of the locals. That freakish beast with an eye on its chest appears, reaching out to snatch the terrified survivors. Luget watches from afar with a twisted grin. Finally, his reward for sacrificing lives to the dungeon is here. He stands on high ground, looking down at the destruction with a chilling, cold indifference. These fools will never know that this entire tragedy was just a play staged by me in the dungeon. He cruelly waits for the Minotaur to push the village to peak despair before he swoops in. A purple seal glows on his hand. This is the dark price of the contract he gained after offering up a human sacrifice. He knows people crave salvation most when they are broken. He will become their fake messiah. Luget laughs like a maniac, imagining the villagers kneeling. Die more, feel even more hopeless. The more they suffer, the more they will worship him. Meanwhile, more ferocious monsters keep pouring out. The massacre continues. A small boy trips and falls, leaving his mother screaming in absolute terror. The kid cries out for his mother, but a wolf monster is already hovering over its fresh prey. They huddle together, waiting for the end. Suddenly, a massive blow sends the beast flying into the distance. You and I knew he would show up. Eugin drops in, takes out the wolf, and sits on it. His claws rip into the wolf's mouth before he delivers a crushing kick to its jaw, pinning it down. The mother and son are stunned. He looks like a literal god who descended just to save them. Luget is losing it. Gian Eugin, why is that brat still alive? He thought the Minotaur already drained Eugen's blood to awaken. This was definitely not part of the plan. Shocked, he covers his mouth. He was certain Eugin was sacrificed and gone for good. How could he possibly return to this village without a single scratch on him? Did he awaken at the edge of death? Luget wonders what kind of monster he is truly dealing with. Standing on the wolf's corpse, Eugin looks up and mocks Luget's shocked, pathetic expression. Luget, I wonder if Duke Vin knows you are the one behind this entire mess. It doesn't matter now. I am going to make you pay for your sins right here, right now. The tower splits in two as Luget laughs. Ganze appears with a grin, ready for a long-awaited reunion. He raises his claws, promising to return every bit of humiliation he suffered back at the tournament. Are you ready to pay for playing me, you fake priest Luget? Ganzadik is out for blood. The one-armed monster levels everything in its path. As people flee, a lone figure stands his ground. Eugin charges forward, his hand crackling with a surge of overwhelming magical energy. He fires the blast without a second thought. The crowd stops, wondering who would dare fight that beast. A knight in black armor with glowing red eyes. Someone screams out the name Gian Eugin. The village erupts in cheers. He actually came back to protect us from this nightmare. Our hero is alive. That knight is putting his life on the line for us. And that is where you and I leave it. A true savior has finally arrived. Stick with me. You're about to see the moment a heaven-sent savior finally proves the old legends are actually true. Ein pours every ounce of strength into a final blow, aimed right at that massive central eye. He grips the eye with zero hesitation, his fingers digging in like steel claws. The flesh swells to its limit before he tears right through, ending the monster's life for good. Amidst the flames, a massive geyser of monster blood erupts into the air. A terrifying red rain falls as he stands tall with glowing eyes, becoming a legendary hero in the eyes of the cheering crowd. On the other side of the battlefield, the monster is officially dead. Luget's mark vanishes as he collapses in pain. The crowd realizes their so-called god has been completely defeated. Terror strikes the crowd. Disaster is coming. Run! Luget coughs up blood, struggling to speak. I have the god's power, he shouts, thrusting his sword forward while screaming like he refuses to give up. Trust me, this is awesome. Ganzadik catches that blade with just one hand like it is nothing. With one squeeze, it snaps like glass. What on earth is this? Ganzadik drops the shards and mocks him. Where did that monster power go, Luget? He's totally speechless. Was he always this incredibly strong? Right then, someone else lands right in front of the two. Ganzetic glances over and bows low. Master, please give me your orders. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. Lugat finally realizes his time is up. He tries to bolt, but Ganzetic is right on his heels. This cannot be happening. This is impossible. I cannot believe this is happening. My goal was right there in front of my own eyes. Ganzetic cuts him off, cracking his knuckles with a terrifying smile on his face. Where are you going in such a hurry? You need to pay for your tricks. You monsters are not even human, he laughs. Desperate screams echo through the village as the fire continues to burn. That nightmare finally ends as the news of Lugit's crime spreads like wildfire across every corner of the Everg territory. The village is in ruins after the battle, but at least the fires are finally out. The next day, Gian is hailed as the savior hero of the whole domain. Flowers line his path, but Gian does not care at all about the fame. Let's be real, you and I see that Gian doesn't care about fame as long as his friend is still alive. In a sunlit room, Mian grabs Ganzetic's head and starts sobbing her eyes out like her heart is truly breaking. I was so worried those orcs were going to roast your stupid head, you know? Ganzetic just looks at her with total confusion. Who are you to do that? Gian just says it is some pest that has been following him around lately. Mian is furious. Is that all you have to say about me? That is so mean. She flies up high and gives herself a proper introduction to the group. I am the great water spirit, Mezino. Even though she is a bit blurry, everyone can finally see her standing right there. Since I was Gian's first contractor, you newcomers are officially my subordinates. He grabs her before she can finish. She's a bit annoying and loud, but she does have her uses. Normal humans usually cannot see spirits, but hanging around Gian for so long has clearly changed all of your senses. Gian looks at Ganzetic, especially now that you have become one of my followers. Only animal blood for you. I need monster blood a few times a month, but how will it work for you? Ganzetic stares at his hands, deep in thought about his new life as a vampire. Do I have to avoid the sun? Mian warns him he will turn to ash. He ignores her and runs outside. I need to test this for myself. She screams in terror. Gian had to work so hard to avoid the sun. So what is this idiot doing? Gian's jaw drops in shock. Under the burning sunlight, Ganzetic is standing there and he is perfectly fine. He just shrugs his shoulders. It is no big deal. Gian still cannot believe it. How is this happening? Gian is a progenitor. Burning up in the sunlight is only a problem for those low-level, common vampires. And that is how we learn progenitors are the ultimate noble species. Alright, let's dive into a world where walking under the sun is no longer a death sentence for our favorite ancient vampires. Hearing that, he finally tries stepping outside. Under the direct sunlight, he drops his protection, exposing his hand, but absolutely nothing happens. Jin is completely shocked, it really works. He mocks himself, wondering why he spent so much time suffering for no reason. Ganzetic suddenly throws an arm around Eugen's shoulder, grinning. Hey, what was that lie you told me before? A celestial race? He keeps teasing. Now I finally know the real reason you always wore that hood and refused every single one of my sparring invitations. He simply explains that it was the only way he could survive at the time. Ganzetic laughs. Well, you've run out of excuses now. I'm looking forward to learning plenty more from you. For some reason, he still can't say the name Yin properly. Ciano quickly reminds him that calling Lord Gian by his name is forbidden. From now on, you have to address him as master. Ganzetic stands there completely stunned. Wait, what? Why on earth? He emphasizes that it is because he is now Eugen's kin. Ganzetic complains, asking what kind of ridiculous rule that is supposed to be. We were best friends before I became your kin. Ciano just shrugs, saying complaining to him won't change anything. Pay attention here, because we are heading back to the night of the intense battle when Eugin bit Ganzetic to save his life, ending his humanity forever. Eugin stands firm, claiming this was the only way to save him. He warns that his future will be full of restrictions and danger, even saying that dying might have been a better fate than this. Unable to look Ganzetic in the eye, Jin turns away. If you feel betrayed, you don't have to follow me at all. Saving your life was just a sudden whim of mine. Ganzetic freezes, trying to process those cold words. As Eugin begins to walk away, Ganzetic finally speaks up. Hey, that is actually a pretty hurtful thing to say. His best friend struggles to stand, admitting that being human doesn't matter. What matters is that he likes Eugin and was saved by him. Eugin stops and looks back. Ganzetic just smiles, accepting his new reality. You think I'm so ungrateful that I wouldn't repay my savior? If I'm your kin, then fine by me. He declares with total determination that he will follow Eugin for the rest of his life. Back in the present, the two are still bickering. Ganzetic thinks it's absurd he can't use his friend's name, leaving Ciano frustrated. I know what you're thinking, Eugin has a dark sense of humor, He wonders if sewing that mouth shut would finally bring peace. Ganzetic suddenly remembers something and stops the argument. Oh, right. He looks toward Eugin with a curious expression. Master, where are Blondie and Patch? Eugin looks away mysteriously, mentioning he sent them on a top-secret mission. Devon briefly summarizes the contents of a new letter for Eugin. The Xen monastery sent a thank you note. Apparently, thanks to Eugin's actions, they cleared out the cultists hiding inside. It also mentions that holy knights used forbidden anti-magic crystals to attack the labyrinth and expand their dark influence. Eugin had arrived and discovered the truth, immediately ordering his mercenaries to track down and capture every single one of them. Eugin doesn't want to hear any more empty, flattering words. As far as he knows, holy knights only follow God's will. Their voluntary involvement in the labyrinth raid is beyond suspicious. With doomsday rumors spreading, he wonders exactly which god is driving these knights to join the purification team so willingly. Devon looks helpless. The Xen monastery is protected by the powerful Everg family. It was always supposed to be a place of pure faith. If they hadn't found this corruption in time, the Everg family honor would have been seriously damaged. Zevon takes this moment to express deep gratitude to Lord Yin on behalf of his entire household. Respect for Eugin is reaching a whole new level among the local people. He hopes Eugin will accept their praise and hospitality, but Eugin refuses, saying it was simply his honor to help. As they prepare to depart, Jeevan suddenly calls out to them. He offers his congratulations to Ganzetic for returning safely. It is truly wonderful that his close friend is alive and well. Once the team is gone, Devon's expression turns dark and calculating. Meanwhile, at the local pub, the men are celebrating loudly. They toast to Ganzedic's return. The rumors about his death were getting pretty bad, making everyone fear the worst. We really thought you were gone for good, Ganzetic laughs, telling them it is thanks to his allies that he's back. He makes sure to remind them that his survival is mostly thanks to the incredible power of his new master. The crowd gets even more excited. So you've officially chosen Eugin as your master? Trust me, you and I aren't the only ones impressed. They all beg to join too, but Eugin just coldly refuses them. Alright, stick with me because our main character is finding out that being a vampire makes beer taste like absolutely nothing. Gia notices something off. The color of Lord Ganfik's eyes is totally different now. Did something happen in the dungeon? That question makes Jin freeze for a second before he suddenly grabs Gia. So, did you and Patch really clear that monastery? What? Did Patch exaggerate your skills? Gia snaps back, telling him not to underestimate him like that. He claims he is finally a proper mercenary now, but Jin just teases him about his new title. The brown-haired guy joins in, saying Jin exposing the monastery's true face was actually pretty incredible. Apparently, even Lord Jebin looked shocked during the report. Jin just gives a cold smile and asks if that is so. He wonders what Jebin was really shocked about. Did they actually think the monastery would send a sincere thank you letter? The group realizes Luggets was just a scapegoat, but Jin reveals he actually planned it that way from the start. He told them to handle the Holy Knights, but he never said they should leave the monastery director alone. He starts explaining the deeper logic behind his cold-blooded move. If we wiped out the entire monastery and shamed the Everg family, those nobles would use that as a perfect excuse to start hunting us down. But by leaving a way out, the family can just sacrifice Luggets to save their own skin. The brown-haired guy is totally shocked. This means only Lord Jebin will be forced to act. Jin turns and calls for Patch, who answers immediately. He gives the order they need to vanish from the Everg territory tonight, and they have to be extremely discreet about it. Deep in the forest, a group of horses is galloping at full speed. This mercenary squad looks like they are in a massive hurry. Gia screams in a panic that they are surrounded, but Glad tells him to snap out of it and stay focused. An assassin on a black horse watches them closely, wearing a dark leather cloak. This is the man named Ein. He is burning with rage. Even if Luggets was a sinner, he was still a knight favored by Lord Jebin himself. Jebin is suffering because he couldn't kill the traitor himself since Ganfik got to him first. The assassin feels this isn't just a lie to his lord, it is a direct stain on Jebin's precious honor. Fueled by pure hatred, he vows to slash Gin's handsome face into pieces to make him pay for his crimes. But when he sees Gin's face, he freezes in shock, and in that split second, Gin strikes him down from behind. Immediately, Jin shouts for everyone to stop. The horses screech to a halt, nearly crashing into each other in the chaos. The enemies realize they fell for a trap. Macaulay tries to regroup his men, but Jin blocks their only escape path. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoes through the trees. It turns out the ones being surrounded are actually the assassins. They have the killers trapped. Ganze looks at Gin with pure respect, praising his flawless strategy and leadership. He notices Gin's sword skills are sharper too, especially how he uses a saber while fighting on horseback. Jin casually says he learned it from him, leaving Ganze completely stunned and confused by the claim. Ganze gets shy and insists he never taught him that, but Jin knows the truth is much darker. He remembers the blood transfer, how all of Ganfik's combat skills and memories were carved directly into his own mind. Something strange happened then, and a mysterious voice whispered right into his ear during the process. You and I are likely wondering the same thing. Here is he just hearing things, or is this the actual voice of destiny? Macaulay speaks up, asking how Jin can be so shameless after insulting Lord Jebin like that. He rages at Jin for being ungrateful to the man who wanted to make him a knight of the territory. He claims Jin is just a weakling who failed the dungeon and blamed Lugitz. Jin just sighs, bored of the noise. Ganze realizes he knows this guy. He asks Macaulay how he is doing before Jin impatiently draws his sword. He tells them all to prepare for death, promising to let only one person walk away alive. Ganze quickly intervenes. He tells Gin to wait and suggests they treat the enemies as prisoners of war instead. Gin is skeptical. Ganze explains that respecting a brave enemy's honor is an old custom they should probably follow. But the real reason is the ransom Ganze has money signs in his eyes. Jin still looks ready to kill. He asks if they just need their limbs attached to be worth money, which leaves the others totally speechless. Jin compromises, saying he won't break their joints. A second later, the forest is filled with screams of mercy. Later, even though he is covered in wounds, he has a big smile. The manager welcomes them warmly. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how these prisoners react to being treated this well. Stick with me, you and I are watching Elgin calmly arrange for the merchant to cover all their bills using the money he took from the greedy Jevin, while Ellen suggests taking even more. They might look like commoners, but they are territory knights and carry a massive ransom price that makes them very valuable. Sir Jevin, the eldest son of the Everg family? Besides that, I need your help to repair this damaged set of armor. The merchant gasps, amazed that even dragon teeth could not dent this armor, yet a simple iron rod pierced it like butter. She immediately accepts the job, promising to reinforce it properly, while Elgin suggests forging a brand new set for Ganfei as well. Ganfei is thrilled, his master included him, but Elgin coldly responds that he needs to maintain his dignity since he is an ally now. He is ecstatic, realizing that following this master was the best decision he ever made as he basks in his new position. The merchant admits her judgment was right on the mark. He even managed to recruit the legendary and famous knight Ganfei. In her head, she starts running the numbers and calculating the massive potential profit of this high-level alliance. With the loot he brings, a few sets of armor are nothing compared to the benefits of keeping a VIP customer happy and loyal. Sensing a golden opportunity, she tests the waters by asking Elgin where he plans to take his journey next. Elgin does not hide his intentions, stating that he plans to continue conquering the high-level sectors of the dungeon. Seizing the moment, the merchant suggests that anyone wanting to do big things is going to need a lot more gold. Now here is where it gets interesting. She mentions a special playground for him. While back at the estate, a furious Jevin slams his desk in rage. He is losing his mind and cursing everyone out because not a single one of his subordinates can get the job done. How can knights of the prestigious Everg family fail to handle one man and end up being captured like common prisoners? Jevin remembers Elgin and glares, realizing the man is far stronger than Luggett, and begins to plot his next move. Can he really just ignore someone who dared to kill knights on his own territory? He looks at the floor as he realizes something. He stares at the map and remembers that Elgin arrived here through a special introduction from the Bane Merchant Guild. That means his next destination must be a magical site that currently has a standing contract with that specific guild. He focuses with all his might until a cunning, wicked smile spreads across his face as he finds the target. He sees the location clearly on the map. It is the ancient ruins located on the Kagan Peninsula. Out at sea, the ship cuts through the waves while Ganfei turns to his master to ask if he has heard the rumors. He explains that on the Kagan Peninsula, the influence of the Central Church is almost zero due to recent events. The former Marquis who unified that land was a religious fanatic who lost his title after his brutal tyranny was exposed. Because of that, the entire situation there is a total mess, though Elgin seems surprised to hear such news. Once the territory collapsed, the local bishop fled, causing the common people to lose all faith in the church. Elgin calls it good news, while the spirit mean flies over in a panic, screaming that the mage is about to die. Seo is on the floor, losing his lunch from the worst case of seasickness as he throws up over and over again. Ganfei just scoffs, wondering why a mage who cannot handle a few waves even bothered coming along instead of staying on land. Okay, I know what you are thinking, but this mage is desperately trying to stand up and explain himself despite his face being totally pale. He believes the magic of the Blood Shadow sect will be a massive help for their noble and ancient leader. Ganfei demands to know his real goal. so Seo admits he needs high-level monster parts to create a chimera. He raises his hand and shouts that his research is the most important thing in the entire world. Creating his very own chimera is the ultimate mission and the supreme goal of his entire magical sect. He swears on his honor and his magic that he truly wants to help Elgin, but the main character just sighs in disbelief. It sounds incredibly suspicious, and Ganfei explains that the mage is basically just begging not to be abandoned. Seo then nervously asks about the spirit, wondering how a spirit could ever form a contract with a vampire. Elgin does not really care and just thinks about the gold. A trip that pays well is a perfect reason to go. He turns to Min and asks if all spirits are this obsessed with money and gold coins. She snaps back instantly, telling him he can only insult her if he pays her a gold coin first. Ganfei laughs, telling Elgin that everyone has their own goals, but they are all drawn to his undeniable greatness. He looks at the crew and notes that even the mercenaries seem to be following along out of respect for their master. The crowd is cheering wildly as they watch a brutal arm wrestling match, shouting for the fighters to use all their strength. The fighter laughs, boasting he could switch to using just one finger, but you and I know the real battle is coming. Alright, you and I are diving back into the story of a vampire seeking vengeance and his loyal crew. I have never heard you mention it seriously. Hearing this, Eugin starts reflecting on his own dark path. A goal? I only have two. His deep crimson eyes turn solemn as he recalls the terrifying memories of a past full of shadows and pain. He needs to find all his lost memories to understand his true existence and use magic stones to grow powerful enough to avoid another pathetic death. His dark alter ego suddenly emerges. Don't blink, because the Holy Knight who killed him and the church are still hunting vampires, so he must stay sharp every single second of every day. Ganze notices Egin's heavy mood, and the atmosphere between them suddenly turns quiet. But then, he flashes a bright smile to break the tension of the silent air. If you do not want to talk, that is fine. Your goal doesn't matter to me at all since I only have this brand new life thanks to your grace. Ganze laughs excitedly. Many interesting things will happen later. I am really looking forward to it. Egin turns in surprise. Don't you want fame and riches? He explains that a knight finds honor in battle. Besides, getting to enjoy the sunlight while traveling like this is already a dream come true for him. If I were dead, I wouldn't be on this brilliant journey. I would probably be drifting down the dark underworld river. Thank you again, Master. He smiles widely. Your goal is my goal. Just give the order. No matter where we go or what we do, I will always be right there by your side. Egin says nothing, just glancing at Ganze laughing and talking so freely beside him. Ma Dian flies in happily. Egin, I love gold, but being with you is much better. But we are still collecting gold for the Golden Castle, right? Tell me we are. Sinnoh raises a hand. I will help as much as I can. The others join in too. We feel the same. Loyalty cannot be bought. But then Sinnoh bows his head, desperately begging for more monster loot as a tiny reward for his help. Egin replies that it simply depends on his level of contribution. Sinnoh sighs without any life left in him, saying he will do his absolute best. You see that smile? Even a cold-blooded vampire can't resist a loyal crew, even if he says they are just getting in his way. It is strange. Egin smiles softly. This trouble feels okay. It's a beautiful morning at the harbor city of Morphone on the Kagan Peninsula. V and some soldiers arrive. Greetings, Lord Eugin. I was sent by the Ba Union branch manager to meet you. I am Vion, the mercenary captain guiding you to the territory of Baron Belgailon. He asks if they can leave immediately since their current schedule is honestly quite tight. Egin agrees firmly. Let's go. And so, they set off together. Baron Belgailon's territory is one of the very few places in Kagan that manages to run a magic zone properly. V explains that things are very difficult lately, as they can't even hunt a single mid-tier monster anymore. Eugin asks if it is because of the One. He confirms that is exactly the case. They are very clever and attack at any time to disrupt the local suppression forces. They use harpies to weaken everyone before striking. Eugin listens, realizing this is his big chance to finally get his hands on a high-grade red demon stone for himself. V warns that if they meet bandits, it's best to just pay the toll and stay safe. Egin wonders what wyverns have to do with bandits. V looks worried and remembers the old man's strict instructions from before. This knight was sent by the vice manager himself. You must not be rude to him, understand? V worries that a pampered noble like Egin, who looks like he has been spoiled since birth, might die at the hands of bandits before they even reach their destination. He looks at Ganze. That knight looks strong, but the other guy, not so much. Egin is likely just a typical noble riding on others' coattails to gain some easy fame. Vion says they are here for monsters, not bandits. This master guy really doesn't look very reliable at all. Egan turns his horse around and starts heading deep into the dark forest without saying another word. Egan calls for Ganze's spear. Ganze obeys immediately. V is completely shocked. He raises the heavy spear high, aiming to strike something hidden in the distance. Trust me, you want to see how this spear throw ends for those poor souls. Alright, you and I are about to dive into an ambush that goes horribly wrong for these cloaked attackers. They realize they are exposed and charge, but suddenly, strange figures surround them. Vidun is shocked, clenching his teeth. An ambush? I didn't sense any mana at all. How on earth did Lord Ein detect them? Egan charges forward on his horse and signals his men. Vazan, stay in your positions and guard the carriage. V panics, trying to stop him. Wait, sir. Just pay the toll fee, he shouts, looking worried. Picking a fight like this will only put you in unnecessary danger for no reason. Hearing this, Egan shoots him an annoyed look and ignores him completely. You are worrying way too much, he mutters coldly. Instantly, he yells out, let's go. Ganze Ditch quickly spurs his horse to follow him. Understood. V draws his sword, ready for anything. Damn it. I had a bad feeling from the start, V mutters, cursing under his breath as he watches Ein ride away into battle. He thinks Ein is just an arrogant, irresponsible noble. Meanwhile, Egan grips his sword, noticing the high-quality material. This is definitely a high-level weapon. He glares at the pathetic crowd and demands answers. Why do trash like you have a weapon of this quality? The bandits fall to their knees, and their leader confesses everything. We stole it from a thief who took it from the Faicho family. Sir, now watch this. They are begging for their lives. Take it all and spare us. They are crying, offering to be slaves just to survive the day. Ellen's group just scoffs. Egan looks at the bald leader and continues his thought. But with so many of you, the cost to feed you slaves would be too high. The man panics, desperately promising anything. It is fine, sir. I won't eat. I can go hungry. Just give me some water and let me live. Watching Egan's cold face, V thinks to himself, unbelievable. He starts remembering everything that happened to bring them to this exact point. Clearing out a bandit gang that terrorized the village for years in just 2 days? This man sent by the Bane trading house is different. Seeing that tough-looking bald guy sobbing and begging for his life is a trip. V sighs, looking at the mess left behind by this absolute monster. They were so arrogant back in the village, but now they are kneeling? Egan finally speaks up, breaking the heavy silence. Fine. Our schedule is already delayed. Let's move out. His teammates nod. But then, another man runs up, looking completely panicked. Wait, Lord Elgin, what do you plan to do with the rest of these bandits? Egan looks confused. What do you mean? The villagers look at each other, flustered. Weren't you here to protect us? We just assumed that was the whole point, sir. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Ein looks totally done with this, doesn't he? Then Ganzadik runs over and starts laughing like a maniac. Haha, it's obvious they want to make you the new lord of this village. Ein is stunned. Wait, what? The villagers all shout together. Our village needs a righteous leader like you. Lord Yin, please, stay and lead us. Vezan watches from behind, his mind racing. Wait, didn't he already wipe out all the bandits on the road here? Is he really that strong? Then it hits him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance for the villagers to serve under an elite and powerful knight. V runs forward to call out. Lord Eugin, he is ready to make his own proposal. Sir, may I say one thing? Vidun looks at the kneeling bandits. The force you just crushed was the most notorious in the region. Most are dead or captured. Egan asks, and your point? He explains that the village and the surrounding caves are now wide open. There is no one left to challenge his authority. The tiger is gone from the mountains, sir. If you wanted to, you could become the lord of this land right now. On his shoulder, May jumps. May whispers in his ear. Master, do it. Become the lord, please. Ein narrows his eyes, starting to seriously consider the benefits of this position. Having power and status wouldn't be bad. It's a type of invisible strength that could help him keep the central church in check later on. But is being a lord worth the effort? He needs to find the red demon stones. Would this role just distract him from his real mission? Suddenly, he looks toward a loud noise from outside. Arg! Someone screams in pain. A man bursts through the door, out of breath and shouting. Lord Eugin, we have a huge problem, sir. He reports that the bandits they took as slaves stole the horses and escaped. Apparently, they hid metal shards in their mouths to cut the ropes. The man gasps for air as he tells the story. They attacked all at once. Gaben was injured while trying to feed them. Please, avenge us. Everyone turns to look at Eugin, waiting for his command. Should we pursue them? A man asks. I'm thinking. Eugin replies, turning to the messenger. Bartek, are you injured too? The man looks surprised. "Oh, no sir, it is nothing, just a small scratch on the back of my hand." Bartek explains that most of the blood belongs to Gaben. Eugin is absolutely fuming now. "How dare they?" he growls. "Those trash-tier bandits actually dared to hurt one of my mercenaries?" He starts storming out, shouting in anger. "I'm not letting them survive. Trust me, you and I wouldn't want to be those bandits right now. He's absolutely terrifying." Ganzadich chases after him, shouting, "Master, I am ready to go." He simply smiled and gave his final orders. "You stay here and protect this village. Tell the chief I accept the offer to be lord, so start healing all the wounded people immediately." Ganze followed him with a grin and replied, "Oh, I see. My master, no. I guess I should call you my lord now, right?" Jin leaves Ganze behind and heads out alone. "Trust me, you and I are about to see him pull these weeds by the root." In a nearby town, everything is pure chaos. Villains are shouting and screaming. "It is on fire! Bring water over here right now! Hurry up!" A group stands by calmly, watching the flames. When I was captured, I heard they were heading to the ruins for a meeting. They sit comfortably on their horses, throwing torches into the small town as it burns to the ground. They are from Ma Sun, so they will probably leave after the hunt or just die at the hands of Vaughn. The wicked man laughs, declaring that once the Black Knight is finally gone, Ba Anan will reclaim this entire area. Then he spots a group of people and shouts for them to stop right there. He rides his horse toward them and yells, "Who are you? Are you the ones who set the church on fire?" One resident trying to put out the fire shouts back, "It has been easier to breathe here since the Black Knight started killing bandits." "Wait, what?" The thug pulls out his sword and announces that from now on, they are the new masters. He laughs like a maniac while slashing at the civilians. "I am taking the heads of anyone who annoys me." Everyone screams in agony. The villains cheer. "If we can just take over that silver mine on the mountain, our work is done." Suddenly, Eugin appears, looking absolutely furious. Stick with me, because he is about to explain why these bandits have turned everything into such a mess. The thugs are hit with a sudden attack and start screaming in terror. It is the Black Knight. Eugin walks through the puddles of blood, growling at them. "You think you can leave a trail of blood and just run away? Is this all you have?" Eugin looks down, calling them beyond stupid. The entire group panics and scatters in every direction. Screams fill the air. "Why did you come here? Please, take me with you." One bandit who was just acting tough is now begging on his knees, "Forgive me just this once. This time I really surrender." But a sudden sword strike cuts his words short. Eugin flashes past, and in a heartbeat, that piece of trash is dead. He shows no mercy. Agonizing screams echo everywhere as they call him a monster. Eugin continues his cold-blooded slaughter of the bandits. One man is hit so hard his eyes bulge and he spits blood. Blades pierce through their bodies without a hint of pity. Eugin walks over and pulls his blade out of those filthy, lifeless corpses. He lets out a soft sigh, looking toward the distance where the town is still burning intensely. The poor villagers are doing their best to put out the fierce flames. Eugin walks up and tells them not to be afraid. He introduces himself to everyone. "I am the Knight Eugin. The trash that tried to take over Minan is gone now." Standing tall and powerful, Eugin brings peace to the town. He tells them to stop being scared and to rest easy. Eugin promises to protect the village. Suddenly, he senses something and dodges a projectile just in time. He catches the arrow and grits his teeth. An arrow? He looks toward the dense forest where it came from. "Master, something feels strange." Eugin steps forward, sensing a powerful presence of a high-level monster from the demonic realm. "Be careful. Watch as you and I follow Eugin into that dark forest." Deep in the forest, Deo Mongdo is watching with disgust. This was supposed to be my personal hunting ground." He finds the weapon left behind by the assassin and mocks it. He curses at the stupid outsider for having no professional ethics or background. Just then, Eugin arrives at the scene. Deo Mongdo looks Eugin over, noticing his vampire fangs and glowing red eyes. Eugin swings his sword in a direct attack. After dodging it, Deo Mongdo arrogantly asks why another vampire looks so surprised. He covers his face and laughs. "Oh, I guess a rootless outsider would be shocked. That is why you look so pathetic." Deo Mongdo brushes his hair back with pride and challenges Eugin. "The cold blue blood of the Norser family flows in me. I order you." Deo Mongdo glares at Eugin with an intense gaze and gives a command. "Kneel down, you half-breed outsider." But soon enough, it is the silver-haired guy who is actually kneeling and begging for his life. "My lord, please forgive me for not recognizing your status. My crime is worthy of death." The stranger with white hair falls to the ground, covered in blood and trembling in a state of absolute, desperate regret. He suddenly realizes he made a fatal mistake by trying to attack a terrifying being like Eugin. His eyes are filled with terror. He is certain Eugin is a primal vampire and he must stop his clan from being wiped out. Eugin looks down coldly at the man prostrating at his feet. So you and I leave it here, he is no true lord. Alright, you and I are about to watch Eugin absolutely break a vampire's spirit with one incredibly sharp and cold question that hits home. No, Lord, I acted entirely on my own. I was a complete fool to ignore your orders, and now I have messed up every single thing. This is a total disaster. He cries out in total agony, begging Eugin for mercy, and offering his own life just to pay for his sins. Seeing a guy go from a total bully to a sobbing mess this quickly, it is honestly pathetic. The spirit sighs, good grief, he broke that easily? Talk about being incredibly fragile and weak. Eugin stands there in total silence, recalling the dark lore of vampires where parents are the ones who turn them into shadows, and family hierarchy always comes first above everything else in their world. It is a brutal system. His glowing red eyes narrow slightly. He wonders if he should keep threatening this guy just a little bit more. With a terrifying aura, he growls, "Why should I listen to a failure like you?" Eugin's fury scares the silver-haired vampire to death. He slams his head against the ground repeatedly, the hollow thuds echoing through the eerie silence. In pure desperation, he screams, "I swear on the blood of the noble house and the title of my father, Duke Violin, I will do anything you want. Just please, I beg you for forgiveness." Now watch closely, this word, anything, is exactly the opening Eugin was waiting for all along. After leaving the scene, Eugin and his group continue their journey, crossing small, flowing mountain streams. Ma-Eon flies around and asks curiously, "Are you planning to use that vampire to spread rumors about your arrival? Announcing the new master of the village would be a smart move." Still, she is worried about the loyalty of a guy who just begged for mercy. She knows the dark races are famous for being incredibly sneaky and low. Eugin just smirks, looking straight ahead, and drops a cold, hard truth that settles the entire matter. "After all, I am one of them anyway." Ma-Eon has to admit he is right, but she sighs with unease, still unable to feel completely safe about it. Meanwhile, watching his companions' backs, a weird and sudden thought pops into Eugin's mind. Should I just punch that vampire to wake him up? She has a point. Vampires are sneaky, so it is better to be firm if he wants to live. No more games. Eugin gives a freezing warning, making the spirit Ma-Eon think he is one cruel future demon king. After traveling for a long time, Vion finally speaks up to break the heavy and quiet atmosphere between them. "Lord Eugin, we are almost there." He points to a massive building appearing through the mountains and forest. "See that castle ahead? That is Baron Bergelan's castle. You have come a very long way today." Facing the Lord sitting behind piles of messy paperwork, Eugin asks him directly, "Did you just say you won't send more troops for the third expedition?" "Baron Bergelan, please answer me." The Baron, with his aging face, rests his chin on his hand and admits his situation is complicated. He explains that getting such a rush notice today was way too sudden, then starts acting like he needs to teach the boy a lesson. A lord's duty requires high-level thinking. It is never simple, whether we are talking about financial management or handling an entire army's logistics. The Baron looks at Eugin with calculating eyes. "Surely a capable knight like you understands that, right? You and I both know Eugin isn't one to get played, and he is about to turn the tables right now. I get it, but I do not intend to be the one losing out here." Looking the Baron in the eye, he makes a firm demand. "Then you must increase the reward for this mission." To the Lord's total shock, Eugin sharply points out that he knows the Baron failed twice already while trying to conquer these mysterious ancient ruins. He argues that a third attempt needs more troops, but if there are no soldiers, then the reward has to go up. I do not think this is an unfair request. Baron Bergelan is stunned for a second, then suddenly bursts out laughing in pure and total delight. "Haha, just like the rumors said. What a brave and bold knight indeed." He accepts immediately and calls for his head butler to get the official paperwork ready. The Baron orders his men to give half of all items and mana stones from the monsters to Eugin. Satisfied? Looking at the contract in his hand, Eugin smirks with total victory. "Enough. You are as generous as they say." The Baron smiles with a hidden meaning and asks, "The expedition starts tomorrow, correct?" Eugin calmly confirms that it will happen then. The Baron promises to send a guide tomorrow morning and has a guest house ready, so Eugin's group can finally rest comfortably tonight. Eugin bows slightly and says, "Thank you, Lord." Then he quietly leaves the office. Under the Baron's heavy, calculating gaze, Eugin gets on his horse and orders the whole team, "Move out to the ruins right now. Stick with me, because this upcoming journey to the ruins is going to get even crazier than we imagine. Alright, stick with me. You and I are about to watch a legendary hero set off on a mission that everyone else expects to fail. A curious soldier watches and notes that the knight in black armor must be from the main region. He is honestly impressed by the guy's presence. Still, he is worried because Eugin is a complete outsider. There is no way he knows anything about how the Waven actually hunt their prey. Seeing that the force size is only equal to the second team that failed miserably, things are looking pretty grim for this entire expedition. He wonders why Ellen chose this path instead of sending more troops. Eugin is a powerhouse, but is one man really enough to change their fate? As the carriages pass through the city gates, the knight suddenly hears a loud voice calling out to him from behind the moving crowd. Eugin stops his horse. His spirit companion, my Dion, thinks he did not hear it and quickly reminds him that someone is calling for his attention. A young man with a panicked face runs to his side, gasping for breath but still trying his best to beg for a moment. I have an important report to make. It will only take a second. Could you please spare some of your time, sir? Now pay attention here. This is where the real snakes start crawling out from the shadows of the castle under a blood-red sunset. A guardian knight named Oleg drops a blood-stained sack onto the floor, making the Baron ask what exactly he is looking at right now. Oleg bows and says these are just byproducts from a wanderer caught near the castle. He brought the parts he knew the Baron would enjoy most. Baron Bogalan nods. He wonders if there is any knight as loyal and intuitive as Oleg in his entire service. Oleg laughs with pride, claiming that having a warrior strong enough to hunt those dogs will make the Baron very proud indeed. But the Baron cuts him off immediately. He did not summon him for some wanderer's scrap. There is a much bigger problem he needs to handle. His face turns twisted and murderous as he mentions the man who dared to defy him. Anyone who dares to insult him must be punished. That black-armored knight, Gian Eugin, humiliated me. And now, he is the one leading the subjugation team that just left the gates. This guy clearly is not up to anything good. The Baron coldly lays out a truly brutal and calculated plan for his revenge. Eugin might die in the abyss, but if he somehow manages to escape, Oleg is to wait at the ruins and kill him there. Hearing his master was insulted, Oleg grits his teeth in rage, his hands clenching tight. How dare he disrespect my master like that? I will never forgive him. Oleg will swing his hammer for the Baron, who responds with a truly sinister and evil smile. He stares at a pile of shining gold coins, already calculating his potential profit from this dark and deadly deal. He will get 100 gold coins if Eugin dies. A greedy man like him cannot miss an opportunity like this. Even in the polite letter sent from Deben of Everg, the Baron can feel the thick and heavy stench of hidden malice inside. You and I both know this greedy Baron is leading our hero straight into a massive death trap, because a knight's life means nothing to him. While these assassination plots are being spun, Eugin and his men silently push their horses toward the ancient and dangerous ruins. The true lord of the Philia ruins is a powerful beast that rules the sky. Its home in the abyss gives flying creatures the ultimate advantage. It is not just powerful. This monster is incredibly cunning, using harpies to wear down explorers before it ever decides to show its face to the survivors. Eugin realizes that attacking recklessly would just be a total waste of valuable resources and the lives of his men. However, he has seen through its nature and knows there is a way to lure this monster out. He begins deploying his plan with extreme preparation and focus. Amidst the rubble, soldiers and prisoners are rushing to carry heavy logs to build defensive structures for the upcoming battle. Gans approaches Eugin to give him a progress report on their current status. Master, the prep is done. About 40 prisoners have sworn their loyalty and are ready to fight alongside us. The strong ones are organized as soldiers, while the weaker ones are forced to handle all the heavy lifting and luggage for the team. Meanwhile, Baytek and Vion's mercenaries are tasked with setting up a solid defense to protect Doma and the vital supplies. Gans excitedly points toward the newly built wooden fence and cheers at how fast they managed to put it together. The base is done. It is actually impressive for something built so fast. Eugin gives a slight nod of approval at their work. Satisfied with the speed, he orders the entire army to set up camp and rest for the night right here on this spot. At dawn, they prepare to enter the Philia ruins. As the first rays of light appear, the group begins their heavy march toward the abyss. But beneath that mask of obedience, angry whispers and complaints start spreading among the prisoners in the back. One man curses the sharp thorns that will not leave him alone. Others are skeptical, thinking that building a fence just to abandon it immediately is a huge waste of their limited time and effort. One man tells himself he only faked his oath of loyalty to avoid being sold into slavery. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Dedek suddenly stops. All right, you and I are about to watch a vampire lord turn an ambush into a total bloodbath. Ein keeps a cool head, calmly giving orders to the entire army. Everyone, prepare for battle. Instantly, the soldiers deploy their formation. locking massive shields into a solid defensive wall. In the gloomy forest, an archer stands trembling behind the barricade, sweating buckets with no enemies in sight. He starts looking down on Eugin, calling him a coward and a nuisance for overreacting like this. But just as he mumbles to himself, a bizarre sound rings out, freezing him in his tracks. Now watch the sky carefully. This is where the real nightmare begins for everyone. Standing before the screaming monsters closing in, he stays calm and gives the order to fire. Archers pull their bowstrings tight, focusing for the perfect shot. Arrows soon tear through the air. The hideous harpies scream in agony as they're shot down, revealing demonic faces with sharp fangs. Chaos erupts as one harpy dives at Ein's horse, making the beast rear up in pure terror. Despite the surprise attack, Eugin doesn't even flinch as the monster closes in on his face. Using high-tier vampire reflexes, he catches the monster's leg with his red-armored hand. Eugin's eyes flare with a cold, murderous aura that would make anyone's blood run cold. He uses insane strength to rip the enemy apart mid-air, then roars out a command to his team. Dehit is ready. With a determined face, he grips his staff and shouts, "Leave it to me!" He pours every drop of mana into the ground, creating a massive, glowing magic circle. Ancient runes swirl around Dehit as he focuses deeply to unleash a high-level spell. The harpies rush in to stop the ritual, but a mercenary swings his blade to protect the mage. With one clean strike, the swordsman cuts down the monster right in front of Dehit. "I'll cover you, just focus on the spell." Dehit gives a quick thanks and keeps the energy surging. You and I can see the harpies are desperate now. They're acting like starving ghosts. Screaming and circling, the monsters look for any opening. Their commander draws his sword and rallies the troops. "Everyone, draw your blades." Realizing they've closed the gap, he knows it's time for close combat. Curses echo through the chaotic battlefield. "Those damn birds just won't quit." Seeing his men's courage, the commander laughs with pure excitement. "You're all fighting better than I expected." Suddenly, the monsters stop. The air turns heavy as a soldier cries out in pure horror. "What?" The harpies aren't attacking alone anymore. They're forming a bizarre vortex in the sky. Someone notices the strange movement and screams. Their flight pattern. It's totally different now. From below, Eugin looks up with cold red eyes, watching the black whirlwind block out the sun. They dive like a massive arrow, causing a massive explosion. The commander screams, "Master!" Through the dust and feathers, Eugin emerges looking like a literal god of death. His blade moves in simple but lethal arcs, tearing the stubborn harpies into tiny scraps instantly. Dehit rushes forward with a glowing blood gem. He focuses his mana and yells, "Binding!" Pink energy erupts like silk ribbons, tightly wrapping around every single harpy in the sky. The monsters shriek in despair as the magic binds them tight, dragging them down. They fall like autumn leaves. Dehit reports proudly, "Lord Eugin, the area is sealed." Eugin looks at the dying monsters and coldly replies, "Good work, Dehit. Now, finish them all." He turns and gives a final order. "Everyone, this is where the real conquest begins. Kill them all and take only what's needed." One scarred soldier watches in disbelief. Are we really just cleaning up after a slaughter like that? It's unreal. He realizes the tense battle he feared has suddenly become a total walk in the park. It feels like Eugin prepared a 5-star feast for them. A comrade scolds him for doubting. "Once you swear loyalty, don't second-guess the commander. That's the only way to survive out here." So what do you and I learn from this? Never doubt a lord who's always 10 steps ahead. All right, let's dive into a moment where trust finally becomes the ultimate weapon in this wild story. He smiles, thinking that fighting for this man beats being a thief any day. This could be the start of something legendary. He swings his sword, shouting, "Let's go! Tevin is nothing!" But just as morale peaks, Eugin drops a bombshell. "We're retreating as soon as we're done here." Caught off guard while winning, the soldiers can only blurt out a confused, "Wait, what?" Then, Eugin gives a bone-chilling order that makes everyone's skin crawl. Heads on spikes. A panicked soldier rushes up, asking Lord Eugin, "Why are we suddenly pulling back?" Now pay attention to his face here because something deep is hidden behind those mysterious eyes. Follow me and you'll see. The sudden retreat sends a wave of murmurs through the ranks. One soldier grumbles, "Why run now?" He mutters that life is meant for moving forward, not back. When you've got the momentum, you're supposed to keep charging. That's the warrior way. But his friend sees it differently. "I don't get it either, but I think we should trust him." The other soldier is stunned, wondering if his friend has completely lost his mind. The scarred man explains the real shocker in that entire brutal clash. Not one of them died. Think about it. We killed over 100 enemies, yet 0 casualties on our side. He realizes Eugin didn't use them as bait or meat shields like their old, heartless bosses. Looking at Eugin's imposing silhouette standing firm in the middle of the Bali base, the scarred soldier realizes this man is nothing like their former leader, who only cared about himself. He knows there are plenty of strong knights out there in the world, but someone with this much strategic brilliance? That's rare. He's looking at a true legendary leader. Watching figures approach from above, Eugin squints and asks Ganzedik, "Are those our reinforcements?" Ganzedik shades his eyes, trying to get a better look at the horizon. He shakes his head. No way. Baron Biogalorn isn't nearly generous enough for that. They look like mercenaries, but Ganzedik can tell their background is definitely shady. You and I saw that coming, right? This familiar face is about to stir up some serious trouble. Wait, isn't that the guy who was talking to you back at the Baron's castle? He looks at the main character for an answer, but the man remains dead silent. Flashback time. A brown-haired youth reads about a legend every aspiring knight knows by heart. It's the story of the hero who unified Giant Tia, the legendary Night King, Eden. Even though he was born out of wedlock, he was still a legend. Being from a knight family, King Eden was the only idol I ever truly worshipped. I knew I could never be exactly like him, but I tried. I still longed to be a true knight, like a bird yearning for the open sky. But those beautiful dreams shattered the moment I was sold into slavery. My life broke like a glass mirror. I had to drag myself through days of absolute despair just to stay alive. But the worst part wasn't the slavery, it was serving under a total idiot knight. Standing before a dark cave, that fool ordered everyone to wait at the entrance. They planned to kill the Black Knight the moment he stepped out. I watched in silence. I realized then that the king I admired would never use such cowardly, pathetic tactics. Maybe I made a huge mistake joining this crew from the very start. As they exit the emergency tunnel, everyone freezes. A massive fortress stands right outside the demon territory. What the hell? A soldier stammers, wondering how a base could possibly be built here. It looks like the 3rd Expedition Force set this up a long time ago. Ochi turns pale. He can't understand why they'd camp so openly or how Eugin spotted them. And trust me, you and I won't want to miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to watch a total disaster unfold for these guys as they realize they have walked straight into a trap. Olech grinds his teeth and draws his sword, screaming for every man to charge forward immediately. Even when his men warn him this is a suicide mission, he just glares and threatens to kill anyone who dares to hesitate. I'm watching from the back, and honestly, as crazy as this guy is, you can't deny his fighting skills are actually pretty impressive. Now the slaves are being forced to the front lines just as the attack begins. One slave collapses in agony, but Olech does not care, swinging his sword and demanding they move if they want to live. He screams that he will pay for every kill. Go, move out now. Under his orders, the soldiers and slaves rush toward the ballista base with bloodlust in their eyes and screams in the air. Shouts of "kill them all" echo as the army pours down like a flood, leaving one brown-haired slave lost in the chaos. The boy watches the battlefield in total shock, eyes wide with fear. But then, his gaze falls on the majestic figure of Eugin, standing perfectly still behind the barricade. Seeing the knight in black armor look so composed makes the boy feel a sting of bitterness, thinking a true king would never use such cowardly tactics. If I were a king, he thinks, I would never do this. He finally sees the massive difference between a real ruler and someone like Olech, who just uses slaves as human shields. Meanwhile, everything changes. With his majestic presence and absolute composure, he coldly issues commands to his soldiers as they prepare for the attack. "Wait for my signal to strike," he says. "Form up inside the camp and hold your positions." Gans and the soldiers shout back in unison, quickly locking down their defenses while one soldier mutters about the commander being a cunning devil. Without a second of hesitation, Olech leads the charge himself, roaring to slaughter them all. But just as he hits his peak rage, a world-shattering roar rips through the sky and stops everyone in their tracks. Now pay attention, because here is where the real nightmare begins as a massive red entity appears in the sky, blocking out the sun with its giant wings. This is Vern, the true lord of these ruins, and a literal god of death. It roars again, making the earth tremble and crushing everyone beneath its pressure, leaving no room for anyone to breathe. Hundreds of disgusting harpies follow right behind it, circling like a black whirlwind and screaming for fresh blood. A soldier panics as the wyvern approaches the gate, its throat swelling up as it starts charging a massive blast of fire. It dives down and spits a torrent of flame that incinerates the ground. It has escaped from the demon world. The commander grits his teeth against the heat, cursing his luck that this had to happen right now. From above, the wyvern looks down at the burning chaos with eyes that only want to see more death. But watching from the high rocks, Eugin just stands there, letting the wind blow through his long black hair as he observes. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Eugin is actually smiling right now, showing off his sharp fangs and whispering, "So you finally showed up." He knew an arrogant monster like that would never let an invading force just walk into its territory without a fight. "I have been waiting for you, too, yes." Suddenly, the monster feels the intense pressure coming from the night. Its giant eye glares down at Eugin, locking onto its only real threat. The Monster King opens its massive jaw, and a blinding light of energy begins to gather deep inside its throat. The sky above the Philia ruins is now a hellscape of red scales and hundreds of harpies blocking out the entire world. Faced with such a powerful creature, Olek's soldiers are finally starting to lose their minds in total terror. One soldier screams for a retreat, yelling that this wyvern is way too dangerous and far beyond anything they were hired to handle in this simple monster cleanup mission. But seeing his men act like cowards only makes Olek even more furious. He punches the soldier to the ground and screams for him to shut up and hand over a bow. In a flash, Olek snatches the bow, pulls the string tight, and fires an arrow through the air, aiming directly for the creature above. "Take this and die, you disgusting monster," he yells out. The beast roars in absolute rage at the provocation, while the harpies begin their frantic dive toward the army. In the middle of the chaos, a silver knight is sweating through his armor, swearing under his breath. A harpy snatches up its prey, and screams of pure agony begin to echo across the entire valley. The brown-haired boy swings his sword, breathless and terrified of everything. "Grab your weapons, we have to stop these monsters together, stick with me." "All right, you and I are about to witness one of the craziest, most awkward battle confessions ever recorded. I have a phobia of birds." While Olek's men struggle against those damn harpies, Elgin and Ganzadik just watch calmly from the fence. Elgin notes that things are finally starting to get a little weird here. Ganzadik just smirks, admitting those soldiers accidentally became the perfect bait to lure the harpy swarm into one single spot. His eyes never leave the sky. The wyvern won't land, so Ganzadik starts pulling back his bow, ready to fire several arrows at once. He claims no matter how smart it is just a beast. Time for it to taste some real pain. Aiming with deadly precision, he releases a rain of arrows that strikes the target head-on. The monster flaps its wings frantically, rolling through the air to dodge before diving at a terrifying speed. From high above, its giant eye glares down at the brutal battlefield with overwhelming killing intent. Harpies are still attacking wildly, leaving the soldiers screaming in despair. Their lives are in grave danger as they lose control. Under the heavy assault, the soldiers frantically pull their bows to defend. They curse the beast that lured them. The harpies are swarming in, "Do not stop firing your arrows." One soldier screams to the commander that they are outnumbered and cannot hold out. He begs for a counterattack order. Now pay attention here. Elgin stays terrifyingly calm amidst the chaos while his red eyes narrow with pure, cold bloodlust. He calls for Ganzadik, who responds by tightening his grip on his massive weapon. With eyes glowing with resolve, he claims one shot is enough. He launches a massive spear that shreds through the air. The spear hits home, making the monster roar in agony as it is dragged to the ground. With a confident grin, Ganzadik shouts that he caught it. Elgin just nods, clearly impressed by the smooth teamwork. Nice lure. Elgin puts everything into his arm, throwing a lightning strike straight at the massive grounded entity. The spear carries world-shattering pressure, flying so fast the wyvern can only stare in pure, wide-eyed horror. The direct hit pierces right through its defense, completely shredding one of the monster's wings. Its massive body slams into the earth, creating a huge explosion. Smoke and dust quickly cover the entire battlefield. You and I can hear the coughing in the silence as someone asks if they finally killed it. But Elgin feels the killing intent hasn't faded. He screams out a warning for everyone to get away. Elgin growls, "Damn it." As the soldiers run in panic, the monster opens its mouth wide, releasing a massive wave of fire that incinerates everything in its path. The beast roars madly, its body shaking amidst the sea of burning ruins. Sensing the crisis, Ganzadik shouts to Dumadi, asking if he can bind it just like he did to those harpies. He agrees to try, but the monster feels the threat. Its burning eyes glare at him before he can even cast his magic. The monster lunges with its massive, fanged mouth to swallow him whole. In a panic, Dumadi can only scream out helplessly. "Wait," I said wait. At the last second, a dark figure jumps in to block the deadly attack. Dumadi realizes with shock that Elgin used his own body as a shield. His shoulder is badly wounded. Ignoring the pain, Elgin barks out an order for Ganzadik to move. He pushes the boy toward his friend for safety. Dumadi looks back, begging Elgin to dodge. The wyvern doesn't miss the chance, launching a brutal follow-up strike that makes the boy scream out in tears. Ganzadik grabs the boy, pulling him out of the danger zone despite his desperate crying and shouting. Ganzadik is firm, come with me. Suddenly, the boy freezes and points ahead. Wait, look! The wyvern opens its terrifying jaws to crush its prey, but Elgin stands tall, holding its mouth open manually. The monster starts building up a massive fire blast in its throat. Before Elgin can react, a giant pillar of flame erupts from the monster's mouth, engulfing him completely. Ganzadik screams in horror, but suddenly, something changes. A dark, ominous energy begins to seep out from inside the massive wall of fire. The monster's eyes suddenly shift in fear and confusion. And trust me, you and I just watched that beast's head explode as dark energy finally brought the legend to life. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the chaos as the leader falls and the harpies scatter in pure terror. The soldiers below erupt in pure joy, screaming at the top of their lungs as the sky finally clears over these ruins. Standing before the massive, mountain-sized monster carcass, the soldiers are still frozen in shock, wondering if that beast is truly dead, until Eugin suddenly emerges from the smoking debris. The entire army erupts into a massive roar of disbelief and total amazement. Lord Eugin is still alive. Ganzi rushes over, desperate to see if his master is okay. Eugin just calmly explains he ended it by shoving a sword down its throat. It turns out the monster's own blood actually protected him from any lethal injuries. Eugin stands in silence, looking at the blood still dripping from his sword. He explains how he used a black cloth for protection against the fire, then used a bandit's blade to deliver the final, lethal blow. What shocks Eugin is that this weapon stayed completely intact even after being thrown into the heart of the black flame. He realizes this weapon is something extraordinary. Now watch this. If he can keep finding legendary gear like this, his power is going to reach a whole new level that nobody can stop. On this legendary battlefield, the soldiers start cheering for him like he is a literal god. Shouts of "Long live Eugin" shake the entire area. Ganze watches the crowd's wild energy and gives a small, satisfied smile. He realizes that even the greedy bandits have been completely won over by his master's terrifying reputation. Meanwhile, Baron Belgayan's knight is absolutely seething because his assassination attempt just failed miserably. He tries to sneak away, but Eugen's men block his path. "Where are you going so fast? Let's have a little chat. You feel that tension?" That cold, threatening question has the enemy knight shaking in his boots. Eugen's men surround the traitor with mocking smiles, ready to crush anyone who dares threaten their master. After some intense questioning, the knight finally cracks and confesses that Baron Belgayan was the one who pulled the strings. He stands before the trembling noble. Eugen coldly warns that if he keeps lying, he'll expose the entire situation to the Bane Commerce Group and high society. He'll make sure every single noble knows the true, ugly face behind his title. However, if he comes clean and agrees to negotiate, Eugen will drop the matter and stop investigating further. Crushing under the pressure, the Baron finally admits he was manipulated by a noble named Gian. He confesses that his own stupid greed led him into this death trap. Usually, the Baron would use brute force, but against a knight who just killed a monster, he has no choice but to bow. The first condition Eugen sets is a certificate and a formal petition to recognize his authority. Since Eugen already controls the villages outside the Baron's land, the Baron is forced to recognize him as the rightful lord and convince neighboring nobles to accept his new power. But that's not all. The second condition is a massive financial penalty. Eugen wants 80% of the magic stones, plus a heavy ransom and compensation for the unprovoked attack. On top of that, he recruits several of the Baron's own mercenaries to serve under his banner. Watching him lead the way on horseback, the young boy can only feel pure, silent admiration. Just the loot alone is worth a literal fortune. He's convinced that with this talent, Eugen is going straight to the top. Suddenly, Eugen speaks up. "Is your name Luke?" The boy jumps and quickly confirms it. Eugen then asks about his time as an apprentice. Luke says it has been over 3 years. Then, Eugen drops a decision that leaves him completely speechless. "From now on, you'll be in charge of our armor, maintenance, and weapons. I'm going to pay you half a silver per week, which equals 2 silver coins every single month." Hearing that massive salary, Luke is overwhelmed and bows low. "Thank you, master." But inside, he still has one major question. He hesitantly asks if a low-ranking person like him can speak freely. With Eugen's permission, Luke gathers his courage to ask why he was chosen to come along. Eugen explains that Luke's intel on the monster's habits was the key to his successful battle strategy. He also admits that when Luke first charged in with the Baron's knights, he thought it was a trap. Hearing this, Luke can only hang his head in deep regret. "I am so sorry." Eugin looks into the boy's eyes and realizes an interesting truth: he never actually drew a blade against him. You only fought the harpies. Impressed by that silent loyalty, Eugin coldly orders the boy to follow him from now on. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see how this duo shakes up the entire kingdom. Alright, you and I are about to watch a low-born servant's life change forever right now. Master Eugin, I will serve you faithfully until my final breath. Giving high-grade equipment to a lowly slave? That bold move immediately sends a massive shockwave of gossip through the rest of the soldiers. One soldier gasps, wondering if it is real. Knights giving armor to slaves? I thought those were just stories told in legends. Hope begins to spread. They realize that if they prove their worth in battle, their master might reward them just as generously. With morale peaking, a scout suddenly comes racing back on horseback with an urgent and breathless report. Now, pay attention, Ran village has been occupied. Hearing this, Eugen's eyes narrow, radiating a terrifying, cold bloodlust. He coldly orders the entire army to prepare for war. Protect the villagers and slaughter every last bandit. Ganze and the troops shout in unison. Every man is fired up and ready for a brutal, bloody cleanup. We strike first and wipe them out. Move. Seeing Eugen's determination to protect his people sets his subordinates' hearts on fire. Ganze grins at the sight. Well done, boys. Look at that energy. He teases Eugen about his new authority. How does it feel, master? But Eugen remains silent, looking deeply troubled and annoyed. He is worried about the boy he trusted to watch the village, the one who dared to just walk away. Seeing his master's dark expression, Ganze asks with genuine concern if he is okay. You look rough, sir. I won't let petty things slow us down. Eugen gives a short command to move out. He spurs his horse forward, leading the massive group toward the bustling Port Morn for their next destination. Under a blood-red sunset, a guide waits at the city gates to officially welcome Lord Eugen to the great Port Morn. Staying at an inn might cause you some trouble, my lord. He explains that seeing 40 armed men marching through the streets is enough to put the entire city on high alert. To avoid unnecessary friction with local authorities, he invites Eugen to rest at his own private mansion instead of a public inn. Eugen agrees to skip the inn. Now, he sits in a grand hall, sipping red wine like a true aristocrat. He calmly explains he wants no trouble. Damaging a relationship with Port Morn serves no purpose and offers zero profit for his future. Sitting beside him is Gathe, the powerful head of the merchant guild. Fat and full of schemes, he admits the Wyvern Slayer title is impressive, but it also carries a terrifying reputation. You and I both see where this is going, right? He's looking down on Eugen's troops, calling them potential bloodthirsty bandits. Below the main table, the mercenaries start whispering in anger, feeling the sharp sting of the guildmaster's blatant insults. One man tries to stand and fight, but his comrade quickly holds him back. He tells him to drown his rage in beer. Eugen ensures things stay calm while Gathe continues his arrogant speech. He promises Eugen will be treated properly at his estate, claiming it is vastly superior to any common inn in the city. The fat merchant even insists he will keep a close eye on Eugen's troublesome group of soldiers. His condescending attitude makes the soldiers grind their teeth. Eugen stays cold, asking if Anno from the Balin Company leaked his info. He wants to know if his current situation was sold out to this arrogant man sitting right next to him. Gathe smugly confirms he needs to know his guests. But before he can gloat, Eugen drops a total bombshell. I have been assigned to rule the entire region, including Pa, Anan, Jonan, and the village of Mintan as well. The fat man's face goes completely blank. This news hits like a lightning strike, leaving Gathe paralyzed and unable to speak. He realizes Eugen isn't just a traveling knight, he's a legitimate lord ruling over thousands of productive, tax-paying citizens. Gathe finally understands why Anno was in such a hurry to leave the party and get to work. The Balin Company already smelled the massive profits that would come from serving a brand new lord with this much territory. He was the last one to realize the truth. Once his brain catches up, his attitude flips faster than a pancake. Gathe immediately does a full 180, bowing low and apologizing for his previous pathetic rudeness. Eugen just smirks. It is easy to understand the shock, since even he hadn't planned on becoming a lord so suddenly. The greedy merchant suggests that Eugen will definitely need highly capable experts to help manage his vast new territories. Desperate to stay in the new lord's good graces, he promises the entire merchant guild will work themselves to the bone. Standing before the lavish feast, Eugen gives a single, subtle nod, accepting the man's offer. And that's where we leave it. You and I just saw a merchant learn a very expensive lesson. Alright, you and I are about to see how this lord handles some very suspicious kindness from the Balin Company merchants who are helping out. Gans excitedly raises a jug of wine, calling for everyone to join him in a massive celebratory toast. In the Grand Hall, Ganzadik brags about their bravery when they face that ferocious Daven beast. He insists their victory happened only because they followed the orders of their brilliant and talented lord. Gan stands up, firing up the soldiers to serve their master for even bigger wins in the future. With Ganzad speaking their minds, the soldiers get hyped and the atmosphere becomes more electric than ever. All the mercenaries shout in unison, "Yes, Sir Ganzad, we believe in you, and we will follow your lead." Amidst the cheering, Elgin stays quiet while the spirit Madion is absolutely bursting with excitement. He flies over Elgin's head, shouting for everyone to honor the future Demon King before the party finally ends. Inside his private room, regret fills the air because the red magic stone is still missing. Elgin coldly asks if the ruins were searched. Madion immediately appears with a face full of frustration and hurt feelings. He snaps back at being doubted, swearing the stone was not there even after they searched every corner. Elgin lets out a sigh, admitting that what Madion says actually makes a lot of sense. Seeing his master is tired, Madion says he is going to bed and tells the Lord to rest. Just as Elgin tries to sleep, a knock sounds and a servant reports that someone wants to see him. Elgin is annoyed, snapping that he already said he would not be seeing any guests tonight. But the servant stays, explaining the guest has a message that will definitely change the Lord's mind. Now pay attention, because a secret code about the blood of Nohios makes Elgin realize exactly who it is. His eyes fly open in shock. Anger flares as his aura turns cold, thinking of the man who failed him. He grits his teeth in rage, thinking of the man who could not even manage one tiny village. Yet now, he dares to show up here. Suppressing his fury, Elgin coldly orders him to enter. The large doors creak open, revealing a man trembling with fear as he steps into the room. Deomondo, his face pale with terror, stammers out a shaky greeting to the Lord. Elgin glares with eyes sharp enough to pierce a soul, giving his relative a very sarcastic welcome. "You must have traveled a long way." Deomondo shakes under the crushing pressure radiating from the Lord. He stands frozen in absolute terror as Elgin slowly and menacingly walks toward him. Elgin orders the servant to leave, stating the guest will only be here for a moment. Once the door shuts, Deomondo falls to his knees, trembling as he greets the great family ancestor. The lowly and foolish Deomondo of the Nohios bloodline. Elgin cuts him off with a terrifying aura. "You saw that coming, right?" Elgin growls, asking why his villages were taken over by absolute human trash. Deomondo stammers that his wounds needed time to heal, which is why he failed the mission. He claims waiting to report in person was the best choice, while desperately begging for punishment. Looking at the man groveling, Elgin begins to silently evaluate his worth. The fact he showed up, knowing the risks, proves he might still have some value left. At least he did not run away. Elgin coldly asks, "What exactly are you good at?" Deomondo quickly lists his talents, from combat skills to being able to read and write perfectly. He even claims he can handle mercenaries without using any of his special family powers. He confidently states he knows math and 4 languages before revealing a very unexpected truth to Elgin. "As a human, I was a middle manager in the Roman Empire, specialized in finance and human resources." Seeing the potential, Elgin reaches out. "Work for me, and I will forgive your past failures." Deomondo's eyes light up with joy, and he excitedly asks what his first task will be. Soon, Elgin introduces a newly dressed Deomondo to the guild leader Gat-I. "Trust me, it is a genius move to have this cousin manage the territory and impress Gat-A. Stick with me, you and I are about to see a meeting turn into a massive power grab." Gat-I is already praising Theo's elegance. Under the flood of compliments, Theo Mungdo panics, waving his hands with intense humility. He claims Eugene is like the moon, while he is just a tiny firefly, making the crowd respect his attitude even more. Gat-I realizes Eugene is not just a powerful knight, but a leader who knows exactly how to pick the right talent. Eugene strokes his chin with a calculating look, his mind already spinning with new plans. Gat-I regrets not meeting Eugene sooner, then suddenly drops a mysterious suggestion that completely changes the game. He excitedly asks Eugene if he has any plans to expand his territory further across the peninsula. He points to Nadia Mountain, but Eugene coldly says he is heading straight for Mainz instead. However, Eugene's entire vibe shifts the second Gat-I reveals a piece of highly valuable information. Watch this, he reveals there is actually a massive silver mine inside that mountain. Hearing the word silver, Eugene's eyes narrow with pure greed, causing the spirit median to let out a shocked cry. Eugene rests his chin on his hand, his gaze burning with intense interest as he prepares to make a demand. "Tell me everything about it," he orders. In a luxury room, Duma excitedly spreads a massive blueprint across the table and asks the Lord what he thinks of the design. It is an image of a shield bearing a powerful dragon symbol, leaving Medion completely stunned by the sheer detail. "You draw like a professional artist," someone notes, and Duma just gives a very proud smirk. He explains that while others think of bats for the Shadow Clan, a dragon fits a man like Eugene far better. Eugene nods in approval, calling his work master level, which makes Duma blush like a kid. He cheers like a child receiving a gift, laughing that the Lord is being way too kind with his praise. He thinks that working under a lord who knows how to speak well is not such a bad deal after all. But Duma quickly shakes his head, reminding himself not to be swayed by such small gestures. He has been stuck without his research for over 1 month, so it is time to pack up and get out. He gathers his courage to ask if he will finally get the reward Eugene promised him for this mission. Eugene is generous, telling him to take whatever he finds suitable for his work. With a shout of joy, Duma grabs his staff and screams his thanks at the top of his lungs. Just then, Eugene remembers something and asks if he knows anything about the art of alchemy. Duma confirms it is a basic requirement for mages, especially when dealing with minerals and creating chimeras. Eugene mentions he might own a silver mine soon and will need someone to refine the ore for him. You and I can see his excitement as he slams his hands on the table, startling Medion. He screams that he will build a lab in Mainz immediately, claiming mages outclass even dwarves at refining. "Please, Master Eugene, give this job to me," he pleads with pure desperation in his eyes. Seeing his sudden hunger, Medion flies over to tease him about finally tasting the sweet allure of money. Duma ignores her, thinking this is for research materials, not simple greed like that little spirit. He promises that he is different, and that Eugene will never regret putting his trust in him. Silver, sulfur, and mercury are essential for mages. Money is just a means to an end. Duma takes massive pride in his silver processing skills, especially for his future chimera research. Eugene tells him he does not need to dedicate his whole life to it, but he understands the passion. This approval sends Duma into a state of pure bliss as he keeps thanking his lord. Eugene orders him back to Mainz with a few soldiers to manage the cargo on the ship. Once he leaves, Eugene looks at Medion and coldly declares they are taking that silver mine. Nadia Mountain belonged to Duke B, the son of Marquis Archiban, who once owned Bonn Village. But since he died years ago, Eugene looks through the old records with a suspicious gaze. He wonders why the Archiban family would just abandon such a valuable source of wealth. Gadai explains that the heirs are too busy fighting over the throne to care about a mountain. Meanwhile, mindless bandits have taken over the mine, acting like they are the lords of the land. The entire peninsula is sinking into chaos, leaving merchants and locals to suffer through the violence. Trust me, you and I are about to watch Eugene turn this chaos into his own brand new empire. Alright, you and I are watching a legend in the making as Elgin finally secures the village, ensuring the local merchants and families can finally live without fear again. Now that he has the official certificates and petitions from the peninsula's nobles firmly in his grasp, Elgin's reputation has reached a fever pitch. Amidst the cheers and colorful flowers from the crowd, he realizes that claiming the Nadia silver mine won't meet any resistance now. If you actually manage to seize that silver mine, my lord, you won't just get the necessary backing to run it. The Merchant Guild will even assign a dedicated trader to handle all your future expeditions. In exchange, the old guild leader just hopes Elgin will keep trading exclusively with him whenever he's operating across the Cancer Bagan Peninsula. Watching the dragon banners snapping in the wind, Elgin notes that his subordinate handled the branding quite well, even knowing how to hype up his master's name by decorating the whole town, while the soldiers watch the villagers' attitudes shift. Finally, we're being welcomed by the people. It's a completely different vibe compared to when we first stormed this place. But one soldier is still left scratching his head, since he expected they'd be heading for Marin. So seeing Elgin focused on exploring a silver mine instead is a huge shock. Pay attention here, because Ganzedik explains it perfectly. A lord without territory and resources is just a title with no real teeth. That is the true difference. He's convinced that by taking the mine, Lord Elgin will finally become a ruler in every sense of the word, both in title and in practice. When the soldier almost blabs about the mine in Jonan village, another one quickly shuts him up. Meanwhile, Ganzedik steps in with a cold and blunt reminder for the group. Do you really think just occupying a few villages and a mine is all it takes to become a true lord? Under Ganzedik's intense pressure, the soldier quickly swears he has no more ego and will only fight his heart out for Lord Elgin. Ganzedik's smile suddenly turns sharp and calculating. He warns them that even if they take the mine, it could be lost in an instant, because there is no way the direct descendants of the Achiban family will let a bunch of bandits run loose for no reason. He insists that self-proclaimed lords are meaningless without power, reputation, influence, and blood. Those are the things that make a ruler real. Looking at Elgin's imposing back as he leads the army from the very front, Ganzetic is privately convinced that his master is the one man who possesses every single one of those traits. You feel that mystery too, right? Ganzetic asks if Elgin was some powerhouse in the past, sensing huge secrets in his missing memories. Meanwhile, Elgin remains silent, drifting through fragments of memories involving mysterious people who didn't seem to hold any ill will. He wonders who they could be. Were they members of his own clan, or perhaps other ancient ancestors from a forgotten era? However, Elgin knows the priority right now is preparing to face the KL Church and their paladins, standing before Nadia Mountain in the dead of night. He is fueled by a burning determination to amass not just military might, but also political influence and massive wealth. With a cold command, Elgin orders the scouts to be deployed immediately. His eyes burn with intensity as he stares at the peak, vowing to personally wipe out the bandits and claim the mine for himself. He understands this isn't just a battle for silver, it is a war for his own identity and his very survival. Because he knows if he dies again, those memories are gone forever. Outside, the rain can't stop the nervous whispers among the mercenaries. One exhausted soldier calls out for a mug of beer just to drown his growing worries, while others are spiraling, terrified about why they've been ordered to move out in such brutal, freezing weather. Moving an army through this storm is a total nightmare, but Elgin's order is absolute, so everyone has to fall in line. Amidst the chaos, the fear regarding Anton the scout sent out earlier starts to spread throughout the camp. Some suspect he's deserted, while others pessimistically believe he's been captured or is lying dead in some dark corner. Inside the brightly lit command tent, the atmosphere is just as heavy as the storm raging outside. Elgin and Ganzetic listen intently to Vaon's report about their next target. The ones holding the mine are the Vaon gang and their hounds. They have 50 men, and their leader, Vaughn, is a veteran mercenary captain who knows every trick in the book. Vaon warns that Vaughn is incredibly crafty with traps, meaning the area around the mine is likely a literal death maze. Despite the grim news, Elgin remains frosty. He's waited long enough, it's time to go find him. Even though Vaon tries to stop him, arguing that the rain makes the traps 10 times more lethal, Elgin won't budge an inch. Unexpectedly, he asks about Anton's character, wanting to know exactly what kind of person his missing scout really is. Vaon confirms that while Anton came from a background of thieves, he isn't the type to betray his own people. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see this, knowing Anton is in danger. Elgin is about to risk everything for his man. Alright, you and I are about to see Elgin make a move that is absolutely insane. He is going in with just Ganzetic, leaving his entire army behind to wait for his signal. Despite the obvious worry from his men, Elgin stays firm with his plan. He orders those staying behind to dig drainage trenches and double the guards to keep the base completely secure. Standing before his loyal soldiers, Elgin drops a cold line that radiates pure, absolute authority. The weak are forgotten when they die. Under the heavy rain, Ganzetic has a shadow pinned down in a lethal grip. The man is shaking, tears blurring his vision as the knight's iron hand slowly crushes the life out of his throat. Staring into the scout's terrified eyes, he coldly orders him to stay quiet and not say a single word. Just nod for yes or no to my questions. Is your master named Vaon? After a terrified nod, he asks about Anton. So it is him. Did you see a black-haired guy with a scar? When the soldier just stutters in despair, Ganzetic's aura turns bloodthirsty for one final, lethal question. Now watch this. Did you kill him? Was he actually eliminated already? Deep inside the silver mine, Vaon's subordinates are casually chatting about their insane ambitions. One confused soldier asks, what was it he called it? Mana or something? Another thug nearby just snaps at him. Their leader, Xander, starts acting incredibly smug, openly mocking the idea of being a knight. He claims a hollow title does not mean anything compared to the mountains of sparkling silver right in front of them, while another thug agrees, saying they should just forget the knightly honor and focus on seizing the wealth. But Vaon immediately roars at them to shut their mouths. He tells them to think bigger once they are knighted. Political power is what will help them survive long term, but his noble dreams are cut short. An earth-shattering boom echoes through the mine, followed by frantic screams of an ambush. One thug panics, screaming for lights, but a massive bolt of blue energy tears through the shadows before he can blink. The real nightmare has finally started. Caught off guard in the middle of the night, the bandits are screaming in pure horror. Monsters! Monsters! Cries for help ring out through the tunnels. Cornered and desperate, one thug bangs on a door for help, but his final scream signals a tragic end. Survivors tremble, wondering if it is an ogre, but someone else quickly denies it. No ogres live on this mountain. Things are looking hopeless. Boss Vaon, we have to run. Vaeon grits his teeth, looking at the rain. Where can we run in this weather? Suddenly, a crushing pressure descends. The solid wooden door is blown into tiny pieces. The soldiers behind their shields are sent flying, their screams filled with agony. As the dust clears, Eugin stands there like a god in red and black armor, his eyes glowing. He says coldly, "So, you are all gathered here." Gian Eugin follows right behind, casually complaining about how cramped this silver mine feels, like he is just taking a stroll. You and I saw that coming, right? These bandits realize they are not facing monsters, they are facing something much worse. Vaeon is the first to snap out of it, screaming at his frozen men to attack them. Kill them! The mercenaries let out a battle cry and charge straight at Eugin. Instantly, the spirit Marion appears, releasing waves of brilliant blue energy that flood the entire room. The spirit's power leaves the crowd blinded and completely disoriented. Gian Eugin looks around the chaos and asks if any should be kept alive for questioning. "The scouts already told us everything," Eugin replies decisively. "No mercy. These people are the ones who killed my mercenaries." Gian Eugin finally understands why just the two of them were enough. His eyes glow a sinister pink. "I will obey, master." Gian Eugin vanishes into the shadows like a ghost, reflecting on his old days as a human. Back then, fighting in total darkness was something he could not even imagine doing. But now, with vampire blood in his veins, the darkness is his home. Releasing his full energy gives him a surge of power like never before. His vampire senses pick up details no human could ever hope to perceive in this dark. Using his thermal vision, Gian Eugin tears through every obstacle as screams of pain fill the air. And trust me, he just spotted something major. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character dodge a bandit and show why he is a legend. Ganze barks a terrifying laugh at their pathetic efforts, while a lone soldier stands shaking in his boots. He watches in pure horror as his entire squad is wiped out in a literal heartbeat by a monster. Dying bandits curse Xander J for sending them to face a creature like this without any kind of warning. Before they can finish, he strikes like a god of death, crushing them into the parched and dry earth. Ganze is shocked that the last survivor was spared, asking if they were not supposed to kill them all. The hero replies coldly that he still has a few burning questions for the man in charge of them. The news hits the merchant guild like a lightning bolt, leaving the leader gasping in state of pure disbelief. Was Vayman really manipulated by Xander J? Ein sits calmly, telling him the prisoner is ready for a session. He is just wondering how to handle the guy, since he is technically a henchman for a high noble. Now pay attention, this is where the greedy merchant sees his golden ticket to grab some ultimate power. He claims that if they play this right, they will control the silver mines and the entire peninsula. The hero is skeptical as the leader explains. Sion J was the first to betray his own family members. While Sion J is a snake, the other nobles who helped him are just as guilty and completely hypocritical. Right now, the heirs of the family are too busy fighting each other to notice what is actually happening. But the real player standing behind the scenes is Latgavio, the eldest son of the powerful Marquis. The hero catches on quickly, a dark smirk forming on his face as he realizes the true political stakes. So there is no way he acted alone, he says, earning a fawning nod from the impressed merchant leader. Still, the hero hesitates, worried they will just deny everything once they are backed into a tight corner. Think he is going to back down? Not a chance. The merchant doubles down on his bold pitch. To prove his loyalty, he declares that the city and his own guild will follow the hero's lead. He explains that the hero's success in clearing trade routes has every major player's eyes fixed on him now. The chance to cement your legacy is right here, he urges. What do you think of this, sir? He just needs a decision. Ein stays silent, weighing the stability of the entire region against the tempting offer. The merchant even offers to hire an army of mercenaries to back up the hero's already divine strength. Staring into the old man's ambitious eyes, Iggy asks simply when they can start the heavy preparations. Right now, the leader roars, promising that the city will back him with every ounce of their power. Finally, the decision is made. The hero agrees and tells him to start recruiting the new mercenary army. The merchant has finally won him over, carving out a path to a much brighter future for himself. Over 100 soldiers and a massive caravan march through the gates in a grand display of wealth. It is a huge investment, but even the proudest warriors do not flinch when standing near the Black Knight. Instead, they are fueled by a burning excitement to follow a leader who actually gets results in battle. They follow him for his strength, but also because they believe an outsider will finally bring true peace. Cheers erupt through the streets as people shout that fighting beside the legendary Gonslayer is a massive honor. From high above, the leader and his partner watch the army, already calculating their next cold political moves. He reveals that half the knights joined for free, hoping to score their own land in the aftermath. For a man like him, This is not just war, it is the most profitable business deal ever. He is willing to burn thousands of silver coins if it means reaping massive rewards in the end. He mockingly thinks the hero is just a political amateur, a pawn to be used for his own profit. But when a report comes in that the hero's manager is waiting, a wicked smile crosses his face. He assumes a young manager like Mongdo will be easy to crush with his years of experience. Inside the office, the young man casually suggests building a massive castle, leaving the leader completely stunned. Wait, what? A whole castle? Mongdo remains terrifyingly calm while asserting his master's right to rule the land. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You and I are about to see this merchant's world crumble. Alright, you and I are about to see how a vampire hires dwarven masons from Bomez and uses an old mansion to slash construction costs for 50 soldiers. Every single detail was calculated with terrifying precision to the last hair. The old man sweats bullets, staring helplessly at the massive bill with zero logic to fight back. Mongdo coldly declares that if Gatai hates the deal, he is free to walk away right now. Because Mfuan is not the only place where silver can be spent. He casually turns to leave, mocking that Mon is a decent alternative, making the panicked guildmaster grab his arm to keep him there. Wait. Gatai instantly changes his tune with a forced laugh to smooth things over and calm the situation. Ha ha ha, why the rush? I am even providing military aid, am I not? Let us sit back down and talk. Inside, Mongdo smirks. He has one secret ability he has never even revealed to his own master, something that makes him peerless ever since he became a vampire with superior species, traits that far exceed any human. Now here is the wild part. His secret weapon is 15 years of deep research into human management systems, social skills, and expert-level acting. With 25 years of wandering experience, after facing every scheme imaginable, Mongdo sees right through whatever Gatai is trying to hide from him. Mongdo sits back down and asks a challenge. Guildmaster Gatai, do you really think Lord Ellen will stay a mere low-ranking lord forever? To the stunned guildmaster, Mongdo mocks that a merchant leader like him should be able to see the big picture. He paints a future where Elin goes beyond a marquis to become a powerful grand lord of the entire empire. Mongdo reveals his own father was once a lord within the empire as well. But he is certain his master will go much further than that to reach supreme power. With glowing eyes and a fanged smile, he declares that his master will surely reach the absolute highest peak of supreme power, like becoming a king, for instance. Back at the territory, a soldier cheers seeing Egan arrive. Ha ha ha, look Lord Egan, this victory is for you. The soldier proudly reports they cleared the bandit hideout instantly because the thugs were so stunned by the team's incredible bravery that they surrendered on the spot. Egan coldly asks why the soldier suddenly broke formation to enter this forest in the first place. The soldier brags that they defeated the bandits without even drawing a sword, just to prove their total trust in their master. Let's pause here. You and I definitely did not expect these bandits to be kneeling and wailing in total despair. Please, forgive us. They tremble and beg to be taken as slaves in absolute desperation, crying out for even a shred of mercy. Have mercy and take us as slaves. Please, just do not eat us. Annoyed by the pathetic begging, Egan snaps and asks why on earth they think he would ever eat them. A shivering bandit explains they heard the story at a tavern in a nearby village just recently, that if the Black Knight catches any thief, he will tear them limb from limb and eat them alive right on the spot. Please spare us. We will change. We promise. Seeing this ridiculous scene, the surrounding soldiers are completely stunned. They sweat bullets, realizing the bandits surrendered not because of their strength, but because of the terror of Egan's name. A bitter truth sinks into the minds of every soldier present. This glorious achievement they were bragging about, it had absolutely nothing to do with their own skill or effort. Sensing the awkward mood, the spirit Marion flies to Egan's shoulder and whispers that he should definitely reward his men for their hard work. You have to know how to treat knights who have not been paid yet. Taking the hint, he looks at his waiting men. He loudly declares that, regardless, it was thanks to his brave knights charging forward that the enemy was forced to surrender. Well done, knights. The unexpected praise makes them beam with pride, their eyes lighting up with joy. Is this not the result of your legendary reputation combined with our undeniable courage? They laugh, admiring their master's sharp judgment. But then, Egan's smile suddenly turns dark and dangerous. He coldly reminds them, "Did I not say that every single order must come directly from me? If this happens again, you will face me in a duel." Deep down, he really wanted to crush them himself for acting so recklessly without a single direct order. Still, to put the fear into the Arban nobles, he knows he needs a powerful and loyal army behind him. Seeing his subordinates finally understand, Lord Egan issues a cold command. "Fine, The Marquis territory is just ahead. Move out. Behind him, a few soldiers still feel bitter about the situation. They whisper that even after such a feat, they are unpaid and restricted from acting on their own. And that's where we leave it, trust me. With a legendary Wyvern Slayer leading the way, this insane and dangerous journey is only just beginning. Let's dive into a brand new land together. The guide points toward a massive castle in the distance, announcing, Lord Eugene, from here on, we are entering the territory of Marquis Born. Eugene watches thoughtfully, asking if it is true that this single family owns half of the entire Canerbane region. The guide confirms that while the land they directly rule isn't massive, the Born family is such an ancient and prestigious name that they have countless vassal nobles serving faithfully under them. He reveals a crucial piece of information: the family is currently being torn apart by a deep internal power struggle. Every single member is only focused on grabbing as much power as they can for themselves. Eugene smirks, realizing this guide is incredibly well informed, which proves the earlier offer from the old guildmaster was actually based on some very solid ground and deep understanding. Faced with the Lord's praise, the guide simply offers a respectful smile and a humble bow. You're right, sir. Our final destination, Duke Gavio's territory, is still 3 days away, and we have to cross through 2 other lands first. As the group marches forward, the guide explains that one of those lands belongs to Lady Essang, the eldest daughter and rightful heir of the Born house. Even though Lady Essang has the bloodline, it's actually Duke Gavio who currently holds the most dominant influence over the entire region. The sudden and strange decline of the Marquis has created massive cracks and deep conflicts within the family's inner circle. Lady Essang is being pushed aside with zero power. Watching this, Eugene thinks to himself that this is a world where bloodlines and status are absolutely everything. He realizes just how cruel and unfair the reality of this world truly is. A system where captured soldiers become slaves, while knights and nobles just pay their way to freedom. His eyes sharpen with a cold, firm resolve. He gives the order, I will meet Lady Essang personally. Send an envoy ahead of us immediately. Inside the Grand Castle, Lady Essang is casually being served by slaves. When she hears the report about Eugene, the knight who just seized the Nadia silver mine and 2 villages from the late Duke Vams, she just smirks with total indifference. Despite hearing he conquered the ruins of Lord Belgaean, Essang coldly dismisses it all as nothing more than completely worthless and empty rumors. After all, nobody has ever actually seen the corpse of a wyvern or any real proof of his victory. She simply refuses to believe that an ordinary person could achieve such extraordinary and superhuman feats. Now pay attention here. Despite the heavy warnings that this might be a trap set by Duke Gavio, Lady Essang still gives the cold command. Tell him to come in. When she hears Eugene's envoy is waiting outside the hill with 100 soldiers and at least 10 fully armed knights, she doesn't even flinch, just letting out a mocking laugh. Then tell him to enter alone. Stepping out of her bath, her eyes sharpen with a deadly, challenging glint, mocking the over-the-top anxiety of her guards while declaring that a direct descendant like herself is more than capable of handling some random stranger. I'm a naturally suspicious person, so I can't just go around believing everything that other people say to me. Essang whispers to herself, wanting to see if this man is truly as skilled as the legends claim, and to find out for herself what's reality and what's just a pack of lies. I will be the one to judge him personally. Moments later, inside the guest lounge, the cold voice of the lady echoes through the room. You look much younger and more refined than I ever would have imagined. Seeing Eugene's calm composure, Essang smirks, suggesting that those wild rumors are even harder to believe now that she's seeing him in person. She goes through the list of every wild rumor, from him being a cannibal to the legend of him slaying a massive flying dragon. Eugene coldly replies that the cannibalism part is just a sick joke, but his victory over that dragon is absolute fact. Eugene states firmly that this meeting definitely isn't just happening to satisfy the lady's personal curiosity about his past. You saw that too, right? The moment he stops speaking, the guard starts screaming at Eugene for being way too disrespectful to Her Highness. However, Essang just bursts into laughter, admitting that she's actually starting to enjoy his bold and straightforward personality. She tells him to get straight to the point. Eugene declares he's here with a specific request and a game-changing proposal. Essang immediately guesses that Eugene wants her to officially recognize his ownership over the villages he recently occupied. When Eugene asks if that's even possible, the expression on Essang's face suddenly turns incredibly sharp and aggressive. She growls in a low voice, asking him, "Are you really trying to start a fight with me right now?" Seeing her fierce attitude, Eugene lets out a regretful sigh and decides to pivot directly to the second part of his proposal. Eugene reveals that he has successfully captured Vayman, the infamous bandit leader from the Nadia silver mine, and emphasizes that Veyman actually murdered the very noble who once hired him. More importantly, the bandit confessed that the man pulling the strings was actually a knight named Seander J. According to the testimony, Seander J promised him a full pardon and a noble title if the bandit managed to successfully seize the silver mine. Eugene exposes the truth that Seander J is actually one of Duke Gavio's men, which leaves Eseng completely stunned. He confirms he has solid proof from the Morphon Guild and finally plays his ultimate trump card. If he hands Veyman over to her, it would be the massive boost she needs to officially claim her title as the Marquis. In exchange, all I ask for is your full and official recognition of my status as a legitimate lord. That is my only offer. Eugene's blunt terms leave Eseng stunned, and trust me, you and I know this deal is way too good for her to pass up. Alright, stick with me because you and I are about to witness a massive power play unfold as she laughs and promises extra silver and property deeds as an apology. Honestly, the fact that he was demanding land rights in the middle of a messy succession crisis made her think he was just trying to provoke her on purpose. Eseng reveals the truth. She has the power to become a marquis whenever she actually feels like it. But the interference of the royal family in the Cancer-Bagan Peninsula has made everything complicated. They are always looking for any tiny opening to expand their power, and they are using Gavio as their pawn, even ready to grant him a title if necessary. Eseng realizes with a bitter taste in her mouth that if that actually happens, her own authority gets cut in half, basically like holding a sharp blade right against her own throat. She insists Cancer-Bagan problems must be solved by locals, and the Applebaum family needs to act as the responsible mediators. That is the real reason she works so hard to keep her younger brothers close by any means necessary. But that greedy Gavio is throwing a pathetic tantrum just to steal the family dungeon for himself. When Eugene asks about the secret existence of the dungeon, she confirms that she definitely needs to conquer it very soon. But the main problem is that the road leading there is blocked by the territory of X, the fourth member of the family. X is playing a very cunning and dangerous game of neutrality. He demands that anyone wanting to pass through his territory must pay a specific fee for every single soldier in the group. It seems like he is just waiting to see who actually wins the succession title. He is terrified that if he chooses a side now, he will turn the eventual winner into a permanent enemy. So, he uses this toll to show his neutral stance and has not supported the crown or the prince yet. Eugene asks the price, and the answer leaves even him in total silence. 10 silver coins for every single person. Eseng just laughs. After paying daily wages to knights and mercenaries, there is nothing left. She asks Eugene if that sounds even remotely fair to him. She gently touches Eugene's hand, that spoiled little brat. She thinks back to how much she doted on him as a child, only for him to turn around and betray her like a snake. Eugene suddenly cuts through her memories with a bold proposal that makes the atmosphere in the room turn incredibly tense. My lady, please allow me to be the one to go and conquer that place. She shuts him down immediately. With over 100 troops, the toll to pass through territory would bankrupt them. Now, watch this. Here is where Eugene looks her in the eye and makes an absolutely insane decision. I will go alone. A heavy silence fills the magnificent room after Eugene drops that absolute bombshell of a declaration. Stunned, she looks at the knight and asks if people often call him a complete madman. He coolly claims he has never heard that before. Soon, his army gathers at an ancient stone bridge. This spot is the vital border where the direct bloodlines of the Applebaum family cross paths. Ganzedik stands tall and imposing before the waiting soldiers. He warns them never to cross into Gavio's land, to avoid giving the enemy any excuse to launch an attack. He roars that he will crush the skull of anyone who disobeys, leaving the entire army terrified and obedient. Eugene tells Ganzedik to stay here with the men and wait patiently until he returns from the mission. Once the permit arrives, he will head into the dungeon entirely on his own to finish the job. I know what you are thinking, one guy against a dungeon? Let us see if he is crazy or just about to pull off something world-shaking alone. Behind him, the mercenaries whisper about their lord charging into a lion's den all by himself. He is worried that the new recruits who have not seen Eugen's power with their own eyes will start to doubt his leadership and disrespect his position, so he huddles with his team and tells them to go explain everything to rebuild their trust. It is natural for them to gossip since they have not witnessed his true strength with their own eyes yet. Eugene looks back as the captains try to calm the troops so no one rebels while he is away. Even if the mercenary captains are already loyal, keeping the rest of the soldiers in line is going to be a real challenge for him. The spirit Marion flies over, worriedly pointing at the restless knights and urging Eugen to calm them down before things get wild. Eugen gazes at the men who joined his cause without even asking for a single coin in pay. His eyes burn with a cold, ruthless light. He really just wants to use absolute force to crush them and make them all submit. but the current situation forces him to hold back that dark instinct for now. Even a minor lord knows how to hide his true feelings, so he absolutely cannot afford to look like he is lagging behind. Turning back to the waiting army and trying to stay calm, Eugin tells them he knows they are anxious, but he thanks them for following his lead. A silver-armored knight sighs in relief, saying they will obviously follow any order he gives them. Trust me, you and I are about to see if this solo mission is pure genius or total suicide. Alright, you and I are about to see a masterclass in cold manipulation. Not at all. In fact, any lord would kill to work with warriors as elite as you. Even Prince Essang has high hopes for this squad. Hearing the name Sali, the soldiers whisper in total shock and confusion. Eugin doubles down, claiming the prince praised them for joining him out of nothing but pure knightly spirit. Without wasting a second, he orders Luke to bring out the special payment for his men. Luke obeys, handing each soldier a heavy bag containing exactly 50 silver coins. That is some serious cash. Luke announces this is just a small token of sincerity from both Prince Essang and Eugin. He makes it clear that every single coin comes from the prince's generosity. Secretly, Eugin is just playing them. He is only keeping these volunteers because they will be useful tools later. Now watch this part closely. Eugin asks them to stay on guard, and Marion cannot stop laughing. She teases her master, calling him a demon king who is getting way too good at acting like a hero. Eugin keeps the hype going, telling the crowd this is their big chance to prove their worth to the prince. The knights are fired up now, shouting in unison that they will do whatever it takes to succeed. One soldier is deeply moved, stunned that someone of Eugin's rank has such high expectations for them. Marion wonders if that cold and tough Essang actually has any idea who these random soldiers even are. Eugin just brushes it off. These guys will never meet Essang anyway, so what she knows doesn't really matter. Let's pause here, everything is set, and a knight reports that their departure is finally cleared. Eugin nods his thanks, but as Eugin prepares to head out alone, one of the guards rushes forward to stop him. Sir Eugin, please reconsider. This decision isn't being brave, it is completely reckless to go in there all alone. The guard insists it's suicide, but Eugin coldly cuts him off, asking if he realizes he's already said the exact same thing 4 times. He brings up the reality of who will kill the monsters and who will carry the loot, revealing he plans to negotiate those terms too. The knight is still worried, reminding Eugin that he has 3 days to change his mind before it is too late. Eugin simply says, "I am off." He charges away, while Marion starts complaining about that knight being way too talkative, just like a nagging old man. She tells Eugin to hurry up and wipe out the annoying pests as he looks back at the loud spirit. "You are being too noisy. Get back inside." But Marion just ignores him and keeps shouting with pure excitement. You and I witnessed history.